And now we start the Skype call. Okay. So, have to press the right button. And here we go. Everybody report. I'm sure everybody's excited by the Skype tone. There's no point in my talking while this is going on. But let's check in studio. See if people can hear us. Oh shit. Oh, I know what to do. I've got to turn the studio on. Yes. Let's see now. Studio. Let's hope it's playing. Here we are. Dashboard. Turn on. Have I ever done this before? Or screwed it up like this? Oh, my God. David Reed says, good evening. T-Tank Barry says, good evening. Skype ring coming through loud and clear. Oh, I love you both. I love you. Oh, my God. Okay. Says Aristides is unavailable, even though it says active now. He says, try again. Okay, there we go. Okay. There we are.
All right. Looks like we're good now.
Yes, yes, we're live.
Yeah.
We're live. We've already
Yep,
got a good number of people already looking in on us, and all right, let's take a look at my channel and see if you can find me there. See if we're transmitting, and I presume we.
You are.
We are.
I just heard you.
Excellent.
I just heard you. Hopefully, they can hear me.
Yes.
I will try that. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God. So just got home in time to sit down. And I see you've given me an important link. We'll discuss that later. And my congratulations to everybody who showed up already. David Reed says good evening. T-Tank Barry says good evening. Skype ring coming through loud and clear. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I checked. I could hear myself. So.
Excellent. Yep. Excellent. All right. Wonderful. So would you like to bring everybody on the call now while I blather? Well, I'll just jabber on while you while you do that. Then we'll do you want to do the blurb? If you want to do the blurb, let's do the blurb.
I think I'm more on the side. Get the blurb out of the way so people are not. And since I'm doing it myself right now, as soon as you get here, please hit the upvote thumbs up. It's very important for the algorithm to help Douglas be discovered and continue to do what he does and make a living. Most importantly, so that he can do that. There are damn votes placed. You can't see them. The enemy may use bots to do that, and that affects how many people can see him. So please do that. Please make sure you're subscribed on the subscribe button. Sometimes it gets knocked off. People say, oh, I got unsubscribed. I don't know why. So make sure that's there and turn on the notification bell to be notified of the programs, whether they are on time or not on time sometimes, or restarted. Beyond that, if you want to do extra upvotes, you can go into your account settings and create sub channels on your main profile without extra password or sign-in information. Because I always hate having, everything needs a damn name and password, these days. What a pain. But you don't have to do that. You can just create sub channels. Normally, these are for partitioning different types of content, but you can put something in there in each one if you want or not. It can be an empty channel, but each one can do a separate upvote. So what I am doing right now is I'm switching to another channel so that I can place an additional upvote. And in a moment, I will. Oh, wait, what the fuck?
That was delightful. Oh my God, that's so
I hit
cute.
the wrong button, and now I was off the. I went off the screen, but now I'm back. So yeah, I went off the screen.
Okay.
Yep.
No worries.
Upvote number 2, and then switch. But remember to switch. If you do that, remember to switch back to your normal profile you want to talk with.
Yes.
So there's that. And the donation link is freshly in the chat. And please access that. Send Douglas what you can. We are early in the month, so he has time this month to make it, but often we get in a crunch near the end of the month where that's difficult. So let's not let him get there.
Yes, thank you so much, especially since it is such a short month. That is the running joke is that's why they made it Black History Month, because it's the shortest month of the year, and that way they gyp the blacks of extra time. That's
yeah. Did you say that?
At any rate, it's not that I have forgotten that it's Black History Month. It's just that it's been extraordinarily busy, and of course we have our own Asian issues this month that I'm dealing with that are primarily in the positive, but stress comes with the positive as well as the negative when one's celebrating, and of course it does eat up money no matter how much you try to avoid it. Big holidays like this they bite into your wallet. You may not want them to, but they do. It cannot be helped. So at any rate, my dear man Aristides already did more than his fair share last month. We're going to make certain we avoid asking him for any monetary assistance this month, at the very least. So hopefully stretching that for 2 months. But we're going to need your help out there, all of you listeners. And so I take it, dear Aristides, with that wonderful blurb having been announced, you are now...
Yep. I'm proceeding to that right now. There's just a few initial things I got to get, situated.
Sure. Take your time.
Okay, doing that now.
Excellent. Good man. And and so I will blather. There's no other word for it, because even though we will get into monologue probably sooner than later, and I will just go balls to the wall. Do know that they cut us off. They cut us off in the last episode. They will cut us off again if I get into anything important. So I just got to keep hitting as hard as I can, as fast as I can, and hopefully go past a speed where they can really catch on to something being actually important. So I hope everybody understands that. And in the meantime, until we bring some other people here for us to bounce off against, we're just kind of, breathing. If I sound a bit breathy, like I said, just sat down, having mixed my tea a little bit before sitting down. In fact, just before I sat down, I'm mixing my tea and still stirring it, as a matter of fact, and have to get some things set up around myself as well. So as soon as we get some other people on the line here, on the bandwidth, I'm going to putter around with what's around me so that I can make certain I stay warm the rest of the night, because the temperature drops precipitously in the crypt. More so than anywhere, because we don't have heat. Okay, and so let's give hugs to some of the people who have joined us in order of appearance. And that would be to David Reed, T. Tank Berry, Mr. Aristides, who is in our chat as Vril618, and he's hit the button now. He's brought in a whole host of people. Shout out to Victoria. She sent me a link to a YouTube. I'm going to have to take a look at that later. Okay, let's give this a try in a second. Okay, we're not going to take a look at that while we're on air, of course, and but it was nice to hear from her and know that she's out there thinking of me. And we've brought on Brendan Zoge. Now, there's a lot of links Brendan has sent me that I have to review and catch up on, and I know a number of them are quite important. Always appreciate it when people send me links and keep participating and communicating with me. I want to give a shout out to John Warrington. John Warrington has been, of course, doing his bit, and he is provided some important links as well. We're going to try and, acknowledge those, if not on air, then off air. Then where, you know, depending on some of these look like we can bring them up on air. And he also, I am just becoming aware of these days. I try to look into the Skype conversation after the show is over. I normally have never done that in the past. These days, I'm trying to become more aware of that people continue the conversation after the show, and that's profoundly appreciated. And I know that I'll need to speak to some people just privately about nothing negative, but just to catch up with them privately. I've been so busy, and I'll try and give people some hint of what the schedule is like. So we'll probably do a screen share and go over my calendar a bit later tonight. And so, such all having been qualified, I believe I'm in the comfort zone now to bring on both these gentlemen. So, dear executive producer Aristides, dear techno consultant and co-producer Brendan Zogit, both of you gentlemen say hi to our listeners and catch us up a little bit on what's going on with your lives. You know, whatever you're comfortable sharing, by all means. And John is typing. Is that John Henry Warrington that's typing? I hope that is. Meanwhile, we love you, John. We know you do.
John Doe.
Oh, it's John Doe. We love him too. Love you dearly, John Doe. And that is T-Tank Berry. And T-Tank Berry, of course, is a wonderful human being. So, he's asking about some of the entries into our text box here.
Yeah, actually, like, you know, other people beside us, because other people have Skype and they just will pop up, you know, hey, you want to add people, like people that are in your contacts, and I accidentally hit one, but I removed it right away.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's not say the name or anything, but...
I don't even know who that is. It's been so long.
Yeah, no, it's just, I just accidentally hit somebody from my contact. The number seemed a little... I'm checking again. The number seemed a little too big.
Okay.
So I was like, why is it? Oh.
Got it.
Wait.
Forgive me for yawning. Okay. All such having been...
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. What the hell?
Oh, it's...
I got stuff to fix here. Keep talking.
Right. Sure. No worries. I know the feeling. So Brendan, do join us. We can cover bandwidth while Aristides tends to... basically his computer going rogue, his system going rogue on him. I'm sure they're hitting him.
Right. I mean, just let me make sure I didn't screw up and add other people. Like, I don't know if it was an accidental, just brought, you know.
No worries.
You know,
this
these tiny little circles all next to each other that you're trying to click between, and I accidentally somehow clicked. Let me double check all our participants. So keep going.
So Brendan, have you been under occult assault lately? I'm just curious. I saw a lot of sigils and signs in my private messages. So just checking to see if that's precaution or occult security.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening. How are you? You sound good. Tell us what's going on with yourself, whatever you're willing to share.
Everything's going well, as well as can be.
Okay. And there's a qualifier. Well as can be.
Yes. Yeah, I'm just, chilling, essentially. Everything's good.
Excellent.
How's everything going on y'all's end?
Oh, it's again, as well as can be. Not to mock or mimic what you're saying in some sense that it's not. I mean, it's been going great. I mean, the worst part of it is that I'm back here.
Yeah. Oh, I could imagine.
Yes.
No, exaggerating.
Brendan knows all too well. He's gotten closer to this home than that idiot Vinnie Barbaric ever did, even though Vinnie Barbaric always had fantasies of coming into my home and then going into the basement levels. He always wanted to go into the basement levels, and I said, "Good God, you're tall, you're old. You know, it's like, what a stupid idea."
The mold spores would have killed him. I mean, he would have burst another blood vessel.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't recommend anyone going in there. And Doug's not exaggerating, everybody.
Thank you.
It's not livable.
Thank you. No, this is the realm of the dead, and it's like the only people who tolerate it upstairs are because of they're cracked out of their fucking minds.
Yes, exactly.
And
that whole street needs to be condemned. Sorry to say.
Thank you. Yes, I mean we have entire buildings that are just sitting empty,
crumbling,
abandoned on prime
and
real estate.
You took me to the hallway. You're like, or the what is it called in English?
I forget.
In between the buildings.
Oh, Jesus.
The alleyway.
Yes,
alleyway,
thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So in the alleyway, and you're like, do you see that crumbling building in there? I'm like, yeah. There's no way someone's in there. And you're like, no, someone works in there. I'm like, no fucking way.
Every day.
Every day this guy goes to work and like it's literally falling apart. Like you could see the wood rotting away. And I'm like, there's no way someone's in there, but apparently there is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and they've been there forever. And when I think of all the people on the street that have died, and that individual still goes on, so he's a supernatural.
It's like, how is he a carpenter but he can't fucking fix his front fence? Like, I don't get that. Or his back fence, I guess.
Because we're not dealing. We're not dealing with. How would I say it? We're dealing at the level of chainsaw serial killer cinematic, mentality here.
It's the only fucking explanation.
Dude, it's like I said, I have never seen the fucker's face, but just like in a slasher film, I keep catching his back ass side. So all I see is his back ass side. And I know the only time I'm going to see him frontally is when he has his rubber mask on, or his leather mask on, made of tanned human skins.
Literally.
This motherfucker. And so it just goes on and on. The street is this is like hell house. What do they call it? Hell house on Haunted Hill. It was one of the terms I used to use for Amanda Yu, who did respond when I sent her a little birthday text message the other day. It was her birthday recently. We can look at our calendar later and, catch everybody up on that. So she did respond, either that or some, Adamite responded in her place who had hacked the system, one or the other. But other than that, it's like she doesn't exist, weird shit. So, by the way, John Doe is giving us wonderful photographic evidence of the fact that he lives out in fucking Bigfoot territory. And believe me, I can see, believe me, and I'm not just being smart ass. Dude, this guy is the closest thing. Dude, this is the closest thing we've got in the form of T. Tank Berry to a Sasquatch whisperer. Honestly, I mean, seriously. He can have it. I mean, I love him dearly. He can fucking have it. That's like, but hey, we've got a retreat in the case of the apocalypse. He's got, he's got his own backup for us, and nothing could be more welcome than that, I guess. Yes. So all such being said, we won't go into any details publicly. But other than that, Brendan, what about, go ahead and take advantage of this time to cathart, to vent, cut loose. I mean, what do you want to bitch about? There must be all kinds of things you want to bitch about, just on a personal level first, before we even get to the politics. Because once we get into the politics, it's not going to stop. I mean, it's just a nonstop sewer of shit, flooding down from off Capitol Hill, and pissing and shitting down on all of us.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, well, yeah, we'll deal with that later. But yeah, so everything's good. Yeah, everything's good enough where I'm at as far as just daily shit. I'm just dealing with, the classic job search where everything is basically just ran by the freaking robots, and your resume just gets thrown in the trash by the fucking Autobots and shit.
Oh, man.
So I just have to deal with that. But other than that, everything's fine. Just working through that, trying to get humans to answer me, which is just like the hard part.
Of course. I mean, it's only going to get worse with Musk and his fantasy of replacing everybody with robots that don't yet exist. It's like the Saudi sheikhs in Neom City who say, well, we're going to have holographic teachers and robots to take care of the children in the daycare centers. And it's like, what, really? Really? It's like, I had no idea they were that advanced. It's like, well, of course
They're not.
yeah, thank you. You can imagine, they're imagining like automated assembly lines. But you know what? We know they aren't imagining this because it's all just bullshit that they're telling people, because it's going to be a concentration camp for the Palestinians.
Yeah, exactly.
But God, yes.
Yeah, it's the classic bait and switch.
Yes. And
They're a bunch of fucking lies.
And they'll blame us. They'll blame, well, none of you moved in. They'll tell us we had to move in somebody. None of you moved in. So Trump
You didn't want to live in the middle of the desert?
Yeah.
There's no access to anything?
Yes. Surrounded by twin mirrors that'll burn you alive the moment you try to escape in either direction.
Solar death ray, freaking, At night, there's scorpions and shit.
Yeah, scorpions and snakes, and ghouls. So don't forget the ghouls. They'll just...
I think that's the point, is they're not telling people about that part.
Yeah.
You go out there at night, you'll get fucking eaten by something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Literally. Oh, my...
Which makes you wonder why they haven't swarmed Gaza yet, but that's another matter we can deal with. Yeah. Probably because it's too close to the sea, the ports. Because ghouls don't like the ocean, from what I understand.
Yes. No, they don't. Yeah. You got a good instinct for that. Yeah. I just saw a beautiful image that showed up in the text box and then disappeared. Instead, we're left with T-Tank Barry's tire. Look at that tire. That tire is like, how does this guy get in and out of that territory? It's like, I'm not kidding. It's Bigfoot country. It's like, it's not meant for human habitation. There we are. Aristides put that in there. Thanks so much, Aristides.
I tried to move a GIF into there, but it didn't load right. It just was the still. So I had to...
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Change it to a MP4.
Aristides is an alchemist, apparently.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, and then our man John Doe says, it's not for everyone. No kidding. Yeah. Oh, man. But he's incredible. He's working with it. Believe it or not, John Doe does work with moving machinery on his own property that, we would call in contractors for. So he's impressive. He's very impressive. He actually can do what Vinnie Barbrick was only dreaming of, so there we have that.
That's what killed him.
Yeah. That's what killed Vinnie. That plus the trip to Romania, plus, multiple colonics on a weekly basis, or, every...
None of that's good for you.
Yeah.
Nothing long term about that shit.
Yeah. Oh my God. And so in terms of oh God, it looks to me like, is that tire like worn down to the rim? That looks almost like that tire. Is that just my imagination, or is that tire like stripped to the rim? Holy fuck. I'm not going to even. It's painful.
It's definitely low.
Yeah.
I think what they're doing is lowering the air so they can get out of their rut.
Got it. Okay.
So it gets more traction or something.
Okay, thank you. See, you're so good at this. Thank you, both of you gentlemen.
Well, I've had to do it.
Oh, fuck. Where the fuck were you? What were you? Gaza. He was in Gaza. He was scouting for Trump.
Well, out there they have like Toyota Hilux and shit, if they have a car.
It's true. No, it's true. They
something that can get you out of there.
Yeah. They have to have.
I'm just talking about the mountains here. I've been out.
Yeah. And California is its own challenge, believe me. Yeah. So
Doug's a city person.
Yeah, I'm a city person, but it's not like I haven't been out to those places. But believe me, I don't like it. It's yeah. No.
Well, the stories you told us were already bad.
Yeah. Thank you.
I can imagine why you didn't want to go back.
Yeah. Thank you. Nothing like reliving the Blair Witch Project. You know what it's like? Descent. Remember the film with the three girls going to caving in the film Descent? And yet one of them, after surviving, they force the one girl to go back down with them because they're convinced she's the killer. You must have killed all your friends in the cave. And no, I didn't. And so the police force her to go down into the cave with them.
Fuck.
Remember that? That's the sequel. That's the
terrible.
sequel. She's forced to go back. That's how I feel when I go back into the great outdoors.
Right. There you go. Yeah. I can't imagine camping with a Kino. You know what I'm saying? That's some shit.
Oh, well, thank God that never happened. But
Right.
not to a degree where he and I were in a tent or, no, thank God. The closest we ever came to that was New Mexico, to that satanic Jedi warrior monastery bullshit, with...
Oh, shit, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, Mullet Man and all the rest of this. The one I talk about in the... Satan's Crusaders.
The men who stare at goats, guys.
Yeah. The men who stare at goats. Yeah, those, don't even get me started. Yeah, that piece of shit. Right. I
like how you were like pissed that made it look like he was George Clooney level attractive.
Yeah, outrageous.
You're like, yeah, that was the bullshit.
Outrageous. It's like they might as well. That would be like having Arnold Schwarzenegger or Lou Ferrigno portray myself. It's like, here's Douglas Dietrich, and then fucking muscle suit comes out and shit.
The vampire.
Yeah.
Rugged and shit.
Yeah, and he's all like, cut and buff and ripped and shit. Yeah, and I ain't gonna be doing no cross-dressing in that muscle suit. I mean, that's how ridiculous it is to have George Clooney portray Colonel Chapman. I mean, it's...
Brilliant. Yeah, brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
They pull that shit all the time when it's their serpents,
Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, and so it turns out T-Tank did have to get pulled out. He had to get pulled out. Wet clay equals zero traction, especially with street tread. Yeah. Yes, there we go. Yeah, California.
Yeah, the tires were street tires, yeah.
Yeah. California's it's not easy, people. It's wilderness out here. I mean, what's not on fire is flooded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 90% of California is basically the outdoors.
Yeah. It is. This is like they don't call it
and
gold
the rest
country.
Of it is like freaking populated to the freaking out the ass. It's just too many people.
Yeah, and
I remember when Sacramento, you used to be able to, when I was younger, you could drive around during rush hour and nothing. It would be like nothing.
Yeah.
Now there's so many freaking people.
Mm-hmm.
It's like almost as bad as like the Bay Area or LA. Like it's getting to that level.
Wow, that's impressive.
Like you can't even fucking drive anywhere.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of change. Yeah. That's a lot of development. And
right.
and there's places of California, so do share this with people. A lot of it is just wilderness, and then a lot of it is sprawl. It's just mile after mile of like low-level development. What would you call it? It's suburban, almost like suburban development. But
it's like sub-suburban because they just go out instead of build up. It's
Thank you.
Dumb.
Thank you. Yo, you're right. It's so true. It's so true. And Heather Holman has joined. No, Holly Kiefer has joined us. We are. So, dear Holly, welcome aboard. How are you tonight?
Okay, enough.
She's another city slicker.
Yeah. No, she's not. Actually, you're outdoors girl, right, honey? Tell us.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, this chick goes out every night. She's addicted to the sunset. She has to watch the sunset. She can have it.
That's how I feel about watching dawn. No thanks.
Yeah, well, I feel that way about either case, I mean, look, I don't mind, but no, I mean, it's too cold where you watch it, honey. It's just too fucking cold. And everywhere you go in California is fucking cold along the beach, as far as I'm concerned, generally speaking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyone who thinks it's warm or is brainwashed by that fake 90s shit.
Yeah, that started in the 60s, that bullshit.
California's warm. No, it's fucking cold.
Yeah.
Because they think it's all San Diego.
Yes.
And there is a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not where I'm at.
Yeah, San Diego's
but that's like the small southern tip.
Yeah, San Diego's borderland. It's borderland. That's not even California, really. It's more like some lost zone. It's a twilight zone between California and Baja.
And the ocean is warm. It comes from a whole nother current.
Yes.
Our ocean water comes down from Alaska. Theirs comes from the equator.
Yes. Thank you.
So that makes a difference as well.
Yes.
This where I am would be LA if it was a warm ocean, I believe.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what saved it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That makes sense. And of course, Vinnie Barbaric was born in fucking San Diego or raised there. He was born there, right? If I remember correctly, I've tried to forget everything about him, but
San Bernardino.
San
He's like
Bernardino.
LA.
Thank you. Yeah, there we are.
But he
Oh,
they
that's a
the
pit.
parents moved to San Diego or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try and forget that guy even exists
Yeah, thank you.
or whatever he was, that creature.
Thank you. It's so true. So true. So, when you think about
Like I'm so sick of him cursing me. It's like it's fucking dude. I don't care
it's
about
true. It's true. He was. For those of you who don't know, Peter Moon, whose real name was Vinnie Barbaric, spent all day cursing various people who he felt had earned his ire. In other words, whatever paranoid, delusional trip he was on, that he had these offensive slights that he took to heart that were more imaginal than real, and he would stew over them. What would you call it? Fester. He would ruminate on them, and they would fester, and then he would curse these people like, "I'll show you." And it, for those of you who I know psychologists have written me and said, "Oh, well, it takes the belief on the part of the recipient of the curse to make the curse work." And, look, I can understand why they would say that. Look, believe it or not, there have been tests conducted with control study groups. And yes, curses do work on people who don't even know they're being cursed. This is called
I
quantum
always kind of
mechanics.
thought, though, that would depend on who was doing the cursing.
There's an element of that as well. It really is. No, you're quite right.
I mean, losers that are butthurt,
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Well,
be
even
too worried about.
even etherically, like even just someone. It's called the old cultures, the ancient cultures call it like the evil eye. It's just
Yes.
even just thinking badly about someone will put that energy out there.
Yeah.
And if you're susceptible, it'll get you. So
That's
that's
right.
why ancient cultures had so many protective measures.
That's right. Yes.
To the point where you can't, even in some cultures now, if you compliment someone's baby, it's considered like you might as well curse them. Like,
True. It's true.
Yeah.
It's very bizarre, but at the same time, you've got to take these things into account, especially when you're dealing with Aboriginal cultures. I mean, some people learn this the hard way. People who are amateur anthropologists, we're not talking like Brendan. Brendan knows better. Brendan was actually raised in a fairly exotic cultural matrix. But there are like people who just take an interest in anthropology academically. And I think I have a book on it. I know I have a book on it somewhere. I'd have to find it. But I have an entire book written about this incident, or centered around this incident in Bolivia, where, for those of you who don't know, Bolivia is a bizarre nation that's actually two nations. I believe it has two capitals.
yeah,
Okay, you know about it then, a bit about it. And
La Paz and Tegucigalpa.
Thank you. And but some of the people live at extraordinarily high altitudes in Bolivia, and as a result, like Eskimos, that's a horrible term. Please don't use that. You want to use their tribal names. I understand.
Sucre, La Paz and Sucre.
Thank you. And but like the native Alaskans, the indigenous peoples of Alaska or Canada, and the far north, we're talking like polar Aleut peoples, the polar, transpolar or Aleut peoples. These people in Bolivia develop a extraordinary layer of fat, blubber. Like that's horrible. They're not like seals, but it's kind of like that. I mean, they have, and they consider you extremely unhealthy if you're not fat. They would consider you sick. And the only people who lose weight are people who are dying or deathly sick. So they have to maintain this fat to stay alive, to stay warm. And so their idea of a vampire is a pistaco. And a pistaco is a emaciated, thin individual, which to them is the very embodiment of death. And so a pistaco feeds off fat. And so when a couple of thin-ass, white anthropologists showed up with cameras in one of these settlements up there in the mountains and was going around filming people, they all thought they're pistaco. And they said, well, I'm getting, they started like looking in the mirror and say, I look like I'm a few pounds thinner already, which, you know, to them means it would be like, you know, if you looked in a mirror and gained 20 pounds in a few minutes, you know. And so they're like, you know, finally everybody ganged up on these two guys and killed them. The whole town just surrounded them and killed them, feeling that they were feeding off their fat, because they were all convinced they were losing weight. You know, we've all been losing weight since you guys showed up. And yeah, they you know, wiped them out, you know, what do you call, smeared them. They smeared them. And so, yes, just take into account that...
And Bolivia is mostly mestizo and 20% indigenous. So it's like, I think 90% of the country is basically, native. Yeah. Like non-European population. So
True. Yeah, it's essentially. Like... Yeah, you're out of your league when you're down there. That's and
then did you hear about what happened in Sri Lanka?
What now? Oh my God!
These Germans, two Germans and these two Brits died in Colombo.
Oh,
and that's where I was a couple of months ago. I was like, should I?
That's right. That's right. Tell people about that.
Well, thank God I didn't do that.
Yes, tell people about that. How you were considering this, like, you know.
Yeah, I was like,
Peace Corps! Peace Corps!
Yeah, Peace Corps. Yeah, I was like, sounds fine. And then just today or yesterday, the German and the Brits had to investigate because two foreign women died after dying in Colombo, in the capital, because, like, basically in the middle of the night while they were sleeping, the hotel people sprayed for bed bugs, like this super toxic fucking pesticide, and just like sprayed it all over them and shit.
Jeez.
And then they all went to the hospital and like a bunch of people died, like 4 or 5 people. And then they said, well, we were spraying for bed bugs because we were worried about these Westerners, and and it killed them.
Oh man.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that reminded me of like this, you know, just
because I guarantee you one of the Germans probably said, we see all these bugs in here, and then they said, okay, we'll fix it tonight.
Yeah.
And it just fucking killed them.
Oh yeah. There you go.
They didn't wait till they were gone the next day. They just went in there and fucking sprayed them.
Oh yeah, they have no concept. No fucking clue. It's like, you know, these things happen. One Chinese guy a long time ago, we're talking about Maoist days, you know, wanted to like clear himself of a case of bed bugs. He sprayed himself.
Was this the pot stickers? Oh no.
He sprayed himself with bug spray and died. He, you know, because it all absorbed through his skin epidermally, and it got into his blood and poisoned him. But you know,
and my idiot uncle was like, why are you afraid of pesticides and shit? And they were like spraying Raid inside. Like,
oh God,
fucking idiots.
Thank you.
That's why they're all like cancered out and shit.
Yeah, thank you. They're using it like it's air freshener. That's the fucking
and then
problem.
This fucker and his Mexican whatever fake wife, they were like, you're some sort of hippie, you know, why are you hating on us using this shit? And I'm like, because you're spraying it inside in the fucking kitchen. And they like just didn't get it. So stupid.
Oh my God. Well, that brings us back to the pot stickers. That's the story I can't resist. Shout out to Real Tech Geek, by the way. He says, support Douglas Dietrich. Douglas, I had a dream that Peter Moon did come on the show, and is he dead yet? Laughing my ass off. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that is pretty funny. A dream that he came on the show, you know, just so I could like, you know, punch his lights out on air. That'd be great. And just for the fun of it, you could hear Vinny's last gasps and howls. You know, but
like I could just imagine what would he say? You know,
oh God,
I paid Douglas. He was remunerated for. I gave him $300 like one time.
Yeah, you know? Piece of shit. Yeah. Oh my God.
And I made a touchdown on Sunday.
Yeah, I made a touchdown.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. He first of all he would talk an hour about himself before he even did any rebuttals.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you.
But like I am healthy. Remember what he was emailing us? He's like, I am far from dead. You know, it's like, dude, we don't care. Like, geez. Like, come on, like that's like, what is it, megalomania level?
It is.
Like he took umbrage that we thought he was like feeble and old before he said anything else. I'm far from dead. I'm not dead yet. Like, dude,
I'm not dead yet.
you're the one. He's the one who told us he was sick. You know, it's not like we made that part up.
Yeah, thank you.
He's the one who was like, I can't go on. I can't click a button and publish a book. So whatever.
And then
Like,
rest.
so
Don't forget
sweet.
the part. Must rest.
He said that like 10 times.
Yeah, must rest.
To where it was a joke, where when I was like sick and shit, I would get up and be like, rest.
Yeah.
I need rest.
Yes.
Like, dude, all he was doing was resting, like for 4 years.
Yeah,
like,
thank you.
Sapping off your energy. and
Yeah,
shit.
thank you. Leeching off mine after Paola left him. Yes.
Right.
Oh,
Like,
God.
oh shit.
Oh, by the way,
Someone who doesn't work is talking about rest. What a fucking idiot.
No, that's the offensive part.
So
That's-
stupid. Yeah.
That's the offensive part. But it's the same we see with all the people who don't work. They think they work the hardest. Let me see. Paola Masson's birthday. 19th. The 19th will be Paola Masson's birthday. Amanda's was on the 4th. But Paola Masson's
There
is
you
on
go.
the 19th. We'll have to like, I don't know.
Yeah, Paula's doing good apparently. Someone put her LinkedIn into the profile. She's got like a nice job. She's chilling.
Yeah, well, she's always getting good jobs.
Best thing happened to her was leaving that sketch asking.
Oh, that goes without saying. That goes without saying. Yes. Yeah, except she's gonna be traumatized for life. You know, it'll take forever. She'll never get over those scars. Yes, that having that.
I have a feeling she'll be all right.
Oh yeah, true. Except for whenever certain things happen, like then she flashes back to that colonics episode. That believe me, that kind of
She's
trauma.
definitely never getting colonics again. Let's be honest.
Or anytime she sees a cheesecake factory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cheesecake Factory, yes.
It was her favorite restaurant. Like, bro, she only took you there because you're a cheap ass.
Yeah.
Because he probably had a bunch of like annoying dietary shit. Like, she was probably just like, "Fuck it, let's just go to
Of
Cheesecake
course.
Factory."
Of course, it's all true. It's
Because
all-
that's like the go-to for like annoying people. Because there's like a million options on the menu.
yes,
It's like, just fuck it, let's just go there. You know.
yes. Yeah. It's like almost the equivalent of a buffet. I don't want to think about it.
It's like where you take like 20 people that you don't know what they're gonna order, so they have like so many options, and there's no crying people
Yes.
by the end of it.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, and so of course I can't let it go. The pot sticker story. So the pot sticker story that Brendan refers to, and he's all too familiar with it. You could tell it yourself by now. Tell people what you remember about it. You know what happened.
Oh, you go ahead. I just
Okay.
pot sticker guy.
Yeah, basically, there's so many elements to this. I'll try and cram them all into just as quickly as possible because most of you have heard this before who are on Team
Just
Dietrich.
the outline of it's funny.
Yeah, just the outline of it is hideously funny enough. But basically, in Japan, people started dying from eating pot stickers. They were getting deathly sick and dying from, and it turned out these pot stickers were imported from communist China. And so what happened was they sent in a team of investigative journalists to spy on what was going on where these pot stickers were sourcing from in mainland China. And so they, got this incredible footage of basically, manager coming into the kitchen, picking his teeth, saying, "Hey, you dumb sons of bitches, the Japs are complaining about all the roaches and roach eggs they're finding in our pot stickers. You guys better do something about it." And so they said, "Okay, boss." And so you see them making the pot stickers, and while they're making them, they take out big cans of bug spray and are spraying the pot stickers with the bug spray and shit, and then rolling them up. And that'll take care of it, and they're putting it in all the bags and
Yeah,
stuff.
basically Sri Lanka level.
Yes, this isn't done out of any malevolence. It's just pure ignorance. And
Yeah, it's just
yeah.
classic shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so by the time the Japanese are eating them, then, they're getting like a massive dose of fucking Roundup or something and then dying. What the funny thing was that two things come out of this. One was my gang brother Beaver made an excellent point, was, well, maybe the Japs shouldn't be so fucking cheap and should order, pot stickers made in Japan as opposed to those made in mainland China, and then they wouldn't die. Point well taken. I mean, you can't argue with that.
That's some classic Kowloon logic right there.
Yeah, of course. Hong Kong gangster. Yeah, that goes.
Some classic Hong Kong logic.
Yeah, it's true. And Brendan said it right. Kowloon, of course, for those of you who don't know Hong Kong, they're all the same. It's all the same. It's like, but
yeah,
anyhow,
it's like ultimate capitalist.
yeah, you get what you pay for. Yeah,
yeah, you get what you pay for.
Yeah, but then there was this one stupid white guy I heard who actually was propagandizing for the Communist Chinese and saying, this is back in the day when you would hear white guys do this all the time who were visiting China. This was in the days before Xi Jinping. It was back when we had fucking Hu Jintao or whatever, that hawk-nosed motherfucker. And then there was the other guy before him, Xi Jinping. When you had those guys, China was going great. It was easy. You'd never think it was a piece of, it wasn't the shithole it turned into under Xi Jinping. Because these guys weren't, trying to shake the boat they were in. But the white guys, they were all fooled. So all these white guys
Hu Jintao.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's a sharp-faced motherfucker whose face looked like he got caught in a meat grinder or something. My mother.
There was also another guy.
Yeah, Xi Jinping.
Ding
it was excuse me, Zhang Jiming.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah. And but he was before Hu Jintao, I think, or something. Hu Jintao was such a non-entity; he's so easy to forget. Zhang Jiming, they carried him out, with security, had him kicked out of the Politburo when he started protesting against Xi Jinping, and but in terms of
yeah, a while back they were carrying out the dude on oxygen. They dragged him out because he said something with his last breath. And shit.
Yes.
So stupid.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They can't tolerate any dissidents. Oh, it'll be like that here in America soon enough under Trump. Yeah, believe me. Yeah.
Shit, I was like, shit, they're gonna have to start hiring people earlier. I'll put a picture of that Cheeto in my office if they just pay me.
Yeah.
Just pay me enough. I'll be like, yes. He's so cool and orange. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. The great pumpkin. The great pumpkin has come at last.
Yeah. Well, just give me my money and I'll slash whatever you want.
Yes. Yeah, but these white guys who are in China, they'd say things like, "You don't know what it's like. China's great. You can say anything you want so long as you don't say free to me." Or Falun Gong and shit. Yeah, and then they were saying shit like, "Oh, those pot stickers, that's all a rumor. Nobody died. That's just a myth." Yeah, nobody died in China because everybody in China knew not to eat that shit. But in Japan, they were thinking that it was edible, that it was safe, though, so they were dying in Japan. So there you go with that. It's just stupid shit that comes out of these tragedies. But so such being said, dear Holly, catch us up a little bit on what now, of course, I bought some produce the other day and was eating fresh vegetables, and some of the stuff is from other parts of California, like Gilroy. And is Gilroy is that in the danger zone from where you're at with melting batteries and shit, or what?
It's certainly the direction the plume went.
Yeah, great.
Straight northeast, straight northeast. So
I felt weird after eating some Costco lettuce the other day, so I don't know, man.
There you go.
That's from Salinas and shit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, they were in the zone. What I heard was that no farm is doing any testing.
Of course not.
And even
there's
if
no
they
one to dig the soil.
Even if they did.
Yeah, like Brendan said, there's no one to dig the soil. Anyhow, go on.
They're too busy either picking veggies or the feds got slashed.
Yeah.
Not getting paid.
Even if they did test, it'd be like the bogus detectors at the plant. They don't test for hydrogen fluoride or cobalt, So they'll do the regular old fertilizer test. The organic farms have to test to get certified.
Yeah, they'll say, "Oh, there's no pesticides or mold."
Right. They ain't gonna test for that shit because it'll wipe them out for years to come.
Oh my god.
Right. They're like, "Oh well, they can just scrape the fields and go and plant," but that's not how it works.
That would destroy a whole year's of production.
And they'd be tied up with government shit for a decade.
Yeah.
So nobody could survive finding out their soil is hot. So they don't want to know.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's
And I'm sure there's an attitude like, oh, those white wimps don't know what they're talking about. It's not that bad. So...
Snowflakes. Yeah. It's like, you guys eat this. You fucking eat this shit.
And even the few small farms there are, most of them are like big ag anyway. And they'll fight testing tooth and nail and kill their employees. They don't care.
Yeah.
So it's a mess. So I get the organic green drink from Trader Joe's, and guess what? It's a product of Turkey.
Yeah. A lot of those organic juices, yeah.
And all those whatever they're growing in Southern California, and they are, that all got slimed by the LA fires.
Yeah. Toxic ash.
So that's got to be just as bad. I mean, 10,000 electric cars burning. Shit.
Yeah.
All those smart meters and everything.
No, both of you.
Alarms and it's a mess, man.
Well, both of you can get into this as well as Aristides. When these people claim that a death ray, like, oh my God, that chick I was dating a few times, and she was really getting into that. One of you probably even knows the female doctor's name, that doctor who wrote the book that a death ray melted through the Twin Towers.
Judy that fucking tome, yeah.
Thank you.
God, it's like huge. That book is huge for no reason.
But
no reason.
But let's start with Holly, ladies first. Holly, tell everybody that her primary piece of evidence is the cars all melted. Tell them, Holly, the cars are all...
Yeah. These aren't Detroit cars. They're made of plastic. They melt. And the old pickup right next to it, made in Detroit in the 60s, will be fine.
Yeah.
But not. And now we're having it all over again with these big fires, and that it's some laser weaponry.
Oh my God.
Which knowing any background on the environment there is ludicrous. You don't need that to explain what's happening.
Thank you. Yeah, you don't need to go high tech when low tech will do.
Nah.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
I was reading an old John McPhee book to my friend I work with for home care. We love that guy. A great American naturalist writer, geologist, and he had this fascinating. This was written in the 80s about California. That at the first gust of a Santa Ana wind, the chaparral down there starts pumping flammable oils into its leaves. That's how bad it wants to burn.
Jesus.
Yeah. And so it's another thing, just like San Francisco, no Indian would settle there permanently. They knew. They burn every 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
That chaparral can't wait to burn. It's excited. Oh, what the hell? I blame realtors for so much of our troubles.
Oh, for real? Yeah, totally.
They're devils.
And what's Trump? A realtor.
Yeah. A fake realtor.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about all those guys. They got their money off the government dole.
Yes.
Elon completely. Government contracts.
Yes.
That's our taxes.
Right. Of course.
So now there's this babble about how they're going to dig into the Pentagon.
Oh yeah.
And the military budget, which does prick up my ears.
Good luck balancing those books.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
They're all black.
I mean, anything good
literally
come out of this, I'm open to it. But I'm very skeptical on that.
They
ain't gonna do shit.
No,
they ain't gonna do shit to them. Yeah. They will to welfare, but not the military, for God's sake.
I guarantee you, the second they see those books, then they're gonna get shut up real quick.
Yeah. They're gonna need
because there's no way to balance that junk.
It's the seat of corruption. Talk about a deep state.
Yeah.
It's
and the funny part is,
corporations in the military.
Doug, did you ever experience that when, if you got overpaid in the military, they'll fucking come after you?
Yeah.
Like like GIs will freak out if they get overpaid, like even like $1.
Oh yeah.
They'll like have to go to their superior and be like, please fix it, because they'll take your check and like say you're under investigation and shit for like months.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. No. Well, of course, when you press that button, you start me on a torrent. That's a flood.
Yeah.
Okay. But Heather, you know, before I even start flooding the zone with my own grievances concerning that, Heather, dear lady, say hello. And
hello.
So,
Hi.
honey.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Yeah. So, honey, how's everybody in the household? How's the moving coming along?
Oh, it's slow, but it's happening still. It's just, it's exhausting moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
But we're doing it. I'm really excited about it. We're going to get a golf cart.
Okay.
Hey, that's cool. Yeah.
Why?
Because everybody's got a golf cart.
Yeah.
I get it. So, in other words, because it's a senior community, everybody's in a golf cart.
Yeah.
But you want to be like that?
Well, you know, we're going to do some walking also, but we got to fit in.
Oh, that's so cute. That's I get it, but still.
And there's grocery stores and stuff within.
Yeah, there's everything. There's dispensaries even.
Yeah.
Dang, we got it covered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Liquor store.
Wait, dispensaries by dispensaries. You mean like pot dispensaries?
Cannabis.
Yeah, there's everything.
Yeah. Holy shit. It's like
I mean, I don't go to them anymore. I'm so surprised that died out, but yeah, I don't even really think about that anymore.
What do you mean you're so surprised it died? What do you mean it died out? How did it die?
Because I used to say that I would always smoke pot until the day I died. But I don't.
Oh, so really the dispensaries didn't die out. You weaned off of them. You weaned off.
Yeah, my lust for life from that.
Thank God. That's good. That's good. Believe me, you did yourself a favor. I mean, like
I never thought it would happen.
Yeah, well, you know, I had to stop drinking Coca-Cola, and I don't know if I can say, you know, here, I'll share this with my listeners and Team Dietrich. So we had my blood test recently again. So 3 months later, 3 months after not drinking any Coca-Cola and drinking, you know, a lot of apple cider vinegar, because I would put in a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar with every beer that I drank. So that basically, you know, combined with a few other things like you know, ginseng root, you know, even cinnamon cookies from V. These are all things that are organically kind of bring blood sugar down. Anyhow, after 3 months of this intensive, you know, detoxing from certainly the Coca-Cola at the very least, my blood sugar did indeed go down by 1 point. By 1 point. 1 point. It really is those little sugar plum fairies. Their fucking blood.
Yeah.
They are gorging on those sweets at that age, and oh my fucking God, there's a reason their blood is so sweet. However, when I spoke to my nurse and said, look, when I was young, growing up in poverty, this sort of thing, you know, diabetes is to me like a death sentence. I mean, I've seen people lose their limbs and then ultimately their lives. And she's arguing that that's not my type of diabetes. She says, look, what you have is nowhere near what you witnessed, that these are people with orders of magnitude worth of problems whose behavior is extremely different. And look, I understand that, but I still, you know, Jesus, I'm thinking, aside from that, it's got to be the fact that I don't exercise. It's got to be that. So, you know, it's my super sedentary lifestyle combined with, you know, those little twinks and all those sweets. But, you know, that's what's...
There's a lot of sugar and alcohol.
Good point. Your point's well taken, but I'm not drinking, comparatively speaking, because I do drink blood. I'm not spending all my time drinking alcohol. So it's not like even though, like I've said, beer is like liquid bread to me, I really
it doesn't compare to like the Coke.
Thank you. It doesn't. Yeah,
that's like 60 per can or something.
Thank you.
But it's still a factor, but it's not like
Yeah, it should have,
usually that starts happening is if your like liver starts going. Like if you're drinking hard alcohol, I don't think you do that.
No, it's right. It's not what I'm doing, and
because that's how the liver like compensates for the damage. It just converts it to glucose and shit.
Thank you. Not to mention also for those of you who don't get it, and I know this is hard to believe, but honestly, I started drugs and alcohol very late in life. Honestly, I was like super straight through the majority of my life and just realized it didn't fucking pay. So it's like literally, I didn't start like drinking and all the rest of that good shit until I was like, fuck, what age was I? I think it was like, it's pretty much around the time my parents were going out. So I'd say it was pretty much after my parents' death that I really started like just relaxing with the recreational narcotics, honestly. So I was a good boy until they died in a very real sense. So I had indulged in certain things, of course, like overseas, but it wasn't that I didn't become recreationally consistent until like after their death. Okay, so all that being said, there you go with that.
Cot isn't like any kind of drug, really.
Yeah, thank you. Well,
that's herbal. It's like kava or something.
Thank you. I mean, it's still potent shit. I mean, everybody. Well, everybody in East Africa, however, is on that shit. It's just basically it's universal, and they behave like they're addicted. They behave like addicts. They really do. Did
I ever tell you the story about my grandfather?
Tell us.
When he was in that area,
tell us.
He was out there studying some shit, like in somewhere in Africa or maybe in Egypt, like southern Egypt, Sudan or something. And his group was like ran off the road by these cars that were going like, this is like in the 60s or something. These cars were going like over 100 miles an hour, like 200, just driving through the desert, full speed, almost ran them off the road. And my grandpa was like, "What the fuck was that?" And they said, "Oh, those are the cot runners because they cut it fresh and then they drive it to the like Mogadishu and shit."
Yes.
So that they could sell it in time before, because if it's like most potent when it's fresh.
Yeah.
So they send it straight to the market there, and the only way to get it there on time is to drive like full speed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
you never told me that.
Yeah. I never told you that?
No, you never told me that. That's incredible. I believe you. Of course. It's just you never shared that. That's incredible. By the way, Heather's so cute. Heather says, "Why not use a helicopter?" That's so cute. That's so cute.
They should get a helicopter if they're still doing it.
Yes, of course, Heather. Heather, you're adorable. Heather, you do realize, of course, that these are criminals who are trying to cut costs in every possible way, and that they're not like a journalism company that is a big news company. Like back in the days, journalism companies would like purchase their own private planes.
This is like colonial era shit. When if the French or the Brits caught you, they would like take all your money and everything. They had to do it like quick,
Yeah.
Well, I've had the opportunity to try that cot.
You have or have not?
No.
Oh, you say that like you have regrets.
Yeah, no, I'd like to try everything just once.
That's so cute. That's so cute.
I agree.
Is that a hint? Yeah, everybody always asks me for it. No, you aren't getting mine. I'm sorry. You aren't getting mine. Yeah, you aren't getting mine. I'm sorry. It's just too much trouble to get it to me. What little I get. But yeah, such having been said, the what else does that bring to mind? It brings to mind a number of other things. But you ladies were so impressive. I want you both to know that you are so intelligent, and you both come up with information that blows my mind. When both of you were talking about this community that Heather's moving into, one of the things I have to ask Heather, now that you bring up this aspect of the community, you bring up the fact that this is essentially a adult living community, meaning that there's no children. This is essentially a retirement community. But you mentioned that it has, and I believe you, of course, that it has all of these services. Who staffs those services? They've got to be teens. Is it teens, or is it just other old people? And this is how?
Yeah, like at the restaurants or IHOP or wherever the restaurants that are around, they're usually people from neighboring towns, that are younger, and then like the rec centers and a lot of the community-based things like the golf course and stuff that usually has the people that are of the community working in them because they're so active in the community.
Okay. Wow. Oh, okay. So
I think I know I could be wrong. All the churches, all the people from the community, they do a lot of stuff in churches.
interesting. So you mean that these
they probably got a contract for the golf courses, I would think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think. That's a tall order for.
I don't even know if they have caddies anymore. I think they just have golf carts.
Well, there's a lot of young people. There's like Arizona State is close by. So.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's plenty of workers, right? That's my assumption.
Is that Heather?
Definitely.
Heather?
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't been there yet. I'm so eager to move. It's like agony.
Right. Yeah. And
why don't you just hire some movers?
Yeah, we're gonna do that once we get everything packed.
Okay.
We have a lot of junk. We have a lot of stupid stuff. It's the one thing about having everything is that so much stuff.
Yeah, to move, right. No, that's incredible, though, that, but when both of you ladies started talking about this, and again, I think that there's still further territory to be explored with the individual who developed this community architecturally. I mean, both of you knew so much about this individual, and then both of you, for a while, were talking recently about geological strata. I mean, oh my fucking God, not even locally, but like other parts of the United States, the geological strata. Where did the two of you, it's like both of you are on a similar wavelength, but I don't understand what that wavelength is.
Yeah.
Hey, we're still finding out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still finding out.
Yeah.
You know, I saw something that was peculiar, and I can't really figure it out, and it may be really just stupid or obvious, but like I was telling you, the people at the cemetery in the middle of the town, they were all born before 1900, mostly born 1900, 1906, you know, around there and before, and a lot of like a great majority like of the plaques with the inscriptions, it has their birthday and then it has no expiration. And so I'm thinking those people signed up at some point. They signed up for their pre-need or pre-funeral and stuff like that services.
They got the plot and the tombstone carved except for the last date. Yeah.
Right. And so, but whatever happened, I mean, they're obviously not still alive because that would be like 150 years ago or 130 years ago.
Yeah. I don't know. That's weird.
And so, I mean, that either the whole industry is a sham or they're vampires.
That's
Douglas might have a hook
question.
on that.
Hey, does Del Webb have any kind of historical society or museum going there?
There is a Del Webb museum, actually.
You might check that in there. Ask around. What's up with that?
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Something I think is funny is that my high school graduation was out there, and nobody else that I know has had their high school graduation in Sun City.
Wow.
Yeah, perhaps they ran out of money and got kicked out. Or went to jail or something and never came back.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Ran off. Yeah, and never got in their plot.
Well, and a lot of them too are like spouses. Like it'll show that one spouse actually was interred, but the other spouse never was. So they never got to be laid at rest together, which is what they had planned, and it's just really sad.
Well, we assume that
makes sense.
We assume that's sad.
That makes sense.
Well, how does it make sense, Holly?
Because it would explain why, if they're two together, that person one way or another moved on, that lived and didn't want to be buried next to their partner.
Their former partner, you mean?
Yeah, or ended up in some pauper's grave.
That's a good. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. They either moved on or died and got tossed in a ditch.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't even consider
Died
that.
of thirst and got lost in the desert. Who knows? Never found. I once saw a grave in a very old cemetery in Breckenridge, Colorado, way up in the mountains, right? And that was all big mining country and robber baron days, and guys made fortunes. And so some of these tombstones were like, wow, you know, really ornate and fantastic, precious stone and huge. There was this one, and it was all decked out, all the way through, all the info on this big wig, the whole date of his birth, and then the date of his death, the first two numbers, because it was definitely going to be 1900s. Mm-hmm. And the last number, the decade and the year, scratched in with a nail. And that gives me chills because, man, those great fortunes were many times lost in a generation.
Wow.
Or stolen.
Or stolen. Oh. Or who knows what, but with a nail on this magnificent edifice. It haunts me to this day.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? I was going to ask Brendan. Brendan was saying something that when you guys were at Presidio, that there was some gated off entrance to like underground or something in the cemetery. I was just wondering what that place was all about, or if it was like an underground crypt or something.
Brendan?
Maybe it was just part of the
tunnel. Was the library. That was yeah, that was the library.
That was the library.
Has an underground. Yes. And I saw it.
Yes. Yeah, so
Doug said that's where they kept like maybe the stuff for the computers, presumably, yes. But
yes,
it doesn't look like a crawl space.
Thank you.
It's still in use.
I wouldn't say it's still. It's
okay.
It doesn't look like it's necessarily used often, but it's still usable. Would be the way I would say it. It's still usable. Yeah, and
well, what I told Doug, right? When I told you, I said we were told that the tunnels from Marin, the Nike missile tunnels connect directly to the Presidio.
Yes.
So that what they did is they closed those off. Yeah. So they just put metal grates on the ones in the Presidio because there's no point. If it doesn't connect, there's no point in like people dying down there like spelunking and shit.
Yes.
So
yeah, because it would have to go under the mouth of underwater. Along
it's almost unbelievable, but apparently it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jersey has crazy tunnel systems too from the 1700s. So.
Yes. Yes.
And look at places like Seattle with the whole underground town down there still.
Yes. Yes.
Left as it pretty much was, I understand. Gas lamps and cars and storefronts.
Now
they filmed a couple movies in there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I understand it's pretty vast.
Yeah.
And not all of it has been opened.
That's quite right. Yeah. What were you going to say about that, Brendan? Did that bring up any thoughts with you? I thought that was your voice that kind of broke it.
I was headed.
Okay. Yeah.
I said banquets.
Oh, banquets. Okay. Now, why did you say that?
Where they eat people? Or what?
They had, I think it was in Georgia. I'm not sure which one, and I don't want to say exactly, but I'll find out and for sure. But there was a banquet when they had the tunnel system, when they opened it. In one of the states, they had a banquet.
Okay.
In the tunnel, in the sewage or tunnel system or whatever down there.
Well, in the Holland Tunnel and Lincoln Tunnel in New York, that was a mighty awful job. But hell, it wasn't over the ocean, under the ocean. God. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it's under the bay in terms of connecting the, the Greater Bay Area tunnels. They'd be under the bay, but not under the ocean. But it's still
yeah, okay, but it's a pretty long way.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but then they got Bart. They got Bart down there doing that. So, it's not.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's not something that we haven't seen an example of in the civilian world, and but definitely I see we're going through this incredible trip down memory lane. It makes me remember a lot of the blueprints that I saw and then was ordered to destroy. This was again when they were proceeding. I think when I started hemorrhaging all of the information that I was leaking but it was more of a flood. It was a nightmare in which I think many people were beginning to grasp the fact that the Presidio was going to have to be closed down, and they didn't want any evidence to expose their crimes, and so they began burning all of these blueprints. But definitely, every time that I take someone to see the library and point out that all of this was real, and this is where this happened, this is where that happened, there was tunnels underneath the library itself by which I would access the incinerator if I had to from underground, if, say, for instance, I wasn't going from above ground by the entrance that I showed Brendan. It's each time I take people on this tour, it gets less and less traumatic, but it's still traumatic enough. But all such being said, it's interesting that with Samuel Romero and Brendan Zogit, we had a very constructive tour, but with Peter Moon, it was like, what a waste of time with that idiot, Vinnie Barbaric. Yeah. To show him all that and then have him refuse to write about it. And then, he did write, then he refused to publish it. Yeah.
Well, I originally wasn't even going to go. I remember at the beginning, I said, I don't even want to go to the Presidio. And then I took a wrong turn. Yeah. And we were there. And it was just like, it just organically happened. I didn't want to go, really.
Yeah. But it worked out. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did, though. I am glad that you did. It's so important for me to show.
Oh yeah, no, I thought it was cool. It fit the day. It fit the.
It did. The weather and everything else. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Here we are. So Heather has brought up some details here. Heather, why don't you read these to us? Read these texts to us.
Oh, I'll try. I can't really see that well, but I will definitely try.
Okay.
I was copying and pasting it from the YouTube video where I found out about it. In 1903, the strange event occurred in a large underground tunnel in Waterloo, Iowa. A bunch of elites were celebrating the construction of their new sewer system meant to solve the city's flooding problems. Around 450 guests enjoyed a fine dinner at this unusual banquet, which I think they were trafficking people, and that's how they would do the auction at that. But I don't have proof or anything to support my theory.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your being honest about that to yourself as well as to all of us. But when it comes to I can understand why you would suspect such a thing, because it's such an unusual thing to do. You would wonder why people would do that. But what's your own instinct?
Well, plus they were the elites, so you got to figure there's something shady probably.
Well, maybe. It's obviously we can't always assume, but
can't stereotype.
Well, maybe we can, in some cases at least. I mean, but in terms of, so is this the video? Thank you, honey, for that.
That's the video. Okay. I'm not going to put it in our chat on the YouTube because I don't want people to click
Understood.
on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, now I'm impressed. Okay, that is weird.
Spooky.
Yeah. Oh, your response, Aristides? Aristides, what's your response to this? What's your intuitive feel about this?
I'm sorry. I was a little distracted. Catch me up a little bit.
Sure.
Speeches.
Yeah, sure. All of you, Holly, Heather, Brendan,
Okay, Aristides, in 1903, the bunch of rich people had a banquet in the sewer system underground in a tunnel. So do you think there's anything nefarious, or do you think that it was just for I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that specific occurrence, but I'm sure there's a lot of these still existing areas down there.
Was there bootlegging in 1903?
No, it's
Well,
pre-prohibition.
Prohibition exactly.
Oh, well, prohibition was the 1920s.
1920.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but don't forget, we had prohibition before the age of the Civil War, thanks to the suffragettes. But it was state by state, so that would depend on whether that was a dry state or a wet state that you would have had bootleggers. That's the historical parallel that I use to draw between our present situation of abortion, because even though the Republicans want to make abortion illegal nationwide, right now it's state by state, and we are in the position of the days of the suffragettes, where some states are dry, some states are wet, except in this case, some states are having safe abortions and others are preventing them. So in such a situation, that is a scenario that is a precursor towards civil war. Now, this is a fascinating photograph from John Doe, even dizzying. This is like something out of the 70s, the kind of tunnels you would see in the 70s that they're almost painting them for a distortion effect. Mm-hmm.
The call had just completely dropped.
Okay, honey.
And you had just made that we were getting into the point in terms of abortion.
Yeah.
And there was something I wanted to rejoin you to that, but you didn't even get to finish your point.
Well, I mean, consider the point finished. I mean, basically...
No, I missed it because the call dropped. I don't know why.
Oh, sure. Well, basically, we're in a situation that is... the original prohibition was not national. The original prohibition was...
Oh, yeah. No, that was it. That was it. It was about... That was the cheap toss-off to make abortion a states' rights issue.
Yeah, but also remember that before the American Civil War between the states for rights, states had far more competence and accessibility to govern than the national government did. Right. The national government did not have that reach. We didn't have the communications and technology for the national government to impose itself in our daily lives. It had to be left to the states. But as such, it resulted in wet states and dry states. But if that situation had continued forward, you would have saw that advance to a almost, if not civil war kind of affair. It would have been a kind of balkanization effect. In other words, you'd have wet states and dry states, and that means you'd have bootleggers that were catering to the dry states, smuggling into them, and as a result, smuggling out of them as well other forms of contraband in return. And that would have created a very bizarre, balkanized America. What we have instead now is abortion, which the Republicans seek to make national, but is at present state by state. And half the states in union are anti-abortion and half the states in union are offering safe abortion. This will result, of course, in a balkanized America where women who seek to live a higher quality of life or have any opportunities would move to the blue states that are pro-abortion and leave the red states with a disproportionate male population. This will result in, of course, various drives towards conflict, and it's just it's a social precursor to the anarchy that that is going to be unleashed. But go on, Heather. So, I mean, Holly, what's your...
Well, let me just interject. Yeah,
sure.
These days, I don't trust anything to the state.
You mean state or federal government or either one?
I think some things shouldn't be a question, shouldn't be up to, I don't think everything should be a state question. That there should, if we're supposed to be a country, there should be some things should be federal decisions, like abortion.
Yeah. What? I mean, well, yeah, but you don't want. I mean, but what is your stance on
these
abortion?
These states are crazy out there. They're crazy. They'll vote any damn fool, environmental boondoggle or
Right.
You know,
Oh, by the way, I'm not
that.
arguing. Yeah, I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah.
I'm just, so what you're saying, your stance is that when it comes to a state, when you say I wouldn't trust the state, what I needed clarification on is you meant state as in state level, not the state as in the national state. Right. Yes.
Exactly.
And
that's
so
right. That's right.
so
Some decisions should be federal if
Yes.
we're going to be a country and not warring city-states.
right. That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
I understand
But
what you're saying.
is the breakup of America inevitable?
Well, I think now it is. Yeah. It is now. Yeah.
I hear you.
And but you know, such being said, Holly, I appreciate your input on that. What may I ask? What is your own stance on abortion? Unless you feel too uncomfortable to.
No, that came up already. The audience has heard it. I consider it a necessary evil
Okay.
in a capitalist corporate welfare state.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
That's,
I mean,
that's
you-
all I can say.
Yeah.
A necessary evil.
Yes. There we are. And
Yeah. And I certainly wouldn't get up in anybody else's business about it.
Mhm.
And so,
Yeah, that's what I didn't get at first, but Doug explained it. It's like they don't care about the abortion necessarily. It's just an excuse to, you know,
yeah.
do all the
Yeah.
fucked up shit.
Yes.
I mean, that was the thing in the old days. Christians, you know, right-wingers have their babies, and so did the hippie girls.
Because it's like I was saying, like there's documented evidence of it being done for thousands of years. It's like you can't stop people from doing it.
Yes.
Like even if you have some kind of, you know, laws or whatever. So there's got to be another reason for it. And then obviously those companies that were making money off of it are like obviously corrupt and evil and all that, but there's nothing you can do about that either. Really. People still have to go
off
to them.
Off of what?
Like those corrupt, like the leaders of that one company. What is that thing? Planned Parenthood. Those
Yes.
people were like selling baby parts and shit. But that's
that
just
had suspicion. Yeah, that had some questionable foundation
Yeah.
or shit going.
But that's a regulation thing.
But
That's like
I think there was a lot of committed people. I don't think a Planned Parenthood was baby.
well, definitively the CEO was like scheming at
Wow.
some point. One of them were.
Okay.
But it's like any
How long
corporation,
ago?
like there's no guardrails for, especially here. They
Yes.
just do whatever the fuck they
Especially
want.
here.
Yes.
Unless weren't they a not-for-profit NGO kind of outfit though? Because boy, they're on. I
Alleged.
think they made
You know, they always
deal
say
like
that shit.
that.
Everyone says that shit. Just like those mega churches, like, oh, we're
I'm talking about public health facilities. And,
they claim that they're non-for-profit, but the lady had a 5-figure. The CEO I should say, had a 5-figure fucking salary. So I don't know how much where that's coming from. It's profit as fuck.
right.
It was like, have you seen that episode of King of the Hill when he joins a co-op and like they can't close the cash register because it's like full of money, and he's like, what are we gonna do? We made profit. We're a non-profit company. And then Hank Hill's just there for the meat. He's like, we can just reinvest it, guys. You know? He's like, you don't have to profit off of your, you don't have to, what did he say? You don't have to make your life better from your profit. You know, we can just reinvest it into the business.
Yeah.
But they were all hippies, so they were like, we made profit. What are we going to do? We're going to turn evil.
I used to be able to do him perfectly, and now I realize I
It's been too long. It's been too long.
It's been too long.
Yes.
I could nail him. You'd think it was him on the phone, I swear.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
I
Mike
had to
Judge
come
is
up
pretty
for
funny.
air there. It was, yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that was quite a whirlaround.
Okay.
Prohibition and abortion and states and federal powers.
Yes. Yes. By the way, what's this from T Tank Barry? John Doe says, they made us take this photo during COVID-19. Let me take a look at this. Oh my God, that's so funny. That's so cute. it's lousy quality photo. Who the fuck took this? I mean, technically, you know, it's
that's the utilities department.
Yeah, it's all.
They've got probably a digital camera from like the early 2000s.
It's blurred as fucking hell. I mean, there's not even enough pixelation here to. You have to be told these are people. They look like minions from the fucking Despicable Me series franchise or something like that. It's just, you know, it is what it is, I guess. So did this? I take it that this did not improve any sense of solidarity among your coworkers, T-Tank. It's just so bizarre. And the other one looks like it was taken from a drone. Was it a drone that took this one? Because this one's at an impossible angle in terms of height, you know. But yeah. At any rate, T-Tank knows, and he's not talking. If he wants to come on and say something, he's more than welcome to, of course, but oftentimes he doesn't feel like it. He likes to be in the background. But such being said, now he's hitting us with the link for wastewater treatment, Silicon Valley. There we are. That's
got any job openings?
Yeah, you guys job openings. Yeah,
I'm being facetious, but
it might not be the worst gig in the world.
It's not.
Well,
it's
none
great.
of these are. It's just the getting in there. It's like it's like pulling teeth with these people. I've been dealing with California HR for months now, and they're just like, they suck. Sorry to say.
Yeah.
And they need good people too, so that's a goddamn shame.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're claiming, but it's almost like you have to be like on the spectrum or something. They won't even look at it.
Oh, so sad and so predictable. Let's see. Mr. Nobody says, "Are any questions welcome?" You can ask. I can't promise.
Any? No.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to answer. Yeah, but you're welcome. Always welcome to ask. Yeah, some of the questions we get don't necessarily make any sense. They aren't always coherent questions, so that doesn't mean we can answer them. But yeah, we welcome them. They'll be interesting to see what he comes up with. It'd be fun if he said something like, "Who are you people?" Yes. What the fuck is this?
Then you stomp him like a bug.
Yeah, don't let that intimidate you, Mr. Nobody. Yeah, Holly's just kidding. Yeah, she's
Douglas is friendly.
Yeah, she's angry because she's
tolerant.
Yeah. Holly's just angry because she's near the California's new 3 Mile meltdown.
Yeah, I'm pissed off.
Oh, and so what about Brendan? Was there any upsurge in occult assault recently? Just out of curiosity. Like I said, I saw a lot of your sigils. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at all your messages at all, but
read the messages and it'll explain everything.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I get it. Yes, there's sometimes what I call a little bit of a relapse there. Right. There's a little bit of a relapse that happens to many people. Yes. Yeah,
but for myself, I've drawn the circle of protection and I'm, able to fend off things. Mm-hmm. And as usual, but it's getting better every day, let's just say.
Excellent.
And Pete's fading fast. So.
He is. Is that just intuition, or you're getting visions, kind of like?
I think he's just older.
It's true. Not only that, but he spent himself.
But it's like they focused all their attack on the house that I didn't even own, so it's like jokes on them.
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point. They sank. The Edomites sank all their energy into that. It's kind of like. There you go. They blew their wad. So excellent. So Mr. Nobody asks. I'm sorry. Before I go on with that.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
No, continue, Brendan. Yeah.
Oh, that was it. That was just
okay.
I just said they wasted their fucking time.
Thank you. Thank you. But
living in a storage unit is like I'm on the level of T-Tank. It's like you can't really find me. It's just
true. Yeah. It's funny because even if you did, it's just like pointless. It's just thank you. Yeah, with
Because
T-Tank.
Pete was asking me, "Oh, where do you live?" and shit.
When
he found out where I lived, that's when all those people kept fucking haranguing me.
No, it's true. No,
and then
awful.
when I called the sheriff's department or the city's police,
yeah,
the PD, they told me your house is flagged, and I said, well, we just bought it, so I don't know how it can be flagged, and they said, well, it's flagged from up top, and so that was the fucking Edomic fucking
there you
shit.
go,
yeah.
There you go. That's so true. Holly,
and they were doing that shit they did on your street where they would just open a 6-foot crevice and say they were fixing the sidewalk.
Thank you.
And I had to like walk to work twice. You remember that shit?
Yes, they boxed you in, literally cemented you in, cemented you in. So
and then said, well, we didn't think anyone was home, and I'm like, you didn't see the fucking car or like the lights on or me coming outside, you didn't see that. And they're like, well, it's not our problem. Basically just fucking we're doing what we're told kind of shit.
Yeah, bullshit. Yeah. And it's so, Holly, how much of Brendan's situation are you aware of? Because I know you were missing a lot for a while. So do you remember any of this, or what's the basics as you understand about?
I did miss a bunch in the fall.
Okay.
So I know that it's been a struggle.
Well, I mean, maybe, Brendan, what you can tell her is just a brief articulation before I turn to the question that's asked in the chat by Mr. Nobody, which is actually directed...
I probably know enough. Let's hear this.
Yeah, I'd rather not go there.
Okay.
I don't blame
revive.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. But just basically, so our listeners know, who we have many new listeners, I do want people to understand that Vinnie Barbaric, under his criminal alias of Peter Moon, was very insistent at a time when we really just took him for just being an eccentric old man who is trying to get the book done. And we were indulging him and kind to him. We paid him the deepest respect. We just allowed him to drone on for hours and always treated him with, the silence that he demanded, even though he made nothing but noise all the while that I was trying to speak. He's just a disgusting human being, but because he presented himself as essentially innocuously eccentric, we would give him leeway and just cater to his whims to a great degree that we should not have. And one of those was he was asking about private things all the time, about like, where do you live? And he would just say it, and you would assume, because of our knowledge of the limitations of what we thought were his activities. In other words, we didn't really think of him as someone involved with these various cults he was involved with. We didn't think of him as someone, even though he spent all his life investigating them. It's amazing when you don't think about these things, but that's always the cover for somebody who's a cultist, is that they claim they're writing about it or they're investigating it. And if they get that far and they live, having investigated dangerous cults or organizations or government secret projects, and they're still alive and they haven't been put in jail like other people who he pointed out, oh, this guy was investigating this and he wound up in jail the rest of his life, locked up in an insane asylum. And, well, how come that didn't happen to Vinnie Barbaric? Well, because he's one of them. And that's basically, if you're, you could say that it's all my fault for not writing the book myself. But again, this is coming from most people who would never write a book in their lives. And it's just one of the most painful things in the world to do. And one of the things that really caused Peter to snap was when I started writing. And when I started writing a lot, then he really became more and more hostile. And so you noticed that, Brendan and Aristides, both of you.
Oh, yeah, it was clear.
Yeah, he became really hostile the more that I was writing. Yeah.
He straight up told you shit. Like, he basically said you're writing the shit on air. He was like, no one wants to read that.
Yeah,
You were writing about basically how to cast like protection spells and shit. He's like, no one wants to read that. No one wants to know how to banish these entities. It was just like, I'm not putting that shit in the book. Like, he was getting pissed.
Yeah, he did. He was. Yeah. And he did say that. He did say that. No one wants to know how to banish these entities. Yeah. He held that concept in utter contempt. The very idea was anathema to him, which was so profoundly puzzling to me. I can't imagine anyone like unleashing.
And it got to the point It got to the point where I reviewed it thinking you were like spilling some cosmic secrets, and I was like, you didn't even reveal anything. It was just like basics.
Thank you.
This was like basics that just were in context of what you were talking about, and he was pissed for no reason. Like, it just made no sense.
Thank you. And and thank you, Aristides, as well, for your input on that, and thank you, Brendan, for helping to express that.
And I don't mean that it was like meaningless. I mean it was basic in the sense that anyone who's dabbled in the occult knows how to draw a circle and then banish and summon and all that. Like it's, this is like, what did we call it? It was like Golden Dawn level shit that he was like salty about. It was like crazy.
Yes. Yeah, and it went to it's this kind of greed that he had to monopolize knowledge, any kind of knowledge. He wanted to monopolize it, and he did not want it going public, and he felt that I was sharing.
And the
secrets.
Backwards part was that it was he was like, I want it to look like a grimoire, but then he kept denying you putting anything mystical in it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, part of the insanity of the paradox of his mania is schizophrenic mania, and what it came down to was ultimately. When we're talking about this at the time in that context, he was asking questions, and one of the questions that he was continually asking Brendan was, "Where do you live?" And when he finally wheedled that out of Brendan, then strange things began happening. Basically, like weird Manson family groupie chicks. It would be like girls from the Manson family 60 years after they'd been released from jail. After they served their time.
Ladies.
Manson family girls that had served their time and then had been released in the age of, 70s, 80s, were coming around. And these Manson family chicks are like this. They're in good shape in their 60s and 70s because they've, been, and they've been taken good care of in jail, I guess. And then they get released, and they were all showing up at Brendan's house, while it was being built. Yeah.
Multiple places.
Yeah, in the neighborhood, while his house is under construction, going inside.
So imagine like private property with private. What are they called? Like construction people. Forgot what they're called. What would you call them?
Oh, contractors.
Contractors, yeah. Private contractors. And then strangers are walking in, talking to them like they own the place.
Yes.
Like I've never seen that happen ever anyway.
Yeah. It was just unacceptable behavior. Just unacceptable behavior.
Well, and it's a whole lot of gang stalking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And then things began to go sour to the point where even the fake wife, the civic union partner of his crazy uncle, even acknowledged the place was cursed, and they both began his crazy uncle and the civic union partner. They both began to behave increasingly insanely, in increasingly bizarre fashions, like allowing the dogs to shit everywhere in the house without cleaning up any of it, and insisting that it's okay that the dog shit everywhere in the house.
Yeah, and then when I would say, I was like, this is bullshit. You just this is all brand new tile, brand new work, tens of thousands of dollars, and you let the dogs piss on it. And he would say, literally, in all seriousness, not joking, he would say, I want it like that because it's my house and it's whatever I want, and I want it dirty, I want it filthy, and all that. And it was just like literally Cthulhu madness, like something out of Lovecraft.
I'll tell you this: it makes you wonder how many of the uber wealthy mansions are kind of like that.
Oh, I would say, well, the ones that can afford cleaners, it would be basically, it would be just where they are living, like in their room where they keep all those little weird Pomeranian dogs.
Oh.
Yes. Thank you.
But the rest of the house would be like tailored to like look normal by these cleaners, by the Mexicans they want to get rid of. Whatever.
Yeah. Unless they're too paranoid to have cleaners.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it gets bad. I just don't know.
Actually, especially in the wealthy neighborhoods where
they're house poor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Reason.
Continue. Yeah.
There is house poor.
Yeah. Yeah.
A couple generations down up in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so John Doe is going to explain some footage he sent us of a house. So let's turn towards that question asked by Mr. Nobody in the chat, which is, if you ask me, honestly directed towards Holly. He's saying, speaking of sewer action colonics. So here we are. So in live stream, by the way, Maureen Dragian O'Brien is joining us. Hey, shout out to you. Hello, Maureen Dragian O'Brien. It's always good to see you. And for those of you who don't know, there's a lot of history between me and this young girl in the text box. So it is what it is. All right. So Mr. Nobody says, Douglas, could you speak about what you believe is behind the strange and inexplicable, he says unexplainable, disappearances in and around national parks? That's actually Holly Koditis Kiefer territory. She is the expertess. So we turn that over to Holly. Take it away. And I know you could go on about it for hours, but before you do, by the way, before you do, Maureen O'Brien says, kettling, order followers, the worst. Bringing the juju to the fior. Peter, the Scientology man. Moling. Peter isn't his real name. Laugh out loud. You had better stories, and they were real, and he was chilling with the colonel on his Apollo. That's right. She's talking about his chilling with Mr. L. Ron Hubbard on the Apollo, the flagship of the Scientology fleet. And she says, asbestos sinker boat. I think he wanted to be Hell Ron Hubbard's or Jack Parsons. That's right. He did want to be like them. Maureen is quite astute about this. She says the rich people and the royals would have these poor parties. Remember hearing about them having slums in their backyard? This is quite correct. In the days before the French Revolution, then you had royals who were emulating poverty. It was the one thing they couldn't have in life, so they would have rustic parties where they would pretend that they were all farm boys and farm girls. Amor Fadi says hello and good night, Douglas, and wonderful team Dietrich. I know people who go crazy in their mansions and let the dogs, cats, and zoos of animals shit and piss and destroy everything. Cthulhuid. Yes, indeed. And so let me welcome these people, but take it from here, dear Holly, on the, I can give you horror stories. It's right. Some of the wealthy, they turn their homes into zoos. Well, they're not really zoos. They're usually monospecies, like dogs or cats, but they either, what's that, honey?
Hoarding.
Hoarding. Yes. Cat hoarding. Yeah. Animal hoarders. Animal hoarders.
Dogs
yes.
Too. Ooh.
Yeah. Dogs or cats. Indeed. Welcome to both these wonderful people, Amor Fadi, Maureen O'Brien in the chat, and thank you, dear Maureen, and thank you, Amor. So back to Holly. So take it from here. Now you read the books, the majority of the books, and tell us about the collection of books.
Early on, yes.
Yes.
I've really only got two things to say on this subject.
Mm-hmm.
David Paulides, I will say, with his work, really struck a nerve.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A societal nerve.
Okay.
And the second thing is, the reason that I paid any attention to him
mm-hmm.
was because he was very adamant about taking no opinion.
Right.
He only presented, and there was like 100 questions and a computer. And
but by the way, I'm going to let Holly take over the narrative. I'm going to be gone for about 10 minutes, maybe about. So I'll be right back, but I'm going mute. And you've got this, Holly. I know you've got it. And other people participate with it.
Well, I ain't going to talk about Paulides for 10 minutes. We'll have to figure it out, y'all.
Oh, you'll do fine. Honey, the 10 minutes will pass like 10 seconds when you're talking.
Okay,
Trust me.
right.
I'll be right back. You've got this. And everybody join her and help her with it. Okay, continue.
Yes,
yeah.
Please. Okay, so that's my two big things about him. It struck a nerve. Society almost launched a small genre of its own. True scary stories in the woods. It's a thing. True. Emphasis on. But that I always respected him about the fact that he did not try and put some theory on it. Aliens, Bigfoot, blah, 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 blah. Now, he did have a sideline in looking into the Bigfoot situation, which is, highly questionable, but I'm pretty sure there's out there. But what he did do was talk to 100 Indian tribes, find out what they thought. And he did, it's probably a couple of books and videos about what they said. And that seemed like an interesting approach to the topic. So I can't, it is strange. There's a lot of strange around the world. And he did seem to be extremely diligent about weeding out any possible explanation, like this 100 question questionnaire that thousands of cases were run through, and 1,000 spit out. And so that's what he put in his books. So it was fascinating to me because I've always lived an outdoor life, and I always had this craze for backpacking deep into the wilderness. I can't explain it. I was born that way. Nothing like that over decades ever happened to me. And a lot of times I went alone. Because if I ever get a tattoo, it'll say, if you wait for your friends, you'll never do shit.
Yes.
But I was.
Did you ever see any cryptids or any signs of anything?
Fuck no. I saw an albino javelina once. That was exciting.
Yeah.
And I saw, but no. They were
I think if you're in the right kind of
Zion was famous for this massive white bull, longhorn, that got loose back there in the historical days. It was still roaming around. Oh God, wow. That thing was enormous. It was pissed for 90 straight seconds right into the creek.
Wow.
Yeah,
and you
that
saw
was
it? You met it?
For me. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
What parts did you go to? I'm just curious. Have you been to quite a few?
A lot in Utah, a lot in Arizona.
Wait, you saw Bigfoot taking a leak? Did I hear that right?
No, it was a bull.
Oh, what?
I gotta plug my phone into the battery.
It was an albino bull that had gotten out.
Gigantic black bull, a white bull that had gotten loose historically. I don't know how old the thing was, but it was hilarious. I saw a lot of weird shit. Not too many weird people.
Any fae?
Real serious harassment out there. I'm sorry. What was the question?
Any fae? Fairies or
that
sprites?
Happened in England.
England's a hot spot for this.
God in heaven. That joint is haunted.
Yeah.
Wow. I
to say the least.
Be alone at night outdoors here like
it's
I am
mystical.
here over there. Oh hell no. They don't have just ghosts. They have like beings and spirits walking.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I have a story I'll tell. But
that's fine.
It's funny one though. I might someday. Maybe on Halloween or something. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Golly, that place. Oh my God. So yeah, sorry, I'm plugging in my phone, so I got to put it away, the mic away from me for a second. Oh, where is it? Where? Oh, come on. I lost my train of thought there. Yeah,
we were talking about England. What part of England?
It's marvelous. I feel very much at home there for some reason. But it's what's that going?
What part of
what's the direction?
Did you go?
I got to have a little bit of time in Wales.
also.
Oh yeah, that's mystic.
And, Glastonbury. And then a little day-long run around.
You saw the tour?
I slept the night on the tour.
Oh.
And where the story happened.
Wow.
Yeah, I did.
That's something.
A quick run around and saw Stonehenge through the fence after closing time. Avebury. God.
Yeah, Avebury is beautiful.
Did you get there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Avebury is really nice.
Man. And the story was so fascinating. Nobody noticed the stones until an 19th century artist went traveling through. He said, "Oh, hey, look at this pattern." And so then,
yeah, there was a town there. It was built on it. Yeah.
Inside it was kind of a boundary thing in places and stuff, but they never saw the cohesion at all until this artist came. Freaky guy, really cool guy too. I forget his name and his backstory. You know, it was a time when there was all that mysticism happening.
Right.
1800s, late probably. And he nailed it. And so half the town set about to celebrate the rocks and had picnics and painted them, enjoyed them, and the other half set about destroying them.
Yeah, well, they tried.
They tried, and they did. Half of them are gone.
Yeah, the ones that are left are too big. I mean, they're huge.
Doused them with cold water and cracked them open, but the boundary disputes.
Yes.
So
and there's so many.
Yeah. God, it's quite a complex. And then there's Silbury right there.
Yes.
Which I did.
There's a lot right there.
By Silbury. Yeah. There sure is. Concentrated.
The white horses are there too. There's white horses on the hills.
Oh, are they? You didn't get to see those.
Yeah. Okay. There's the giant. Oh yeah, big time. Yeah. That's why I was there.
Yeah. I just dreamed to go to Cornwall. Oh God.
Cornwall?
I think I could live the rest of my life in Cornwall if I was a millionaire.
It was beautiful. Yeah, it was really zen.
All that, my God. I don't know.
Where?
For some reason, it suits me. Cornwall. Way down in the south, sticking way out in the ocean.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. God.
Super nice.
Super nice. And
yeah.
So
I went to Canterbury as well.
Oh my golly. Yeah, I did get to see Arthur's tomb and stuff in Glastonbury.
Yes.
And the stories of what happened to the churches, my God. They hung the guy on the top of Glastonbury. I swear to God, I saw him when I got up to give it there. I swear to God, I did. It was awful.
Yeah. Yeah, supposedly, Arthur was buried there, right? Yeah, that's something. I never got to Glastonbury.
In the cathedral, the temple down. What's that called? I forget. But then the chapel to Saint Bernadette and her cow remains on top of the hill, but just the tower of it, the rest they pulled down.
Yeah.
Bernadette and her cow. All oriented so the sun rises and sets at the door and blah blah blah. It's all epic. There was one other place. But oh God, to spend time in London? Hell, I'd sleep in the park like Colin Wilson, hang around that museum for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And I got no time in London.
No time?
In London. No time. Ever. That would be wonderful, but boy, that takes a lot of...
Oh yeah, it's vast. But it was nice. I liked it. Everything was smooth and civilized. Nothing really happened. That was
and it's not the London I would have seen necessarily. Dickens, no thank you, but I think, you know, the modern.
It's not really not. It used to be Dickensian. It's not any nowadays. It's just like not really like that. They modernized a lot.
No, I
in the
know. That's
60s.
what I'm saying. I want something in the middle where they still had lanes and stuff.
Yeah.
Where they pulled down the lanes. And some awful orphanage from Dickens' day they made into expensive condos. Swear to God.
Yeah.
It was in the New York Times. I couldn't believe it.
What are we talking about?
Like,
I just got back, so you can catch me up, dear people.
Modern London. I'm talking about England a bit there.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, what's the final verdict on Paulides? Does anybody else have an opinion? On the missing 411. Well, Douglas, you probably scoff.
Scoff at what?
At the guy, the missing 411 guy.
Paulides.
About what? Yeah, Paulides.
Well, what does he say that I might scoff at?
Putting it out there. I said my bit on him.
Okay.
And so
I still don't know.
Saying, anybody else with an opinion, perfect. But if not, we'll move on.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, honey.
Okay, that's cool.
Holly. Maybe look, I noticed that a lot of people out there. Maybe it's because of a lack of training in public speaking. So this is just constructive criticism for everybody involved, for everybody on Team Dietrich.
I'll take it.
So constructive criticism for everybody involved. I'll tell you something, Holly. I noticed that maybe it's because of the fact that I had the nanoplasma injections, which really helped to really sharpen up my ability to retain a lot of detail. And then I spent later on, after my parents' death, a lot of time just drugging and doping myself to try and diminish that sharpness of detail and retention of all that memory, because really having a effectively photographic memory is not it's a curse. It's not a blessing. It's a curse. And it really is something that really can wear a person down, drive them nuts, literally drive them nuts. And I feel that that's what happened to a young lady who Judith Agert and I concluded might well be my biological daughter. She lives in Canada, and we don't mention her much anymore. Of course, she got gang stalked by the Edomites, but she was also a product of MK Ultra, because she was born of that union with myself and that young lady in Letterman Army Medical Center, more than likely. It might not be, but it's we think there's a high chance that she is the product of that union. But such being said, what drove her to the point where she's living in Canadian public housing is the fact that probably because she inherited this kind of retention of detail and fast processing from that nanoplasmatic transfer of synthetic blood that I received. She inherited that through my sperm, or an element of that, or a kind of, at least a fraction of that processing capacity. It essentially drove her nuts, or to the point where she could not interface with society very well. So such having been said, just as an example of that, I noticed that when I bring up details to the people around me on Team Dietrich in the past, they will remember them. A good example was like what I brought up about Brendan Zoget and the old ladies who were all wearing mop tops or something. They were almost like in a uniform. It's basically they were all dressed kind of alike, as Brendan will attest to. And but oftentimes when people would relate these stories, they don't bring up these details at first, and then I'll bring up elements of the story, and then they'll remember them. I think the best example was Brendan Zoget when he had an accident in his car. And I said, maybe it was just the company of Vinnie Barbaric, because that would turn anybody off to speaking at all. But I said, hey, relate, what happened? He says, well, nothing to it. I just had an accident. I said, dude, the airbag blew up in your face and it basically broke your nose. And I brought up all these days. He says, oh, yeah. It's like, maybe there's just horrible details we try not to remember, but
it's called trauma.
Yeah, there we go. It's everyone. It's either trauma, but people do retain these details. They just don't seem to be able to articulate them when they try to relate their own experiences. So everybody, see if you can relate the details. What really matters oftentimes are the details of your experiences. And but such having been said, Holly, when you are telling your, say you're expressing your own, what you got out of what this individual who wrote, what was it he wrote again? That series of books was called Disappearance.
Tell your crazy story, and I remember it.
So then tell me.
At the Vegas conference.
Okay.
When they were at the Super Soldier Vegas concert, and while you were there, they were busting the ricin guy.
Yes.
And this was a rat girl thing as well.
Yes, ultimately.
And so they were supposed to invade your apartment.
Yes.
But instead, that whole ricin guy thing.
Yes.
But your freaking roommate, and this is what I say, the first thing, my 2 sentences about Paulides, he hit a nerve in society.
Okay, yeah.
Big time.
Uh-huh.
And you had to have one of them for a roommate. I've seen them in the woods.
Yes.
Like people that went wacko about it.
Right. There we are. So Paul.
And they're gonna now. The other phenomenon in California was independents that were determined to take down, murder, illegal pot growers in the woods. So that's a separate subculture. But that was a thing out here too. But Paulides started a subculture.
Yeah.
A strange one.
And this strange
So as a Fortean, I observed the shit out of that, I just think it's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's no matter what, it's like I always said about Zecharia Sitchin. He's either the world's greatest historian or the world's greatest science fiction writer.
Oh, he's just horrible.
I don't care which one.
He's horrible.
I don't care which one.
He's illegible. It's people liked him because he was illegible. They felt that.
Wars of Gods and Men was good.
Oh, if
you only read one. Read Wars of Gods and Men. It was fascinating.
Oh God.
Zahi Hadid still lives.
Who?
The king of Egyptian archaeology.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, Zahi Hawass. Zahi
Hawass. That's right.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, Zahi scam artist.
Check out Wars of Gods and Men. Just for it's fascinating reading either way. I don't care. True or false. That's a good one. It might hold your interest.
Well, I don't think so. I think I'll turn that
Not
down.
you, Douglas. Brendan. It just might. It might. 50% chance.
Who's the author?
Sitchin.
Sitchin.
Oh, I've read it. It's terrible.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you hated it.
As far as legibility.
Sorry. Can we back out of this cul-de-sac quickly?
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. I can at first I was into 13th Planet and all that and all these different. But it's
I love Wars of Gods and Men. It was great.
But it's been proven that he wasn't whatever he was translating wasn't that thing.
Yes, thank you.
The Brits set him up essentially.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He worked for the government. Yeah.
That's ugly.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like you said. It's cool science
fiction. The only one I gave any credence to whatsoever.
Right
up there. So you gotta give me that much, please.
Oh my
God. Give me that much.
Well, I get some things right, but it's it gets Doctor Who-ified.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, but when I believe it or not, and you have to give me the name of the author of Disappearance 4. What's the name of his books again? Disappearance 411.
Missing 411.
Missing 411, right? Missing 411.
We'll pull him. Yeah.
Right. I believe he pronounced it 411 when he was on air. Just for what it's worth. Just for what it's worth. So just out of respect for that.
A million YouTubes.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's completely crazy or not. He does look at stuff like Skinwalker Ranch.
Well, Paul Edes is his name, correct?
Paul,
okay.
Like Paul.
Yeah.
IDES.
Yeah, Paul Edes. And I spoke to him once, right?
Oh, I knew, but I think I forgot. Tell that story.
Yeah, I called him up and said, "Do you want to come on my show?" At the time, I was working with Revolution Radio.
Good for you. Good for you.
And he said, "Buy my books, and I'll come on your show."
Yeah.
And I said, "Dude,
Fuck
Your
you.
books are hundreds of dollars. This is not just like asking somebody, hey, go get a paperback from out of Borders Books, or what they had that was open back in the day.
That was the thing of it. They were only hundreds on Amazon. You had to buy them from him.
From who? From him? They were all out of print.
And so it was stupid on Amazon.
Yeah, but
and the books I bought, which I did buy.
Where did you get them? Where did you get from him?
From his website.
Yeah, well, he wasn't selling them at that time. At that time, they were all out of print. That I spoke to.
Well, they could have been.
He wasn't selling them.
He pulled a Michael Sarion.
Yeah, something like that. Something was going down where
You try and buy one of his early books and it's like thousands of dollars, and he won't reprint them.
Yeah,
so
that's right. That's what happened. What happened.
But he'll sell you the Kindle version on Amazon. It's like, dude, I thought you were anti fucking. I thought you were anti. Now you're.
I certainly didn't pay.
Yeah, well, good for you. Good for you. But and I'm glad you didn't. But such having been said, I didn't have anything against the guy then. I don't have anything against him now. But the only thing that I had to confront him with was, I said, dude, I can't afford your fucking books. If you want me to read your books, you're going to have to send me copies. So, but I can't buy them. And
wait, you were the host?
Yeah.
And he can't forward the book for free to the host?
That's right.
To get publicity?
That's right. That
doesn't speak well at all for him.
Yeah, but I don't hold that against him. He's just let's just put it this way. Obviously, Aristides is correct. I should hold it against him in the intellectual sense that he's obviously there's something there that's wrong. There's something that's terribly dysfunctional about this individual, obviously. So this individual's not operating with a full deck. He's dysfunctional. He's a control freak. There's all kinds of things wrong with him. But look, I've dealt with people who are truly malevolent, like Vinnie Barbary. Compared to that,
I was gonna say it makes Peter Moon seem like a saint.
No, not really. Peter Moon makes him look like a saint, but
or that's what I meant, vice versa.
Yeah. But So, but this guy, the point was, I couldn't get any even ground with him in terms of getting him on the show because he had demands, and his demands were, well, you've got to read my books, and before I come on your show, and I said, well, I can't afford your books, so either you send them to me or we can't make this happen. And so he said, well, I'm not going to send them to you. And okay, well, that ends that. That was pretty much the conversation. Right. Other than that, there was...
Sorry about that.
Oh, no. What for? I mean, you're apologizing for him?
It would have been an interesting...
Yeah. But at any rate, but I want people to know there's nothing that Paul Eades says that I disagree with, because Paul Eades effectively says nothing. He's like Charles Fort, or he's like other people who are just presenting this stuff, but he's not really threading together any narrative. And
I respect that.
To a degree, I can understand that.
I do. In this case, absolutely.
Well, let's put it this way. You've got, there's a example that would be the kind of like that, but in a sense the opposite would be that, what was his name again? I'd have to look around. Nick Redfern. Nick Redfern is this dude who publishes a book and will say, oh, this is the total answer to the UFO phenomenon, and he'll amass every single bit of evidence to prove its demonic infestation. Then he'll write another book and say it's all deformed, mentally retarded, or developmentally disabled, deformed children with extremely rare disorders that were killed by the U.S. government in pitiless experiments, mercilessly slaughtered in pitiless experiments for no goddamn good reason other than gratuitous sadism, and which makes absolutely no sense. And by the way, when he was asked about myself by Keith Call, who factors into this story, Keith Call is this Christian dude who's the only... He's like Dudley Do-Right come to life. This guy is doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, and as far as I can ascertain is probably a virgin. And he's just Mr. Purity himself. This guy is the closest thing you can come to practicing what Christ preached in, well, I think he goes beyond it, really. He's more like a monk than Christ, as we know, was hanging out with Mary Magdalene and getting some on the side. So we'll just put that to God experiencing what being a man is all about. But, Keith goes beyond that, and it's more like Friar Tuck or something. And anyhow, so Keith Gall once met Nick Redfern and asked him about Douglas Dietrich. And Nick Redfern, who's British but got U.S. citizenship by marrying an American woman, said, I won't deal with Douglas Dietrich or have anything to say about him other than I won't touch him with a 10-foot pole because of his anti-Americanism. And so when I brought up to Keith Gall, I said, this is a guy who writes about the American military sending deformed, retarded children up in rockets to die fiery deaths by the hundreds. And he says, I'm anti-American. And Keith Gall said, yes, that thought had crossed my mind while I was talking to this individual, was this tremendous gap in this. But, at any rate, Nick Redfern, every book he writes will have a different solution to the same subject. So, and this is nothing to admire. It's like, so he's got 20, 30, 40 books at this point, and every single one of them has the solution, but it's a completely different solution to basically the same problem. When it comes to Paul Eades, he is offering no solution, and in a sense, that makes him part of the problem. But such being said, I find what he's doing probably far more all right. I can live with that than I could with Nick Redfern. But such being said, Paul Eades, I got nothing against the guy, but I really have no.
I want to say something to that, though.
Sure, by all means.
Let me just say now.
Please.
One of the reasons for his reluctance to offer any kind of solution whatsoever is a sense of delicacy to the families that have suffered so terribly.
Yes, of course.
With the loss of loved ones. So I will say that on his behalf.
Right, and for people who don't know what Holly's talking about, because I do... again, this comes back to Holly's ability to cast a narrative. Holly is not necessarily explaining the context of Paul Eades, who the fuck Paul Eades is, what the fuck we're talking about. So
I probably not. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So putting it all in context.
I thought you were talking about Dune. This
yeah.
Like Paul Atreides.
Yeah, Atreides of Dune. Thank you.
Paul Eades.
Yeah,
that's his
got
last
it.
name.
That's why I was like, what the heck's going on?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Put it all in one word.
See,
Paul and I.
So always remember, Holly, when you're articulating a subject, you have to understand everybody is starting blank. Everybody's starting blank. So you've got to lay out all the dots. You cannot assume anyone knows what you're talking about. So you have to name the guilty parties. You have to put in the context of their crimes. In this case, Paul Eades is a dude who started writing a series of books called Missing 411. It's about all these people who disappear, particularly in America's national parks. And they're just disappearing. Now, he brings up...
Not only... A lot of them are like infants found on mountaintops and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, I'm just...
Documented cases.
Yes.
People that end up in weird places and they don't know how they got there.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and
there's a lot of strange kinks to it. People that are found...
Yeah.
Oh God! Fully undressed with their clothes folded up on rocks.
Yes.
I mean, it's just on and on.
Yes.
It's a lot of cases.
Yes. Holly Kiefer is the guilty party. She's responsible for it all. When I was talking to her about this, after she read the entire series of books, she's sitting on a fucking mountaintop talking to me on Revolution Radio by herself, out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, with rain falling on her face, and I'm like, what are you doing up there, Holly? And it's just, this is just what I live for. I love this shit. Just crawling up mountains and soaking in the rain like a flower. Yeah. And
I don't remember that call.
Yeah, of course you don't. You never even remembered you were on Revolution Radio.
I know. That's scary.
It should be. And whatever it is you do, I want it. I want you to learn to share. I want whatever it is you do, honey. Yes.
I did have to take measures to dampen my memory.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
It was all too painful.
Yeah, I would too if I'd been living with Michelle Carmela Saldana.
The older you get, the more you need to forget.
Yeah, yes.
All my bad decisions.
I'm standing right there in line with you. Except I don't make them so bad that I wind up on top of mountaintops, soaking up the fucking rain.
In the rain.
Talking to Doug on the cell phone. And I'm like, what are you doing out there? It's getting dark.
I was getting paid.
I would hope so. I would fucking hope so. You couldn't pay me enough to do that. But yeah. And it's like
no, getting paid to do that was my holy grail.
All right, there you go.
To get paid to do that.
But why but you didn't.
To this day.
But who would pay? Why would anyone pay you to do that? What would they get?
A lot of reasons. A lot of strange reasons.
Yeah, I know. Folding up the clothes of the people who disappeared so that when they woke up naked, your clothes would be there. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. So, at any rate, so this is basic.
And that's the thing. I found it fascinating because nobody ever fucked with me like that. And I didn't walk into no vortex or chupacabra or nothing.
This is
not even very many creepy people. Because back then,
you remember what I said to Brandon Young? Remember what I said to Brandon Young? You're not really helping your case.
Oh man, I'm digging myself deeper.
That's why it happens to other people, Holly. You're the one making it happen to them. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, it was all me. I got to call David Paulides up.
Yeah, that's
and explain myself.
Yeah, you were drinking the blue juice.
And my good reasons.
Oh my God!
I'll send him a goddamn manifesto.
But
it was all me.
It is, God knows why it happens to some people and it doesn't happen to others. But take a look at, we need to take a look at the people it happens to. Are these young breeding age people? Like the children that were being abducted were obviously abducted by what we would call Bigfoot or Sasquatch, and he articulates this to a painful level of detail where it's like basically Bigfoot sighted in the area. Then suddenly the family's child.
Well, that's new then. He wasn't doing that back in the day.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Now, there were stories of kids being taken off screaming.
Yeah.
But there was never any definitive sighting that, Bigfoot is real, even though I'm sure the guy believes that Bigfoot is real.
No, well, let's put it this way. The way he described it, there was no other conclusion to be drawn. It's basically all kinds of other campers.
There is. Remember when
you mean the UFOs? The UFOs at the top of the hills.
No.
Yeah, go on.
The human biological experimental camps.
Yes.
In the woods.
Yes.
And the feral breeding and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people that have adapted that far into it. Now, the Indians all are down with Bigfoot. Yeah. They say they're just, according to Paulides, they say they're just like people. Some are evil, some are super cool.
Yeah.
And there are variations in their coloring.
Yeah.
By age and by season.
Yeah.
And some species have a black ring around their eyes, like raccoons, but not all do. And there's the swamp ape of Florida, and
Is he providing this detail? I mean, I understand.
No. This is like total. This is a whole world of freaks.
Okay.
But this level of detail, that he got from the Hoopa tribes and many others.
Thank you.
That he collated. Because he wanted to see what they thought, and I respected that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and
good ones, evil ones, old ones, young ones.
Yeah, so
like gorillas.
So he did add that into the books he read. Obviously,
no, that's a whole separate. And back then the two weren't conflated necessarily. He was not proposing Bigfoot as the solution.
I'm not saying he's proposed it as the ultimate solution. I'm saying that he proposed it as responsible for a significant number of cases, the percentage of which is still up in the air, has never been tabulated. In other words,
well, if that was true, it was because he was publishing the descriptions of witnesses.
Yes. That was it.
Okay.
And the witnesses who had suffered, I mean, imagine losing your child. But, you know, I would never take my child out to go camping anyway, because that's something to me that it strikes me as
totally alien.
Yes, a totally alien concept. But if, you know, first off, the totally alien concept would be my having a child. But such having been said, if I had a child, I certainly would never take a child camping, because I can't even keep track of my own bearings out in the woods, let alone that of a fucking child that would run away the first chance the first time you look away. I mean, they'll run away. I mean, I wouldn't take a child on the Golden Gate Bridge either. I can't even imagine why parents do that, but parents have done that, and they're, the moment they look away, their child jumps off the bridge because.
No, remember the little girl that rolled under the railing?
How could I forget?
Was the thing. Oh man, I walked out on that bridge, and that is one of the spookiest fucking places in the broad daylight I have ever been in my life.
Yeah, no shit.
And I'm not sensitive.
Yeah. Well,
I got so spooky out there.
Oh yeah. Well, Brendan, tell Holly that you were driving me across the bridge, and I said, "Can you believe at one point in my life I jogged all the way across this bridge and all the way back?" And you said, "Damn, that you were in a different headspace then." Now that's
I walked over it and back, and that bridge. Oh man, that's.
Yeah, I've walked it, but I wouldn't be doing that regularly.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
No, God, no. I had to do it once, but that was enough.
Oh, it's more than enough. More than enough. Good God. I mean,
remember when City of San Francisco hired that lady to make the promotional film for San Francisco?
No. Tell us about it.
Yeah, you do. You've talked about it.
Okay. What do I remember?
And so she's taking glamour shots of San Francisco and the bridge. And so many people were jumping off it.
There you go.
She decided, you knew this in the day, that was the film she had to make. And she did make it. And she got in so much trouble, and they took away all her money. And she had to put it out herself because San Francisco was outraged that she would do such a thing. But we're talking more than once a week.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's
practically
daily.
Once a week.
There were people contemplating it when we drove by.
Yeah, that's right.
Like it was all foggy and shit, and we were like, "Why are there people standing there?"
Yeah, for no goddamn good reason. Yeah, yeah. It's not like they see anything.
Right? You can't be looking at anything. They were literally contemplating whether they wanted to jump or not.
Yeah.
Well, now they got all those nets up and stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't.
There were no
girl
nets.
Rolled under, and that lady.
The nets are where the land is, but in the middle, there's nothing.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, because I thought they did something after that lady got her film out.
Oh,
and
that's what they
claim.
Rental. That's they claim. They don't have enough netting in the world for that goddamn bridge.
So you could jump right off of there in the middle. Oh God!
It looks like there's nothing there half the way there.
Yeah, when we drove by, you could basically get. Especially the stuff that's right by the cliffs and shit. I don't by the Presidio. They don't care if you break your head open. They just don't want to fish you out of the water.
Yeah, I believe
basically.
That.
If you splat down there, they'll just let the seagulls get you.
Yeah, it's not only that you can't see anything. You're cold as fuck. You're wet as hell. It's damp. You're cold. It's uncomfortable as hell. There's no goddamn.
It was a happy sunny day, and I was freaked, man. Yeah. And I ain't sensitive. Oh God, no.
Yeah.
Happy sunny day.
Oh no, it's
on the bridge. God,
it's the bridge of death. It is the
never
bridge.
Again.
Yes,
never.
Thank you. No, it's the bridge of death. But such.
And what would it take inside your head to do that?
And
that scares me. That worries me.
Yeah.
I never want an answer to that question. Ever.
Pain. Just being in incredible pain.
I know pain. Yeah, but that dwarfs.
It's the only way to get the voices to shut up or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Man. I know that struggle, believe me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's
God.
yeah. So when it comes to Paul Eades, basically in his book,
I'm afraid we're all vulnerable, is what I'm saying. But never mind.
Well, maybe. If I wanted to check out, I wouldn't check out that way. It's just too much.
Hell no!
It's too much energy. It's just like Jesus fucking Christ.
God, no! Get me some street black tar with too much fentanyl in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
Thank you. But when it comes to Paul Eades, yes. So he described one case where he just made it obvious, as far as I'm concerned, where all these campers cited Bigfoot. Then the family who had a child, they hear the child screaming, obviously being carried away by something. Then all the feds show up, men in suits, special forces. Everybody surrounds the place with black helicopters, convoys, and they're all looking not for the child. It's almost like they're trying to expedite the escape of the Bigfoot with the child, and
prosecute the parents.
Yeah, well, I guess they figured the parents suffered enough, but they were just inhibiting law enforcement. In other words, the people who would normally pursue the child would be park rangers, county sheriffs, etc. All these other people would get involved in the search party. But then the feds show up and discourage all of that, almost as if they're expediting the escape of the Bigfoot with the child, like they want the Bigfoot to escape with the child, as if they're carrying out an experiment. Like, okay, let him raise the child and see what comes out. Like, that kind of shit. And seriously, that's like based on what I know about the government, that's the conclusion I would draw. So even though
his core thing was he didn't want, they didn't want bad publicity for the park. It might cut down on tourist dollars.
Why would the feds care? I mean, it's the federal government. Federal government doesn't give a shit. It's not like the federal government needs those dollars. They can pull your taxes.
Okay, so feds and not stadies. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right, keep going.
So, I mean, and the feds wouldn't care about the state losing money. So, but at any rate...
apparently Yosemite shut after February because Cheeto guy took it out.
Oh, yeah. He wants to start drill, baby, drill.
Yeah. Can't even visit Yosemite anymore and shit.
Yeah.
Because of the federal worker cut.
They wouldn't give a statement. You can't book after February 20th or something.
Holy shit.
They just won't even tell you why. They just say, and they made this rule last year during COVID that you had to make, you couldn't just show up. You had to make reservations, and now the website doesn't let you make reservations. So there you go. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so there you go. And it's like,
I don't know if interesting is the word.
Sinister is
just dumb.
Yeah, and
like, what are they gonna they're gonna like hedgy it or something? You guys need more water. Just flood it.
Oh, remember that they used to have that plan to basically flood the Grand Canyon. They were going to flood the Grand Canyon at one point, building a bunch of dams.
Isn't that what the Hoover Dam was? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, lower down and Meade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but they were going to build a whole series of dams where they were going to flood the Grand Canyon, and But all such being said, maybe they plan on returning to that because Trump is anti-nature like a motherfucker. He wants to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
so is Elon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, both of them. And they just started talking about the pollution. Hey, Elon's satellites might be causing a significant amount of pollution. Yeah, no shit.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Oh, it was last week when you said the percentage of the ones that are falling from the sky.
Oh God, it's large. Yeah, large amount.
It was a majority of them.
Yeah. Well, they all do eventually. They're not. None of them are meant to be up there very long, so they eventually all are gonna fall back.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I don't understand why instead of all this, like, they're trying to pretend like they have plasma engines, just use the fucking balloons. Jesus Christ. I don't understand why that's like not an option anymore.
It's too low tech.
But it works.
There we are.
Right?
There we are.
The silk, if you just make a balloon out of silk, it can like generate its own charge and shit. Like, I don't understand the problem. Like,
thank you. It's
the Chinese are doing it. They listened to Doug and stole everything.
Thank you. Yes.
They were like, wait, the Japanese were doing what?
Yeah. There we are. Thank you. And that
was a funny story though about you in the motel room in Vegas with the
so I'll get to that.
Hunter.
So
yeah,
but my other point is, just to make certain people get it, neither Paul Eades nor myself is saying all disappearances in public parks are due to Bigfoot or Sasquatch abducting people, but they do tend to abduct children. The Bigfoot and Sasquatch, they do tend to abduct children to try and raise them amongst themselves. But when it comes to, these other disappearances, some of them involve UFO sightings, some of them involve, which are not necessarily UFOs as you might interpret them, our dear listeners out there. They might be basically what in the old days, the anthropologically, the elder relations to humanity would have called them fairy lights. And fairy lights tend to happen around hilltops. So people who go to hilltops are often offering themselves almost in sacrifice. And people were brought to hilltops to be offered in sacrifice. So if there is a sentience sharing the earth with us that has a tradition of people coming to the top of hills to be offered as sacrifices, why would they not simply take people who are coming up to the top of a hill? That seems like logic to me. So, but as for, there's all kinds of factors as to why people are disappearing. But the end result is, personally, knowing where I'm, knowing where all this is going, why would anyone go to one of these national state parks? I wouldn't go. I mean, the times I've been there in the past have been absolutely miserable. And why people go to these places is beyond myself. But, Holly loves them. And, she loves climbing to the top of hills and just loves climbing and exposing herself.
Loves.
Yeah, all kinds of dangers.
Really.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of colors in the world.
Yeah.
Now, his work did spread into some very strange urban cases.
Tell us about this.
Which around the world.
Yeah.
Which then leached into the whole Manchester Canal deaths thing, which does not seem to be necessarily supernatural necessarily, but it's strange as fuck. And that's with strong, healthy, young, white, really likable guys.
You're talking about the smiley face killers?
That grafted on later.
Okay.
And so there's conflation there. How much, I don't know. But it started in England, and then it spread to the Great Lakes states. And the same shit started happening there. And it's a strange thing. I mean, like I say, again, I think Charles Fort with societal movements or something. It's just weird. Where it, I can't really explain it. It's like a non-local evil.
Okay.
And the concept of non-local evil, I have observed in group settings.
Tell us about this.
But it's a very strange thing. It's when something goes wrong on one side of the block and something goes wrong on the other side of the block. Something goes wrong in the middle. You know, it's like a duff fire where there's these burnings, outbursts that travel like underground. And that's what a duff fire does. You light your campfire and you don't realize that it's traveling underground through the roots and could break out 50 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
A strange thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not explaining it right, but it's all. But
I've said before, some fires are elementals and they have an intelligence. Brendan, help us out here. Talk about this. This is almost.
Well, a duff fire is scientific. It's in the right kind of soil and forest litter, they call it. Everything that falls down on the forest floor from trees, and that fire can travel underground and burst up here or there without warning.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen the same thing happen in social dynamics. Unnecessary blow-ups.
Okay.
That this kind of is, for me, evocative of, in a strange way, the canal deaths anyway, because what the fuck? There's no point to it. But it's similarities enough to actually be a trend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, drowning in 2 inches of water. And that's one of those scary, weird things where the people disappear and then they're found 3 months later face down in a 6-inch deep canal.
Mm-hmm.
That's creepy.
To say the least, yes.
But these are, you know, pretty documented circumstances, and a lot of them, both in England and the upper Midwest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're kind of faded now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, only in the sense that nobody's talking about them. I don't research this shit. Yeah.
It just comes up, and it's not coming up. But yeah, I do not know. But I look out for it if you know, just rolling the news.
Yeah. And so such having been said, Heather, you must have some ideas about all of this. Do you have anything you'd like to express?
Arizona's plenty creepy. Both man and beast.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yes. And
Arizona's got its spooks. And that was the thing with England. It's such bloody ground. And so is here, you know, Arizona.
Yes.
America's just like 1,000 years less. It was. I can appreciate the fresh. I like everything old and antique, and I don't like anything modern.
Well, I mean, America's.
After I
Go on.
got back from England, I realized how fresh and young America is.
Well, only in the sense
as bloody as the ground is.
Yeah.
Still.
Well, only in the sense of European settler history. Understand, of course, the indigenous people were here for
Roman
thousands
times,
of years.
God.
Yes.
Oh, thousands.
Yeah, but
it's creepy.
Yes, but such being said, that was the horror story with this one poor individual. Obviously, that brings us into territory where I actually feel, shall we say, just moral. It's morally sad. It's morally sad because I do want people to understand I'm in a position where I need help all the time and financial help. So I have to ask my listeners for financial help. And it breaks my heart when I relate stories like this because I can't offer. Fortunately, I can say in good conscience, I don't remember the individual's name in question. So it's not like he's in competition with me, but of course he's also asking for help. But this poor guy was somebody who would basically do what a lot of people do these days. A lot of guys will get on Google Maps and they'll look at satellite images of various parts of America, and then they find anomalous objects. And then they go out into the middle of nowhere to see if they can identify what's going on the ground. And of course, there's this brings them into contact with oftentimes what are archaeological sites or excavations. And probably some of the most puzzling of these archaeological sites and excavations are these sites that are way up on the mesas of the Pacific. I call it Pacific, but it's basically the American Southwest. It's in the Pacific in the sense that it's the Pacific Ocean side of America. but we're talking more towards the Four Corners region. And in the Four Corners region, where you have the Hopi and the Navajo reservations, and they conflict and converge with each other, there are these settlements that they find in the mesas that are just inaccessible. And these settlements were from the Native Americans. And what they have proven in archaeological studies is that the Native Americans had, for thousands of years, existed on the ground. And then what happened was that about 16th centuries, the 12th to 16th centuries, I guess, that's a long time in and of itself. But during that period of time, tremendous conflicts began to happen, or something that they cannot explain, that drove these tribes up into the mesas, where they're living in inaccessible regions, thousands, if not, well, at least hundreds of feet above the ground. And they're thousands of feet in terms of what you have to trek in order to get to these settlements. And they have just like one wall entrances where you get in through that wall, and otherwise you're falling hundreds of feet to your death. And so they set these up just to prevent anyone from being able to assail them. For someone to have sought that level of fortressing implies that they were facing extinction level events that nobody understands. Nobody knows what happened in America at that time. But whatever was after them could not have been human. It's just nobody needs to render their life that inaccessible to avoid a human empire. Say the Aztecs were moving up north and the Aztecs were conquering and cannibalizing people, which is what they did. Even that level of an intensive assault by an aggressor is not going to result in a response that is that extreme. That is like, and also it's just no one knows why they were doing this. It's so, but
That's right.
The tragedy of the one guy who was exploring these places, and he would identify, oh, this is where archaeologists were taking carbon core datings from the logs that are visible in these like settlements and whatnot. He's risking his life in a way where, you play with fire, you're going to get burned. I've got nothing against this guy at all. And he was like even pursuing where German spies had settled in America in very inaccessible places where they could spy on or run a communications network with the Reich. And they're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I have not pursued his few times he's explored some of these sites, German spy sites in America. I haven't reviewed the videos he's put up on YouTube about that. But what they show on the embedded image, the thumbnail, may or may not be true. It shows like their doors are barricaded with a swastika on the doors. Now you might say, why would German spies do that? But understand that if you're caught, you have to say that you're a spy in order to face a civilized response. In other words, you will be executed normally unless you can be traded off for someone like another spy in the enemy nation from the nation you're caught in. So a spy,
a diplomatic thing.
Yes, a spy is best
Spies
exposed. Yeah. It's best exposed as a spy from the very beginning, because otherwise you would be taken to be an American traitor, and then you would simply be killed. So there's those factors behind that. So but anyhow, here
it makes it a federal crime.
Right.
So state crime.
Right. So here's this guy, and he's like, or rather, being spy would be international, whereas if you're not, don't have the diplomatic symbols up, showing that you're a foreigner, then you're basically a terrorist or a traitor, and then at that point it's an internal issue, like you said, and it's dealt with you have far less chances of survival. All such being said, here's this guy, he's playing with fire, and someday, with any number of these guys, you play with fire, you're going to get burned. They're going to fall down, they're going to die, they're going to crack their skull open, something's going to happen. So here's this guy who's been doing all this, and then this poor son of a bitch, poor guy, and I don't mean, there's no humor in this poor bastard, is just driving in his car in the city when somebody hits him, and he winds up like in a coma. Where he's like suffering from brain. This happened like 5 days ago. It's like,
Oh,
Jesus
no.
fucking Christ. So his wife gets on.
And so he's doing this right up to the present time.
Yeah, he was doing this right up till days ago, where he's basically driving the car, and he's, and somebody just bam, just hits him, and
Wow.
and he's taken out. He's in a coma, and he's like risking brain death, all the rest of that. It's like he's not functional right now. He's on life support. So his wife came on to ask for prayers, and even the commentary stood out to me because some Japanese guy responded, I'm not a Christian. She was saying we're Christians. We don't mind prayers. We appreciate them. And, aside from asking for money to help. But the one Japanese guy wrote her and said, I'm not a Christian, but I'm praying for you from the land of 10,000 gods. Then, of course, you get, Christians. Thankfully, more and more Americans are no longer Christian. So you don't get a bunch of assholes saying, better find Christ or you'll burn in hell. You add a few of those comments, but other people are saying live and let live and stuff like that. A much more, shall we say, friendly.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is coming back, though.
Yeah, yes. Well,
Secular
with Trump.
approach, yeah.
With Trump, they're going to try and indoctrinate people back into the hellfire. But at any rate, when it comes to this situation, the point of the story was not so much this horrible thing that happened to this individual, but rather what he brought up was what were those Indians facing that drove them up into the mesa tops, where each of these families were essentially just extended families living in the hills, where they would collect water by digging holes in the mesa so that the rainwater would collect, but they're completely reliant on that water, and if they had to travel anywhere else for water, you're talking about carting it up hills that are hundreds of feet high, and there's these little footholds that are carved where they're just carrying water up the hill if they have to, or other supplies. But they had granaries up there, but they couldn't grow much.
And livestock.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know.
They had coops and stuff.
They might have, but I don't know. It's like, all we could.
Granaries.
But for instance, I noticed that in a lot of these granaries, he found like there's a single corn cob left. There's a single corn cob left. But when he never found any animal bones. I didn't see that. There was no animal bones. So they might have been forced into vegetarianism, and but obviously
there ain't nothing out there to eat that way even then.
Yeah. No, it's like if you've seen the mesas, they're uninhabitable. And so he says, he was just exploring this and trying to figure out how they might have lived, in the sense of what would it be like to live here, because those people had to live there. You couldn't leave. I mean, once you're there, you're up there for days. I mean, you're leaving only when you have to.
Sounds like Masada.
Yeah, it's worse. It's worse. But when it comes
That's pretty burly country down there too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And but when it comes to the what drove them, this was something that was almost on the level of they were being pursued by tribes of the Bigfoot Sasquatch species. I mean, that's really the first thing that comes to my mind, that the Bigfoot Sasquatch species started waging war at some point and exterminating humans, and that's what would drive them up there, because the Bigfoot doesn't climb mesas. The one thing that no one has ever seen Bigfoot climbing mesas. No one has ever seen them climbing mesas. They need
like the trees.
Yeah. They need the trees about them. So they went to places with no vegetation in any coverage sense. It was that's the most logical thing that comes to me. That based on some things I saw with the U.S. government manuals on cryptids, that's something that was suggested by those manuals, was that at some point the Bigfoot species became hostile to humans and began killing Indians, and that the Indians really had that problem they were contending with even when the white man showed up. And it explains a lot. So,
never heard that one. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Oh, of course not.
Because it is such a mysterious thing.
Yes, but just want people to know.
Now, there's been climate change explanations offered over the decades.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. It's like, why go to the most barren place of all during climate change? That's like, this is like, these are the most barren places on Earth. It's there's no sense to it. What was done here, but yeah, all such haven't been said. So
most interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and so what else comes to everybody's mind in the round table? Let me see. We've been at it for how long now? Let me check the live stream here. We've been at it for almost 3 hours, and I should start in on monologue in about an hour. But you know, we can always kill. We can always kill. You know, a few more minutes, another hour, easy, before I get started in on monologue for the night. But yes. Aside from that, honey, what else comes to your mind with the reading that you were doing? Oh, yes! You had brought up the Vegas Super Soldier Conference.
Yeah. That was a good one.
So,
and while they were raiding your house while you were gone.
Yes. So what do you remember?
Was also crazy.
What do you remember
Just
about...
what I said, you know, the ricin guy.
Yeah. What do you remember?
But they hit his apartment by accident. Because they were aiming for yours, but he had some ground up castor beans and a coffee grinder, and it was just wild. And this is a long time ago.
Yeah, it was
so
2014.
Sketch, but I remember
2014.
Those high points. And so you're at the conference with a bunch of wackos.
June 2014.
Oh, and there was that terrible shooting. That Joker Batman shooting on the balcony of the goddamn hotel.
Yeah.
The guy and his girlfriend. Not the Denver Batman guy. The Vegas, while you were like checking out, trying to get out of there. But it was that same weekend and it was right there where you were. And you were supposed to almost have to bunk with the cryptid hunter.
Oh, well,
the solution hunter to missing 411.
Right. So what do you remember about
crazy?
What do you remember about this, Brendan? Or Holly, for that matter. Heather, I mean.
I just said all that.
Yeah. Holly said everything she remembers. Yes. So Heather, do you remember any of this? Before I go into it, what do you remember, Heather? Brendan?
I just remember that that's the first time that I really wanted to meet you, and I was so disappointed that I couldn't go.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. And that's
you were probably the only lucid one there.
No, I never went to any of those things.
You did to one that was in Arizona where you met Lori Ann Fenton, or so she claims.
Oh yeah, I did go to the UFO con because it was in Arizona, but I've never traveled to outer limits.
Right. Yes.
Well, somehow they dragged you over to Vegas, man. Levered you out of the crypt and got you there.
Well, you talk about a setup. That was So, Brendan, do you remember anything about that? I'm sure you do, but whatever details you remember, feel free to relate them. Let's see if Brendan's still with us at the moment or can come back on. We're getting hearts.
I remember.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I remember a bit.
So,
no, yeah, the hearts weren't for that. That was just like, I accidentally hit that. But yeah, so the Super Soldier Summit, and then there was like those beings got activated. Those people.
Say that again.
They almost shot
shooters.
Yeah.
Those people got activated while you were there, and they were supposed to shoot up the place, but you had to talk them down.
Yes. Yeah. So you remember that?
It ended up being a huge event in Vegas.
Yeah.
Where they shot the cops later. Yeah, it's just crazy.
The first tell them about the guy in the hotel.
Well, okay. So let's tell the full story about what happened. So, basically, I'll just ask our man. There he is. Thank you so much, Brendan, because we love your music. We love your music, but it is a bit distracting when I'm trying to squeeze out a narrative. So I'll relay this and probably make myself another crock of tea before I get back into monologue for tonight. But when it comes to what happened at the Las Vegas Super Soldier Summit, basically Lori Ann Fenton was trying to set it up so that we were all going to die. that either I would, basically they were going to think of an excuse for my dying. It was a setup. I'm not quite sure exactly what tale would have been spun out or what kind of cover story would have been spun out about it, but I'm sure that they were going to work it as it went down. In other words, depending on what went down, the cover story would change. And so that's not so much of a problem for the feds, but where the feds fucked up was they raided the wrong house, exactly like Holly said. So I have to put some perspective on that. Yeah. So just so everybody knows, when it comes to raids are intensively difficult things to organize in an urban environment. Things go to shit pretty quickly. As a matter of fact, in the military, we have a saying that the first thing that goes out the window is the plan. That's the first thing that goes out the window. And most of the time, cops in particular, they're not military men. So understand that I'm not praising the military.
Used to be.
Well, you get plenty of cops that are retired military.
Well, you talked about the pipeline.
Yeah, I've definitely spoken about
straight to whatever police department you want to work in.
Yes, and I advise against it. Yeah, I've always advised against that. You don't want.
Always.
Yeah, please maintain military and police services should not be the same personnel.
They should not be touching.
Yeah, and so I've always been an advocate of dividing those services and making certain that the same people do not laterally transfer. But of course, our entire society has them laterally transferred too. They become like one seamless unit, and the units are just interacting. They're interfacing, and they're acting like a single unit. In other words, the police are becoming more and more militarized, whereas the military is becoming more and more like a peacekeeping force or a police force. So
fully equipped with military surplus.
Yeah, the police, yes, that's correct. Whereas,
forest rangers.
Yeah, whereas for the longest time, because of peacekeeping and other responsibilities, the military, which is supposed to be designed, I mean, the whole reason for a military is to break things and kill people. To turn it into a police force really disintegrates a military and kind of ruins its purpose. So they're doing just the opposite of what they should be doing. That's been the devolution for years. But all that being articulated, and I've gone into the reasons behind my reasoning about this before, but when it came to what happened with to add context to what happened in June of 2014, what happened was they were going to raid my home. And then the whole idea was get the Vox-Arc out, get all of the artillery out, get everything out, and just basically expose Douglas Dietrich as a terrorist. And but for whatever reason, maybe because they were deathly afraid of my triggering the Vox-Arc, they had to do it while I was gone. So while I was over at the Super Soldier Summit in Vegas, they still wanted me to die. So basically, Gerard and Mandy Miller show up, and they're supposed to massacre us all. So what happened was that when it came to these convergent phenomenon, it was all on the same weekend in June of 2014. And in June of 2014, the weekend that Gerard and Mandy Miller, quote unquote, killed 2 cops, we don't know that they did, and I'm certain that they didn't. Basically what happened was they raided Russian Hill. Now, Russian Hill, San Francisco was surrounded, shut down, men in hazmat suits showed up, moon suits. Yeah, and snipers were positioned on the rooftops. And then they came in, the SWAT team, with the door breaker and went through the door. And this happens all the time in cop raids. So just understand, they performed this as if it were a police raid, a SWAT raid. And
it was national news.
Yeah, and cops do this all the time. I mean, like one time there was this Cops kind of series episode where the cameramen were following the cops around. And the cops say, sure, because it gives them, quote unquote, good press. Unfortunately, they fucked up. And so while the people were filming them, they broke into the wrong house. And this happens all the time. because you're in a city and it's very hard to always hit the right place. You're in highly congested areas, and San Francisco in particular is the most congested city in the United States of America, next to New York City. So when you raid a place, you know, it's often very difficult to make sure you're hitting the right door. So what happened was they had Russian Hill locked down, surrounded. Everybody thought they were making a movie. Everybody just thought, oh, they're making a movie. So snipers on the roofs, men in moon suits. Nobody thought this could possibly be real. Men in full tactical armored gear, bulletproof vests, steel-plated shielding front and back, threat level 3, Kevlar, all the rest of that. Masks on the faces, tactical helmets, all the rest. Flashlights, etc. You know, they're like flashlights on the helmets, I mean. And so then these guys bust in, and they busted in next door. So they went in next door, and nobody was home in either case. I wasn't home. The guy next door wasn't home. But they broke into what turned out to be the rented flat of a poor son of a bitch who, if I remember correctly, his name was Ryan Chamberlain III. And Ryan Chamberlain III was some poor son of a bitch just working for a living and living his life, and suddenly discovers the hard way he's the most wanted terrorist in the world.
Totally.
Yeah.
It was a big deal.
Yeah. And
poor Rex.
yeah, they put in all...
Did he ever get out of jail?
He did. He did. They ultimately let him loose. They ultimately had to let him go. Ultimately, after years. He spent years in prison, though. He did spend years in prison.
Beans.
But he's free now.
For castor beans.
Yeah, for castor beans. For castor beans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically,
wild.
Yes. So this poor son of a bitch was out and wandering about drinking. He was pub crawling, and they found him at the Oxfart, you know, basically, what was it? Barking Frog, which is an old term for somebody farting. The Barking Frog bar. And so he was at the Barking Frog bar, and he was just walking out, pig-faced drunk, finds himself smashed to the ground so hard his nose is broken. Face first onto the ground, then people come handcuffing his poor ass and dragging him, you know, into a concrete hole. And that's because once they hit the wrong place, they had to justify it. I mean, you've just sectioned off Russian Hill. You've shut it down. You put snipers on roofs. You've got the entire place looking like it was a film scene, and then you wind up fucking up so bad that you've got to basically come up with an excuse. So once they did what they did, they had to bust somebody. So they couldn't let this guy go. So when they went in full board, they put out an all points bulletin on this guy saying, oh, we raided the guy's house and he's not home. They got nothing out of the deal, so they had to get him. And so they said, he's a terrorist and he's manufacturing ricin out of castor beans because they found castor beans in his backyard growing wildly. So they said he's growing the castor beans because he can process these into making ricin. That was what they got him for. Poor son of a bitch. He just had these beans.
It's such a common ornamental plant. I mean, that's so fucked up.
Thank you. Thank you. He did not know what they were, and he told the judge that he said, I just thought they were, you know, just nice, and I just left them alone. They were just growing in my yard. That's all. And
he didn't care. Yeah.
Yeah.
His only crime was living next door to you, randomly.
Yeah, that's it. His only crime, like Brendan Zoget, his only crime was somehow being affiliated with Douglas Dietrich. Only this guy was even more innocent than Brendan Zoget. He wasn't even talking to me. Yeah, just some poor son of a bitch who happened to live next to Douglas Dietrich. Yeah, well, he should know better. And by the time you got home, the whole thing was over, and you were in the clear. Yeah.
He survived.
Oh, yeah. But it's not like they didn't have a backup. And the whole point was I wasn't supposed to make it home. I wasn't supposed to make it home because we were all supposed to be massacred at the Super Soldier Summit by Gerard and Mandy Miller. So Gerard and Mandy Miller showed up, and they said, we're here to kill you all. And because I was the one with the security background, I was the one who opened the door. And so when I confronted them in front of the meeting hall, I said, I realized automatically they were MK Ultra, and they were wearing full makeup. One, Gerard Miller was dressed like the Joker. Mandy was dressed like Harley Quinn. And I knew the code phrase with which to basically deactivate them. And I said, look, you're not here to do that. Why don't you just go out, take care of yourselves. I was hoping they wouldn't interpret that the wrong way. I meant for them to just go out and live a life. But no, they went out and they killed each other themselves. Yeah. They did not kill the cops.
On the balcony.
Well,
they shot each other.
What happened was there were two cops who were sitting in a Starbucks or some donut shop, coffee shop affair, and they were killed. And they claim it was Gerard and Mandy Miller, and it's all bullshit because these guys were buried. One dead cop was covered in a swastika flag. The other one was covered in a "Don't Tread on Me" flag. It's like, okay, you go blow away some cops. You're carrying heavy fucking flags. By the way, Brendan can help me out. You're the person who has had to roll the flag up and down that goddamn pole. Flags are fucking heavy. Flags are heavy as hell. You're carrying those plus all this ammo and all these.
Yeah, you don't just carry them.
Thank you. Around.
It was ammo heavy.
Yeah. And they were supposed to be doing this in a shopping cart. In a shopping cart is what they were claiming. Is that Gerard and Mandy Miller had this shopping cart where they got all this ammo and all these guns and all these flags. And it's like, imagine trying to, I don't know if anyone's ever tried to trundle around on streets with a shopping cart like homeless people do.
A bust down shopping cart.
Yeah. It's no fun. It's no fun. It's like, it's not easy and it's heavy, So these cops were killed by someone else for show. The feds, the deep state killed them. It covered them in these flags. And then, because who has time to make a statement like that? You've just killed two cops. Oh, sure, maybe people run out of the shop. But isn't that interesting? No one else is killed. Like, oh, you break into a place, you kill two cops.
Oh, yeah.
And nobody else, somehow, everybody just runs by you and nothing happens. It's like, is the store empty? What, the two cops were the cops raiding the place and told everybody to get out? We're taking all the donuts? That's why they were in there alone? I mean, what the fuck?
That was as crazy as it gets.
Yeah, but then Gerard and Mandy Miller ultimately found themselves in a convenience store / it was basically they stepped inside of like a store that was a convenience store, but a fairly large one, but they told everyone to leave. They told everyone to get out, and everyone got out except for one asshole. And then what happens was they pointed their guns at each other and they killed each other. That's what happened. They pointed their guns at each other, killed each other. When they died, the asshole claimed, I'm the hero. I confronted them. I stayed waving my gun because he had a concealed carry. Cops came in and shot him immediately. Cops blew his brains out. The cops came in and just said, oh, here's the crazy. Blew his brains out. And he deserved it. He deserved it. He was grandstanding. He's just an idiot trying to claim credit for killing this couple who killed no one other than each other. Because that's essentially what I told them to do. I said, take care of each other, take care of yourselves. And they interpreted that as, we're going out, we're killing ourselves. And that's what they did. And I can guarantee you that's how it went down. And I know that guy wasn't confronting them. He was just waving his gun around when the cops showed up and they killed him, understandably. That
was maybe the first time, but not the last, that the big civilian guy that's going to solve the problem with his handgun gets pegged.
Yeah, and in this case, deservedly so. So then, once the LVPD put his ass down, then what happened was that it was all over, but in a sense, but it wasn't. So Keith Call, who's the Christian guy who I mentioned earlier, was with me, and he's testified to this on my show on Bandwidth on record before, is that he was with me, and this crazy guy who was not my roommate, thank God. No, this guy was just up in a hotel room by himself. He was asking me to help him find people who were going to go hunt for the source of these disappearing people on these hilltops in national parks. And of course I said, whatever. But, then he tells me, he says, are you on antidepressants right now? Lorian Ann Fenton tells me you have post-traumatic stress disorder, and for that you're on antidepressants. And I admit it, yes, I'm on antidepressants because it was suggested I try them out first to see if they work or not. And then if they don't work, then we'll try some other method of treatment, which was the hypnotic regression, which is ultimately what my psychiatrist performed. But I was still on the antibiotics at the time. He says, well, I'm not going to have you on my team because of your being on the antidepressants. You might freak out or do something. You know, people on antidepressants had a record of certain cases going ballistic at different times based on chemical responses, based on environmental stimulation, etc. And I was like thinking, oh my God, I'm so heartbroken that you don't want me to go with you out in the middle of bumfuck to relive the Blair Witch Project and die somewhere while fairy lights are dancing around me and Bigfoot's stink is surrounding me. And, you know, I mean, oh my God, to think that I would miss out on that as the final moments of my life. Oh, Jesus.
And wasn't he fully outfitted in full battle rattle?
No, what happened was...
Going in there, heavily armed.
What happened was, to prove he was serious, he opened up his laptop and showed Keith Call and myself. This is what Keith Call testified to. This is what I got upstairs, so that you could tell the team I'm assembling that I'm equipped. And he had fully automatic machine guns, all loaded clips, a rocket launcher with rocket rounds, grenade launcher.
No wonder Bigfoot's pissed off.
Yeah, he had enough to take on an army up in his hotel room on the bed, laid out a full arsenal, and then Keith Cole and I just looked at each other knowingly while this guy was showing us this, like, holy shit. But he was the backup. You see, he was the backup. If Gerard and Mandy Miller didn't kill everybody at Super Soldier Summit, he was the guy that was supposed to flip out and kill us all, because he was armed to do it. See, that was the, but after he had talked...
And a lone nut.
Yeah.
It was level lone nut.
Yeah, but after Keith Cole and I talked to him, in that case, it was thanks to Keith talking him down with some Christian shit. I shouldn't say it that way, but Keith actually...
Oh, you shouldn't in this case.
Yes. Keith kind of ministered him down.
Whatever works.
Yeah, and so that's how we fucked up their plan to kill us all at the Super Soldier Summit. But either way, I wasn't supposed to come home alive. So it's literally by Christian intervention and my, I guess we'll call it satanic training from Michael Aquino, that we shut down one pair of killers and another killer at that place. But here you go. That's the story.
That's almost like anime level. You use like the power of the devil, you use the power of God.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, blessing and cursing. Yes, simultaneous.
That weekend could be a comic book. Yeah. And it could be really good with the right illustrator.
Well, I learned one thing when I met Douglas in person, that it's real life is more fucked up. You know, you don't want it to be a comic book.
I know, but that would be
like, it sounds nice, but then when you actually see something real, then you're like, this is fucked up.
It would make a great book, a 3-book series.
That's the problem with fictional things, is that like people take it too lightly, and then you really, when you deal with it, it's like, oh yeah, this is fucked.
Thank you.
Well, see, I always wanted to be the guy.
Because I thought like that too. I was like, oh, Douglas is an anime character, and then I was like, oh shit, this is some fucked up shit.
Yes.
Hellboy 2, baby. Remember that? Hellboy 2, and in real life, you wouldn't have been the villain in Hellboy 2. You would, and Hellboy would have been.
Thank you, honey. Yes, that's true. Hellboy is an inversion comic. That's a satanic inversion comic.
And
yes,
you would have explained, especially after you explained to Hellboy how the U.S. lost World War II.
Yes.
He'd have been eaten out of your hand.
Yeah, well, I don't like the idea of Hellboy as this pet demon that they try to make him cute, and he loves kittens.
And he thinks the United States won.
Yeah.
You would have set him straight, see? And then you and him would have been solid. No enemies there. Yeah, that was an inversion.
Yes.
Sure as hell was you.
Yes. Thank you. Or elements thereof. elements.
Well, you're a ripoff of you.
Yes, thank you. Well, oh my God. We can think of all kinds of things that are a ripoff of myself. Yes.
Well, that was insulting. You guys would have been pals.
Yeah. Well,
he would have looked up to you.
Perhaps.
For guidance.
Yeah. Perhaps. It's definitely, let's say they had elements correct, but they had to turn it into an Allied propaganda movie reel, is what they turned it into. And that's just...
And pimp Hellboy for that, and that's not right.
Yes. But I remember one creep...
You'd have set him straight.
There we are. Like I said, I don't really like the idea of this, like, pet demon that's all in love with kittens and shit. It's just so stupid.
It's horrible.
It's so stupid an idea. Yeah.
Indulge me.
Yes. That's all such
Hellboy too. It was blatant. Who made that they knew you?
Yeah. With most of these films.
Was it Guillermo?
Wait, what part?
She's talking about Hellboy 2. Hellboy the sequel.
But what part was related to Doug?
He's the villain.
She feels that I was portrayed as the villain.
Oh.
Or misportrayed. Yeah. Misportrayed.
The villain in Hellboy 2 is Douglas.
Yeah. And by that,
the evil Asian mastermind with the waist-length platinum hair.
There we are. Yes. Yeah.
It's so straight up.
Yes. Thank you.
So I don't know. That might have been the Guillermo one.
Yeah.
Del Toro.
Yeah. Oh, of course. He's responsible for so much of that shit.
I think he did make the second one, but somehow they nailed you.
Yeah.
That. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess we can all have our own interpretations of the thing. But...
Yeah.
Really?
Was that the?
Do I sound crazy?
No.
I don't mean to.
No. I get it, Holly.
All right.
I get it.
I was sure of it.
Yes. No, Holly's right.
He was like an elven prince.
There we are. Thank you. You remember that?
Right, but I didn't think of Douglas when I saw Legolas on screen. It was, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're like off the mark. I didn't get that vibe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And I can understand that as well. Believe me, I can understand that as well. But
I don't think of Douglas when I watch Lord of the Rings. In other words.
Yeah.
But I did for that one. Orlando Bloom was born to play Legolas. I thought he did a very good job. But nonetheless.
It's debatable, but
fine.
I mean, that's the beauty of films. They are open to interpretation, and we can have fun with that, of course.
For what Pete was going for, then it made sense.
You remember that? You remember
Peter
was in
Peter Jackson.
Yeah, okay. But you also remember Peter Moon. Peter Moon had this one photograph of myself that he said, "Oh, this is the one that needs to be on the cover of the book," and it was myself with long black hair. And he was saying that really shows the vampire aspect and stuff like that. You remember that? And then yeah,
he wanted it as the yin and yang for Paula's White Bat cover photo.
Yes, there we are. That piece of shit.
He's like obsessed with that shit.
Yes, he was. Yes, he's such a piece of shit. And he, I just shudder every time we mention him, but in the worst possible way. So when it comes to how about politics, to segue into monologue later tonight, soon enough. Holly, what is it politically that you feel we should be most aware of? I take it you've been observing enough of what's been the shit that's been rolling down from Capitol Hill that you've gotten splashed by it yourself. Tell us what alarms you the most about what's been going on lately, please.
It's still about to all trickle down.
I don't think it's a trickle, honey. I think it's a flood. I think it's a torrent. I mean? Yeah, the dam is broken.
As far as how many people I know that are currently affected right now, only one friend of a friend.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's honestly, that's the only. Now, our state park was open.
Okay.
Go in there. And so I know that there's great waves of agony going on. And this reopening of Guantanamo. And supposedly that's in the 5 figures of people that are now there. And, you know, it's like the most hardened criminals. Well, maybe so. I mean, how hard can it be at the border to sort out the guys with the face tattoos from the raped up women in the shelters and neckets and taken? How hard is that? For fuck's sake. And those women and children want to work when they get there.
Oh, yes.
So I mean, it's so tits up inverted in every sense of the word that I, as a Fortean, will refrain from hard and fast opinions. I mean, my God. My God.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm like, and I don't trust anybody that ain't depressed. But on the other hand, as a veteran of knowing that street protesting is pretty much useless, on the other hand, it is good to get together. So what the fuck? We don't have a lot of mechanisms for opposition to crazy. There just aren't. They built that in from the Constitution. But I tell you this much, Erin Brockovich has come.
Okay, tell us about this.
Yes, she has.
Okay.
Ball went out over this meltdown here, and she answered.
Mm-hmm.
So and there is a interestingly staunch, hopefully something, I don't know, but it's all so overwhelming. And that is a Tolkien line. I gotta look it up and find it again.
Okay.
We fight so hard for the war we will lose.
Well, Brendan, you must know that line by heart, or at least know where to look it up.
Keith Call would.
Yeah, Keith.
Wait, what line? What are we referencing? I didn't.
Say it again, Holly.
Something about we fight so hard for the war we will lose.
Tolkien, the Tolkien books.
It's a Tolkien, I believe. Yeah, not a C.S. Lewis, a Tolkien.
If you could find that quote.
I don't recall that line, but maybe it's one of them.
I wrote it down, and I think
well,
I know.
It must sounds like Huron's children and shit.
Well, it must. But wasn't that when the king?
Ones.
It wasn't that when the king was confronted with "We'll lose, but we die on the march." Yeah, you. If you march against them, you'll die. Then we die on the march. I mean, wasn't that?
No, it's more like no matter how much you love trees.
What was the quote?
What was the quote?
Say the quote again.
Something to the effect of, "We fight the war best of our ability that we know we will lose," because that's clearly the case now. In my lifetime, if you have any appreciation for the natural world whatsoever, ouch. And also, the New Yorker ran a thing where they asked famous authors where they would go if they could time travel. And there's a marvelous Canadian-American author named Louise Erdrich, whose books are fiction.
Okay.
And that's what I wanted to say before. I've learned as much from fiction, good fiction, as I have from nonfiction.
Yeah, good fiction can do that.
They complement each other wonderfully. Well, her books are scorching and not a good time, and they're fiction. And I was so surprised because they're historical pieces. She answered the question. I would go back to the 50s because that's when every American town was as unique as a human face.
Okay, yeah.
I was born in 1960, and I witnessed that happening. I remember that just at the very, very, very before the whole Bed Bath & Beyond, Target, strip mall, everywhere. All that way. And so did the woods. So it was a double blow.
That's awful.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll give you a little riff here. I was so naive as a 70s teenager. We got planes, trains, rocket ships, and cars, air conditioning and heaters, and even TV and radio. We've made it. I'll never know the wonder that my grandparents feel. They remember horse and buggy days. My grandfather knew.
Oh man, they got her, honey. You repeat yourself. You got glitched. You got glitched.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Where'd I end up?
Oh, you talk about each town being like a human face, horse and buggy days.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Okay. We made it. All we got to do now is end poverty and quit polluting, and we're good.
You mean that's what you thought back then?
I actually did. Isn't that kind of funny?
That's delightful. It's adorable.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so now, having witnessed this compression of time, and I've mentioned this before about its possible events, the sine wave of novelty and non-novelty or whatever, that the technological events are compressing in a shorter and shorter logarithmic exponential time frame. Right?
Okay.
I mean, I remember first man on the moon, and now we've got
time compression. Go on, time compression.
Yeah, time compression.
Yeah.
I believe we are having to cope with living with that 100%. And here comes AI. Monterey County Social Services AI answers the phone already. So, it's like when it comes down to a compression of a second to a second to a second, you can never split a 1 and a 0, but I don't know. I mean, it's the greatest uncertainty and confusion, and we're here for it. I just don't know. I just think the only thing that matters is to keep some personal sane rationality. But it's getting harder by the day.
Okay.
I just don't want to cause suffering. I can help.
Okay. So that was an interesting soliloquy. I appreciate.
Sure.
No, I enjoy it. It's in it's good that you're thinking these deep thoughts, and it's
yeah. Holly Keeper's deep thoughts. Listen, on that note, the tide's coming in, and I gotta run.
What? Just like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
She's on an island.
Wait, what's that?
Brendan said,
"Are you on an island where you would like get stuck if you didn't leave?"
There's a shoreline.
Yeah, I don't recommend staying.
Yeah.
Oh my God! But there you go. You call us when you're outside watching the sunset, right?
It's a long story and long evenings. I enjoy the night sky as well.
The sun's been set. Where are you at?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's the after that's the best.
Mm-hmm. So you're looking at the night skies every night. This is a thing for you. Okay.
It's my kink.
And you can identify the constellations.
Yeah, big time.
And the planets.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yes.
It's not that hard. And I will make a plug here, and I did want to make this to whoever, but I hate apps, and the one app that I highly recommend if you're into sidereal astrology and astronomy is this astrolabe that you can get for free on an iPhone only, and it hasn't changed for 10 years. Nobody's noticed it. Nobody's bought it. Same old thing. And so you got a thing that's the size of a pack of cigarettes in your hand, It tells you the position of every planet and major stars, and you can blow it up with your fingers any time of the night or day. And it changes with the night day, and it's a beautiful piece. So, in the net, Astro LAB like boy E 5.3. I watch it. I use it, daily, because in the graphic way it's presented, you can. It's like a necklace.
Okay.
And so, when the planets are actually clumped up, certain zodiacal signs, it's just a weird thing.
Okay.
I mean, Brendan, you there?
Yeah, Brendan.
I'm here.
Remember that? Remember that COVID? How, I swear to God, COVID was, what was it? I forget, but 3 kind of scary planets stuck in one constellation, zodiacal, and
Well, they all met Capricorn, yeah.
Was that it? Yeah, you remember. I know.
How can I not?
Pluto and Uranus and Jupiter or something. All.
Pluto,
Pluto,
Saturn, and Jupiter. It was the Saturn and Jupiter conjunction. It changed our whole system, as you can see.
Yeah.
My God. So I don't know. It's not the personality parlor game, Don't not hire me because of my zodiac sign. But, and so the clumps make me really nervous. And so this recent one that's just now moving out of poor Pisces, Neptune, Venus, and help me here, Saturn, for God's sake.
Yeah.
That awful clumped up. That makes me hella nervous too.
Well, Saturn and Venus are benefics. They're a match pair, so that's not so bad. Yeah, Venus. Saturn loves Venus, so. Yeah, Saturn loves Venus. Yeah, so Saturn and Venus are a pair. Yeah. Because discipline, like for discipline to work, you have to like.
The father.
Yeah.
You can't be together. Yeah, because Neptune's in there
the trans-Saturnine planets are not as like that thing. Useful.
Wait, say again.
They're not as like used in sidereal. They're still factor. They're a factor, but they're not like
Neptune
as used. No, not so much. It depends what system you're using.
Fascinating. Yeah, and I know nothing about it. But
they have their place.
And when the planets enliven the concept, it's marvelous.
Yes.
Marvelously pure. Personal level.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, quite a display.
Yeah. Deep conversation.
Going on this year.
Yes.
That beautiful star arch, planet arch.
No.
Saturn.
Well, yeah, in about 10 days they'll all be visible. In Pisces.
Yeah. Yeah, that quick. That means Mars is hauling ass.
No,
Mars won't go to Pisces. They're all visible, and then the main part of the transfers will be in Pisces. The transits. But Mars is like in 4th sign.
Okay.
Interesting.
Sign of the crab. Yeah.
Oh, Cancer.
Yeah, 4th sign. I don't call it that thing. Like name of a disease. It's not the name. So.
But
that's how.
Hair and the beehive.
The
beehive nebula. Yeah, is there.
Beehive and Berenice's hair.
Yeah.
That's that cloud. So delicate.
Yeah, those like nebulas are like kind of like a darker part of like Pisces. It's not so nice.
And you can see it with the naked eye.
Oh yeah.
But it's just so subtle with the cloud.
Yeah. Holly knows her stuff. She's out there.
Yeah. Cool.
Direct.
Yeah. How did you learn all this, Holly?
Well, you could just see it if you're in a dark.
Outdoors, yeah.
Okay.
Like if you have a nice area.
Off to sleep on my back without a tent.
Oh Jesus! Don't do that. Jesus, I
I don't much anymore, I can tell you that.
I would hope not.
It's one of those things that if you take an interest, it almost meets you halfway. Sure, music's like that, and all painting, and a lot of person.
Man, you're getting cut off a lot. You're
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
she's on an island.
Yeah, she's out in the middle of
the mic right up against my mouth.
Okay, good. But you're doing great, Holly. You were great tonight. You were magnificent. I want you to know that. And I need to write to you more often to let you know that in text. But
no,
I've been
you
so
don't.
busy. And
no, I don't require that.
Yeah.
But I do want to edge out here. And
Understood.
I enjoyed myself immensely, and I always learn things.
Yeah.
And it's nice to talk to people that like this. And support Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
With all your might, folks, because he's a rare commodity.
Thank you.
And a good investment, a smart investment.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good night, Brendan and Aristides and Heather and anybody else who is your friend.
We love you, Holly. Yes.
Love you.
Okay.
Hey,
friend is a
Holly,
pretty strong word.
Sorry, coming around.
Oh yeah, Holly. Aristides wants to say something. Yes, go on, Aristides.
Oh, is she checking out?
Yeah, she's checking out. Right.
Okay, all right. Bye, Holly. And I enjoyed listening to all that quite a lot. Very interesting topics to come up with you. So have a good night, and hope to see you next time.
Yeah.
Thank you for your endorsement.
Yeah.
And,
very pleasant to listen to. Very, it's nice to be entranced in a story, and that's what happens.
Dude, I take that very seriously. What a wonderful note to end on.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Yes.
I'm coming back.
Yeah. All right. Great.
All right.
Thank you.
All my best.
Well, you were coming back anyway, but.
Deepest prayers. Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, we're glad. That's why we're glad.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, honey.
All right. So that'll be Wednesday.
Yeah, that's right. I'll be here before you know it.
Right.
Yeah, whatever we don't touch on tonight, we'll be touching on Wednesday, and there's all too much to touch upon. That's for fucking sure.
A lot of action. Yeah.
Oh, way too much. Yeah,
All right.
All right.
And I'll go on home and check in on the monologue.
Thank you. Please do. I appreciate that. And your feedback is always appreciated. When you come back on Wednesday, whatever thoughts you might have about what I said. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. I note them.
Yeah. Yeah. And so such being said,
Irish.
What was that?
And my Irish goodbye.
Oh, okay.
Just went awry on the front porch.
Yeah. Okay. Love you.
All right.
Okay.
Good night.
Bye for now. Yes. And so, such having been said, dear Aristides, I'm about ready to make another crock of tea. This will be and hold me for the rest of the night, the second crock that I make. Okay. And so I need you to speak with Brendan Zoget and Heather Holman. Heather, are you still with us, honey?
I'm still with us.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I'll talk with whoever's available.
How about yourself, Brendan? Are you still with us? Let's see if dear brother Brendan is with us. I fucking hope so. So, come on, Bren. Yeah, I know you didn't talk yourself out just because we were covering the night sky there. You were helping Holly with that for a long while by helping to contextualize what she said. I'll need you to further contextualize conversation between Aristides and Heather if you are available, Brendan. Oh, God, I hope they didn't get him. He's over either in that haunted schoolyard or he's at home, one or the other. I guess they're both kind of haunted. His new home's not so bad, though, the storage facility. He's down there. He says, be right back. Okay, cool. We'll wait till he gets back before I leave. In the interim, any observations you have at work that you're willing to share about what's going on in budget cuts, attacks on the Department of Education? Has there been anything that's happened at work that you might be willing to share with us or feel comfortable sharing?
I don't know anything directly about it, and I'm not aware of any changes because of like Trump cuts. I know there are other budget concerns, but I think they started even before that. I don't know if it's a direct result of that, but maybe it is, and I just don't know because it seems to start around the same time. So
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure,
Oh.
but yeah, it's not a good scenario. There are a lot of cuts to a lot of places. Arguably some of which maybe were a little, some did some people some good, some maybe we could stand to do without. So I don't know, but some definitely did. People were depending on. So there's that.
Okay.
It's hard to, even if you don't agree, it's hard to like pull the plug on people like all at once.
No. Okay. Yeah. True. It is. But they are doing that. I'll say a little something before I leave to make my tea. I guess I'll say it now before Brendan comes back. And when Brendan returns, let's take a look at Heather. Oh, Heather, what's this link you... researchers confirm an exoplanet. This actually looks like a reliable source, Heather. I'm proud of you. Heather, you're starting to source actual, verifiable sources now. You're actually starting to cite verifiable sources that are worthy sources. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Good lady. Good.
Well, I just thought since Brandon was knowledgeable about these things, maybe he's heard of it, or maybe he'd want to talk about it. I don't know.
I'm sure he has. We'll wait till he gets back about that. Before he does get back, what was I going to say about that was coming to my mind when it came to oh fuck, now I lost it. That's okay. It's okay that I lost it. Once I, go into monologue, of course, then I everything comes flooding. And when everything comes flooding, the biggest issue is making it all coherent because I go into this steady stream of consciousness. And I have to keep it at least segueing coherently from one subject to another. But we were, of course, speaking about academia, and we were speaking about certain cuts. Oh, yes. When I was younger, God, that's a strange way to start that. When I worked with Revolution Radio, I had reached a conclusion that was rock solid. And it was a conviction based on hard reality that was indisputable. And there were certain things in life that just were. There were certain things in life that could only function a certain way. That if you did this, you would get that reaction. Like physics. Like physical mechanics is such that one kind of action causes a certain kind of reaction, and nothing's going to change that. And one of the things that I could tell you was that the National Guard was one of those things you would join so that you would never see combat. It was also the reserves in general were something you joined so you would never see combat. Now, during World War II, all of this was different. There were National Guard units that were thrown into combat. There were reservists that were thrown into combat. After World War II, this began to change as warfare became bureaucratized. And as warfare became bureaucratized, after they had to propagandize that total war was a thing of the past, in other words, their concept was to keep certain things like strategic bombing, atomic warfare, as a defining line between total war and limited conflict. So because the United States had, as I've explained in excruciating detail throughout the past, because the United States had lost World War II, because the United States was forced to never declare war again, they were religiously cleaving towards a set of parameters that would convince the public they had won. And one way to convince the public they had won was to convince the public that the deployment of a nuclear weapon would be the trip line between limited conflict and total war. Now, when it came to what happened was that because of this, warfare became very stratified in America, where certain units were deployed only in the event of total war. In other words, war had to be declared before reserves could be deployed. War had to be declared before the National Guard could be deployed. So, for that reason, the way you avoided combat during wartime was to join the reserves or join the National Guard. That was during the Korean War, the Vietnam War, or any subsequent conflicts. So it became ironclad to the point where people thought that this was the greatest scam in the world. And you had it loaded with, dare I say it. Now, in all fairness, plenty of Filipinos were entering regular service. Plenty of Filipinos were entering regular duty and active duty. Plenty of Filipinos were signing up for the reserves or the National Guard just as a scam, just as a welfare grift, a welfare grift. Now, what happened was something broke during the Iraq conflict. After Gulf War I, as the Americans call it, which I have repeatedly and will keep doing till the day I die, until it gets through. That's really Gulf War II, because Gulf War I was Iran versus Iraq for 8 years and millions of people dying. Gulf War II, which the Americans should be calling Bush War I, was basically Operation Desert Storm, which was effectively, I'll be the first to say it, really a farce. And then you had the Iraq invasion, which was Gulf War III. It really was the third Gulf War. And the Americans should be calling that Bush War II. But sometime during Gulf War I, as the Americans mistakenly call it, basically Bush War I, Gulf War II, during Operation Desert Storm, they began calling up reserves. They began calling up the National Guard with Gulf War III, or Bush War II. Now, during Operation Desert Storm, reservists were so surprised at being called up, they sued the United States government. This was a case that was launched by a Filipino couple who, as a married couple, had joined the reserves because they figured we'll never be sent into combat. And as a married couple, we can leech off this grift because it's a welfare state. And they just send us camping and a few times a year, 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks out of the year. It's the biggest fucking joke in the world. And they thought they had joined basically a social club. That this is a social club, kind of like, you go camping, like a tailgate party club, which is what it was, till Operation Desert Storm. Then when they called them up, they were so aghast, they sued. And they lost. So what had been an ironclad rule changed overnight, and people started to die. Now, they didn't die in Operation Desert Storm. They started dying in Operation Iraqi Freedom. That's when they were chewing up the frontline troops so severely. They were being so mincemeated by the meat grinder that they had to throw in the National Guardsmen and reserves, and they wound up dying like flies. That was a nightmare that no one had foreseen, and if anyone had joined to avoid war before, they found themselves in the thick of combat. So things do change that you would think were ironclad. Things like the Presidio. When I took Brendan Zogin on his tour through the Presidio, I pointed out my father and anyone else who was on site at the base, no one would have dreamed the Presidio was ever going to close. Only my father later on began to worry about it. And people said to him, well, some people worry about the sky falling. By the way, Pixie Princess Star Fox has joined us. So welcome aboard, dear Pixie Princess Star Fox.
Great, right?
How are you, honey? Say hi. Yeah. Looking
Hello. Good. I love it. Tell me what to do, Daddy.
Oh, well, anything you want, darling.
Sorry.
Yeah. And I'm so glad to see you.
I don't know why I'm here. I have nothing to add. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I just love y'all, and I know y'all care about me. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
I just want y'all to know I am alive.
Yeah.
I could add shit, but it'll probably piss everyone off. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I ain't in no good fucking mood, I'll tell you that. I want to start some shit.
Okay. And what provokes this?
Not really. I mean, I say that, but I guess not really. But no, I mean, I like the truth, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes out, I certainly am not poking the bear. Am I poking the bear? I don't feel like I'm poking the bear.
Well, not yet, at least.
I don't want to so bad. Oh, poke, yeah.
Oh.
Daddy, make me shut up. Why you let me talk?
Because we're fine with it. Honestly, it's okay. Well, say hello to both Heather and Aristides.
I love all of you guys, dude.
Hi, thanks for joining.
Dude, I'm psychic. I hear you guys when I'm not even there. It's really creepy, actually.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
I literally fucking hear your thoughts, is what I mean.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Do
Not
tell.
really. It's like annoying, but you know.
Believe me, I know.
I know, right? Like, I hate my own thoughts too. It's not.
You definitely don't want to hear Doug's thoughts.
If I'd be, dead, we'd all be happy.
So no, honey, we want you alive. No, honey. Yeah, just to finish while Brendan is here before I go make my second crock of tea for the night. I do.
Don't make me whip like, I could whip boobs out, huh? Like, I'm not gonna get canceled for boobs. Right?
You won't get canceled for whipping out your boobs here, honey. That's
Actually, David Lynch is holding them tight. I can't get them out. I'm sorry. I tried.
Oh well. That's yes. We appreciate the thought.
Isn't he dead?
It's the thought that counts.
My second daddy in hell.
Yeah. Cool.
He was supposed to be like Vedic. He looked like shit though, so all that Ayurveda he learned didn't work.
I'll give you something to ponder. What's his name? It's Roy Cohn is my first hell death. So, yeah, a fucking your fucking what's his name? God damn, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared, but
that's okay. How would you prepare yourself?
I just heard David Lynch. That's
I
why.
might get a bigger hell boner for is the guy you worked with.
Michael Aquino?
Yes, thank you.
How did I know that?
Huge hell boner for him. A huge hell boner. I love smart people. I got a boner for logic.
Wow, cool. Well,
I think he got a free pass to the netherworld.
Yeah.
He got to go to hell.
Yeah. If he is in hell, he's sitting at the table next to Satan himself. Yeah.
Right.
He's like
He's like the guest on. Right?
Yeah.
To me, so he probably didn't make it. I don't know where.
Now, honey, when it comes to something that I was expressing before you came on, I'll just complete the thought since Brendan is with us. So I was pointing out how people who thought they could join the National Guard or the reserves to never see combat, all that changed in Gulf War I, where something broke. And George Bush Sr. said, and basically I'm calling it Gulf War I for the sake of the Americans. I've gone into detail about how it's really Gulf War II, so I try to refer to it as Bush War I. But the senior Bush, when he sent us into Operation Desert Storm, called out the National Guard and the reserves and actually deployed them. And everybody who had joined them was so shocked. There was a Filipino couple, a married couple who had joined. the reserves, who actually sued the U.S. government. And they lost. But the whole point was where you were able to join these organizations before to avoid combat, George Bush Sr. said, throw them all in, like it was World War II, like it was total war. And I guess that's the point he was trying to make. And at that point, it was because he was trying to turn Iraq into a second world war to overturn the Vietnam War syndrome. And that's exactly what he said after the Operation Desert Storm turned out to be this quote-unquote raging success. Then he said, we finally licked that Vietnam syndrome. So in terms of another thing I said, which Brendan Zogit recalls, and I'm sure Heather does, from the earliest days of Revolution Radio, I told everyone, you can never get fired from the government. And forever, I was right. It was one of these things where you couldn't fire people from the government no matter what they did. You couldn't fire them. They could just sit back and jack off over child porn all day and just do it in public. And they would just, if it bothered anybody else, they'd move them into a broom closet. But they couldn't fire them. All that's changed now, just like with the reserves and National Guards. Now Trump is firing people working for the government. So what used to be a guaranteed, rock-solid, law of the universe, physics-level certainty, you get a government job, you'll never be fired, that has changed. So I do want people to know this is similar to what happened with the National Guard suddenly being deployed in combat overseas, which went into total mobilization during Operation Iraqi Freedom, because their frontline forces were getting chewed up so bad, they started throwing in National Guardsmen and reservists who didn't know what the fuck they were doing into frontline combat, and they were
Fuck yeah!
Yeah,
Lay him down.
they were turned into hamburger by the meat grinder. What's going on with the federal government now is apocalyptic. Yeah. So I just want to leave that with people. Things have changed.
Well, good. Then these people should come work custodial and see how fucked up it really gets. You won't lose that job.
Yeah. True.
Fucking assholes.
True. They can't afford to fire people from custodial because, you're right.
Then you'll be walking in piles of shit and garbage because no one knows. Like everyone's like, I don't even know what to call it. It's like, especially in America, they're not like Japanese people that like pack their trash and take it home with them. Yeah. These people would be like, what do I do? Yeah. Like fucking Patrick when there's like that episode where they have to take care of the baby. Yeah. He's like, there can't be that many diapers. Yeah. And it's like fucking the walls are filled with diapers. That would be like 90% of Americans. Yes. There can't be that much trash. And then they're like, oh my God, it's a lot of trash. After like 2 days.
Oh, God. Oh, awful. Awful. I would die. Dealing with the child. I would just shake that baby to death, is what I would do. I would just shake the baby to death. Just, fuck that shit. I couldn't change this stuff. I mean...
Shake it like a color.
There we are, honey. I mean, Aristides... Well, it's like... go on. Is that Brendan? Please, continue. Yeah, Brendan. It's like what?
Oh, I was just saying one day of no picking up trash, like the whole world's flooded, like everyone.
Oh, dude.
Good luck firing us.
Yeah, tell us about the time the Untouchables went on strike over at the fucking India. The Untouchables went on strike and they weren't picking up garbage. Remember that? The
whole country was flooded.
Yeah, with shit. Yeah,
with shit and trash and.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
Dead bodies.
Yeah. It's like, Aristides, how'd you handle the diaper crisis? I mean, I would have gone mad.
What?
When you were raising a baby, how the fuck did you handle the diaper crisis? I would.
What's the crisis?
Diaper crisis. When you were raising a baby once.
So let me translate. He didn't do it.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take care of like most people do. What's the crisis? Like,
I died.
Jesus, I would have died. Died.
I'm sure.
I couldn't have handled it.
I got a A cup. Who needs a boob?
There we go, honey. That's right. So I will leave you all to speak.
Somewhere.
I'm gonna make my crock of tea now. I'll be back, and it's gonna take about 10-ish minutes. But you're in good hands.
You're smart. Yeah, I would duck out too if I was around me.
Yeah. Love you there, Pixie Princess Star Fox.
I love you, baby. I love you so much.
Yeah, I love you too,
Anything
baby.
you happy.
Cool. So I'll be right back. Guys, you got this, right? Guys, you got this?
Yeah, we got this for now.
I'm gonna do my best.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
we'll get it for the break and then come back.
Thank you. I'll be back. Yeah. Feel free to feel free to release those sweater puppies, honey. Yeah, that's.
Hey, how are you wearing a t-shirt? It's cold as fuck up here.
Dude, yeah.
Like, how are you not wearing sweaters? My question.
Me? I'm
It's
wearing.
cold. It's
I
fucking
wear
cold.
like thigh highs. I survive on fetish skills. Like I survive on horny, like other psychopaths, but I'm not evil. So I wear thigh
But how
highs.
does that keep you warm?
Well, because they're thigh highs, and I don't need to make sense because that, I don't have a husband or anything else that feels good in life but these socks, right? So the socks are key, bruh.
So you're basically
You gotta
running
have the
off of
socks.
like
I mean,
hatred.
no, I tried doing that. I did scientifically practice utilizing anger as a skill. I don't think that's very cool unless necessary, to be quite honest. I mean, if you
No, of course
have
not.
to use anger, yeah, I mean, if you're that mad, you better do something like that with it. I'm definitely not that
Well, it
kind of
depends on
angry.
it depends
I
on the
wish I was, because I really want to hurt people. I think they don't take me serious at all. Niggas need to fucking be broke around this shit, if I can be quite honest. Like, I'd rather pay somebody to do the dirty, though. Because
Yeah.
I'm lazy. It's not that I don't want to do it. Like, I don't care.
Right. I mean, there's different types of anger. There's like blue flame, which is like a righteous anger.
Paint a pretty picture. You guys on this show, y'all get it, because y'all are way too good for that. You're too beautiful. You have I don't even know, like, do we talk about spirits anymore? But oh my god, everyone knows that y'all don't need the fucking compliment. It's a fact, and everyone knows that. That's why fucking Triple G can relax and go, yeah, let you guys fucking handle it for a minute, cause hello. Come on now. Oh.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
true. Yeah, I can see it.
And
I can see the image. Yeah. It's great.
I want to be mad, but I feel like the kind of mad I want to be ain't gonna affect nobody. I ain't just gonna randomly scream at a nigga.
But is that what's keeping you warm? Is like not getting mad, or?
A little bit, yeah, because the goddamn DoorDash chick was like, wow, why are you not cold? And I looked at myself and I was like, maybe I am so angry I can't feel cold at the moment.
You just have like a Pitta body type, like you're a fire type. Like if you were like a Pokemon, you'd be a fire type, basically.
I don't know.
Does that sound about right?
I definitely don't identify as a redhead. I hate redheads.
No,
We're
I'm not
evil,
talking-
right?
No, I'm not talking about fire, like
The
look. I'm talking about the element. You know, like the element, Harry Potter style, like, or Avatar: The Last Airbender. You're like one of those Fire Nation.
You think though you're insulting. I'm a barb. What are you saying? I'm Earth element.
I said you're fire.
That's the most element, right? We're super basic and physical and crybabies, right? We're the weak ones.
No, I'm saying fire.
Yeah,
Fire.
No, but I'm Earth. And fuck fire. I'm sick and tired of feeding fire with my Earth. Like, we're the opposites. Because fire eats me, right? And I'm dead, bruh. I can't
so you're Earth element.
doing I don't know. I'm on the cusp. Oh, you're so serious. I want to fuck your face so hard.
You could either be fire or you can have both. You can have two
You're
elements.
the
Like that's fine.
only person I enjoy fucking getting all up in my head. It's so cute. Breaks me down.
Intelligence is sexy.
You're the
Well,
girl.
I think-
Hello.
Yeah, I think fire and earth, like they can be compatible, possibly. It's,
Not, yeah, a fire sign would
like lava,
say
you know,
that.
like lava, like
Got nothing to lose.
magma or whatever. Yeah, like it could be magma.
Oh,
Like it just depends. Yeah, what's going on with that?
That's so. I a real earth sign. I mean, in my mind, the earth is all the elements, and it doesn't matter. It's a forfeit, right?
Yeah, like the physical earth has all the elements. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's totally fine.
So it is a little bit superficial of us superficial earth elements and the way we think. You know, that's how
like
Hitler
if you're in a physical.
Because Hitler was a Tauran. He's we're the worst.
Yeah, well, he had fire. Like,
we go.
Fire sign.
Yeah, really.
Well. He had like Sagittarius, like fire.
Did he?
Fire.
Oh, I could so see that.
So was Hitler Sagittarius?
Yeah.
I'll just say like they're replacements.
For him too. I love that the girls Saggies. Yeah, that's cute. I know that they're so dirty.
I would think of Hitler as more of a crab.
Like
I feel it.
Yeah.
It's giving crab.
No, there's no force sign in the chart that I know of. I mean, we could look it up. But,
funniest
thing.
Okay.
Like you could look up Astrodienst. You know.
Calling Hitler a Cancer is the funniest thing humanly.
I mean, everyone has like all the signs. You know, everyone has.
It's like what a whiny baby do, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, definitively he has Sag. Like I know that for a fact. And Doug shares the same planetary kind of alignments.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's why he's the way he is.
All I know is I never want to hang out with me, so I'm sorry, you guys. Thank you for putting up with me.
Oh no, it's fine.
You're
pretty.
And so
I don't like me. I truly like. I go through these convos all day, so thank you.
Well, we're glad that you're here, and you're very pretty.
I know y'all are nice. I know y'all are really good. Thank you.
I think the fire will do that. Yeah, I still stand by my original comment. But, yeah.
As you should.
Yeah, fire sign. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like maybe some Aryan.
I don't think I ever heard your point. Obviously, I'm sorry. I'm retarded.
I just said you were fire type. That's all. Like a Pokemon, you know, like fire Pokemon. That's all I said. I didn't really elaborate.
Well, I think that's nice, but
it depends. I mean, it depends.
I'm not gonna press it. I'm not gonna. I could see it. At least I'm begging for an insult here, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have like a boner for all of you guys. I love y'all because y'all are smart. I'm so sick and tired of stupid people. And then like
That's
they don't
not
know
true.
what to
Don't
do.
say that.
Yeah.
Don't say that about yourself.
I know. I am
Yeah, I think
very
you're quite astute, but I don't know about the people you're around. That's a whole nother matter.
do that. Thank you. I try not to. I guess I'm trying to help myself.
I still don't understand how you stay warm. Is it like just like pure malice or hatred or something? That's what I was asking.
I am not an angry person at all. I
Do you like
think
turn
I
your heater
share
up or something?
guys because I I'm powerful. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it is fucking freezing. Have a propane tank burning. I should probably actually turn off because I've been reserving my resources. Yeah, I don't like to exhort my resources, so I'm gonna just turn that off if I look warm.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to burn those inside, but it's whatever.
Either.
Oh my god. Is there like ventilation? Maybe you're like anyways, I think you're all right. You sound like you're fine.
Not really. I mean it's freezing outside. I have
what about like a sweater, a blanket, the classic, a scarf? Americans hate scarves for some reason. I don't know why.
The fact is yes, my roommate doesn't care if I'm going to die from propane fumes. I have tried to make it back. He doesn't care. I don't really use it unless I have to. I'm sitting
what about making tea?
A space heater. I could make a fire. I could turn on a propane thing. I'd rather just. I mean, if I'm that cold, I'll just like put some clothes on, which is kind of hard to do, right? It's hard to get me in some clothes.
Sounds like a personal problem, but
my room. I have 2 heaters in there. You know.
So you're fine, is what you're saying. That's totally okay.
I just drink. A lot of people have that. A lot of people have that to where they don't want to wear clothes. I deal with it with the person I live with all the time.
It's like I think it's a Louisiana thing where I'm just like not used to.
No, it's global and it's a global thing. Some people just don't want to wear clothes. And it's
also
okay.
Like the modern clothes are not comfortable.
You can't put clothes on humidity is what I'm learning. Yeah. I'm having all kind of like functional issues with.
Yeah. Well, if you look at ancient.
Brendan, you're right too. It's the fabric is important.
Yeah, fabric is causing issues, and the actual design. If you look at ancient clothing, it's all draping, like kimono and stuff. They're like these squares that drape over you like a cloak, and that's the most comfortable thing. Like, what's up?
Hurt you guys. Why is everyone so stupid? I would give everything in the world if everyone was just fucking intelligent like this.
Yeah, well, we all wish we could buy. You can't buy intelligence at like a shop. I would. Everyone would. Just look at how bad things are getting. It's definitely an intelligence issue.
Yeah, you could buy a starter pack, or you could buy an upgrade.
Yeah. If only it was that easy.
Right.
There are things you can do, like Ayurvedically, to increase your mental capacity. Like there are different herbs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
spices and
take away from assholes, man. Like everyone's an asshole, and they know they're an asshole, and they know that I know. And it's like I'm in this moment. It's like, how do I handle you? Because you're gonna make. They want me low energy. They're like, if you keep assessing high energy, I'm dead.
Is this like a government? Like who's taking your readings? Like is this like solo leveling or something? I can't hear you anymore, so I don't know if anyone else is on with me.
She looks like she cut out.
Oh, it like froze?
Oh, yeah, when it's so cold, she froze.
I'm still on.
That's what I was worried about. But any thoughts, Heather, about like leveling up? Like there are ways to level up. I just have a
question. Do you believe like when people say, "Oh, I had a major download," I had a major download of information. Do you think that that's real, or is it just?
It depends where it's coming from. I mean, yeah, it's real. It's possible.
So people have downloads from other planets or other
intelligences, but not necessarily it's not good to really like have that happen. Could like short circuit you and stuff. So it's best to just naturally come across your own intelligence through like meditation.
Yeah, I have
centering.
downloads, sometimes of vocabulary downloads, but they're very small and simple. I'll just get really big words, and I don't know the word, but suddenly I do.
Yeah,
like
that's more like collective
today the word was
consciousness.
recidivism. Or recidivism. Yeah. Whatever.
That's probably just listening to Doug. It's just he tends to
I
do
don't
that.
know. Well, I didn't know what it meant, but I used it in a sentence, and so I know I have some kind of a.
Do you know what it means?
I don't
now?
know. What?
Do you know what it means now? Like, can you consciously remember what it means?
Yeah, now I know because I looked it up.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. So, sometimes that stuff just happens. And it's like a lot of the times it's coming from like the Akash. It's called the Akash. So if like a lot of people are thinking about it, it will like pop up. So that's just sometimes the ethers can bring that. But like a full-on download like from an entity is like not good necessarily. Like you don't know what it's doing. It's best not to be left open for these things.
So people don't ask for it, really. It just happens.
If it's something that you don't ask for, then yeah, it's definitely bad. Like it's like not good usually.
Huh.
Like because divine, like the highest force, doesn't do that unless you like work for it or something. So there's no point in, like if you get stuff for free, then there's like stuff going on. It's like that movie Limitless. Like I don't know if you've ever seen that movie.
Oh yeah, I have.
Where he unlocks his full brain and then like everything goes bad after a while. It's like there's always a cost.
It's old.
Yeah.
So I put a link in the chat of a super Earth discovery of an exoplanet potentially capable of sustaining life. Have you heard about that?
I have not, but there's a lot of stuff, going around in that space sphere.
Why do people want to go out off of the world so bad?
It's just escapism. It's just the classic reasons.
Escapism.
And like people like think Earth is gonna die or something.
Like the Earth isn't gonna shake us all off like fleas on a wet dog or something.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like that. Like people think like, oh, Earth is doomed, so we have to leave, but it's like the beings on Earth would get taken out first. I mean, like the Earth will just regenerate.
Shake us off.
Because like no matter how much pollution there is, like just like magma and storms and stuff can just reset. Literally everything. I mean, like there's no microplastic that'll survive like a full, magma meltdown.
Right.
like divine still can change the whole face, just like what happened to Atlantis and all that.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it should be scary. Like,
yeah,
it's amazing, but it's like, there are reasons why it shouldn't be taken lightly. Like for like less than 5 minutes, the continents can go down, and then where there were continents, there's like an ocean, and then where there's an ocean, there's a continent. I mean, it would take like minutes if something catastrophic happened. So like the Earth can do that, and it has done that many times.
Well, it would never go back to be a Mesopotamia or anything, would it?
I mean, it can. Like anything can happen. Like it's
like if all the countries would cram back together.
Like a Pangea. I mean, it can. It's possible. But it would take like the whole, no beings would survive really like in the way we know them as now.
None.
Yeah. And like the spirits would get recycled,
Even the spirits?
Like the physical plane would get wiped, and then the spirits get recycled back later when like the stuff is back,
Oh, okay. When after evolution and the fish and the lizards and stuff. Is that what you mean?
No, not even. It doesn't have to start over like completely. Like it can just. It's like a board game. It's like if it gets wiped, then it can be like the pieces can be put back on and stuff. Like
people just emerge.
Yeah. Like people, like anything like that is here can be restored or taken away. Yeah.
It's just beyond
like
my
the beings
level
are called like rishis. Yeah. Like it's called like beings like rishis and stuff. Like they created all the ecosystems out here and everything. Like, and they're still out there, like these cosmic beings. Like,
Well, maybe that's why people want to get off of the planet, is because they're jealous.
Yeah, but to get off the planet, you have to like cultivate your
mind.
No, your spirit. You have to get the charge. So if you have enough charge, then you could restore your spirit after death. Like you can control your own destiny and all this stuff. But like nowadays, like people are recycled so much in the reincarnation cycle that it like depletes, like you become depleted spirits and just keep getting recycled over and over. And that's what the Svartalfar, like the dark force, like is like, that's why everything's set up in this like negative spiral. So people keep recycling, you know, instead of getting out. So that's unfortunate, but that's how that's their plan. That's why they created the system in like a negative system. Yeah. So you're always left unfulfilled, you know. It's like that's the point.
Right.
Yeah. So there you go.
I was just going outside.
Oh, no worries. Yeah. So it's not too cold out there, or are you like smoking or something?
Not really.
Okay.
No, it's probably
like, oh yeah, you're a bit more south. Yeah, you're a bit more south.
60.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's quite good actually. Yeah, so, but yeah, so that's like the point is like the ancient people, they all tried to get out of the cycle of birth and death, like liberation, moksha, it's called, or the Buddhists like had their concept of, you know, escaping, you know, samsara, the wheel of reincarnation. The Egyptians had their, you know, all their, you know, their buildings like pyramidons were pointed towards Orion, because that's like the exit point in the zodiac, you know, out through the exit door. So
do you think that the Egyptians, when they did the mummies or when mummification, did they make them come back alive, or were they still alive people when they were mummified, or is that just a Halloween thing that it's trick or treat, you know?
No, the point wasn't, you don't go back to the body. The point was that the Ka would have time to, you know, figure it. Basically, you preserve the body so the Ka and the Ba can figure out where it's at. Then it can make the journey out later. So you didn't want it to be like confused. Like if you die right now, like, and your body gets destroyed, like your spirit will be like confused and stuff. Like,
right.
Like,
and so like people that do instant cremation, it's like, what are they thinking?
Yeah, but it actually, nowadays it actually helps. Like even in Vedic times, like they did that cremation because, you know, like on the Ganges and all that, because it actually helps you like not be attached to the body. So like the Egyptians, like the early like pre-dynastic stuff, they had enough power to like know that their body was dead and stuff like that. Like when you die, you know, like, you know, you're still able to like move and stuff in like the other bodies that come out. But now, like in the last like 5,000 years, like when people die, it's like really tough. Like you're like completely lost and stuff. It's like, yeah.
I know they have the thing when they would make a mummy and then they would open their mouth so they could still eat and.
Yeah. That's
so
like
were they really
stuff.
eating?
No. That's like later stuff that came because they didn't understand like the original thing.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah, it's like the dilution of the knowledge, and then they basically.
How long did they stay alive?
What do you mean? They were dead. There's no staying alive. You know, it's like there's another body. So like, you know, the concept of like the astral body and the causal body and all that. So it's like Russian dolls. It's like your physical body is just like the cover, and then like when that breaks, then like other bodies come out of you. That's like called dying, and then you get another body. But, yeah.
But it's the same, but just smaller.
No, it's just more subtle.
More invisible.
And a lot of the times, like because of the way things have gone, it's like you don't get a choice anymore. Like beings come and take you. Like the Nords like talked about, like, you know, the Valkyrie and stuff.
Continue.
If you died during battle, then beings would come and get you and take you Like, because you would be, you wouldn't be grounded anymore, so you'd be lost, and then they would like help you out. So that's what happens to most people when they die, is like beings come and collect you, like the wrong.
Oh, the Yamadutas.
Yeah, Yamadutas and different things like. But that's like not fun. like you want to have enough power to like have your destiny in your own hands.
Right.
Well, what do I need to do?
Yeah, just like follow the Vedic, like
you're doing
Chant Hare Krishna,
centering.
Yeah,
chanting, doing jop, like all that is designed to get your power levels up.
All right.
And then like that's the point of like why they talked about like opening all the chakras and all that, because then you have enough power and you could like gather energy, and then you could control your destiny. Like that's the point, get your destiny in your own hands.
Well, I thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yes.
There you go. Excellent. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good. Just making certain.
Starfire dipped out, or Starfox. Sorry.
Okay.
Starfire.
Pixie Princess Starfox, but I do believe she's Starfire in her little thing, isn't she? Kind of.
Maybe in her head. I don't know. Starfire is a character from Teen Titans. So that's different.
Okay.
She's like this like alien chick, but doesn't fit her personality. That was just my mistake.
Okay. Well, definitely. We love you, Pixie Princess Starfox. We love you dearly. And,
hopefully she can get back. She was getting all hyped that I was calling her a fire type Pokemon, and she got all spicy and then left. Or I think some technologically things happened. She froze.
Spicy in a fun sense, or spicy in an angry sense?
It was like a whole flood of like different emotions. I don't know exactly. It was like 5 different things at once.
Oh, okay.
It's like all spice. It's like everything at once.
And so at any rate,
it wasn't bad.
Okay, good. Yes. Yeah, and continue with some of these questions. What about Aristides? Is he still with us?
I think he's asleep.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay, just checking in on you. We're just meandering towards the monologue, but before I dive into that with all the intellectual energy that takes from me, Jack Star, as well as Athem Animist. Athem Animist says, "Laugh out loud. I love that picture, Douglas. Hello. Thank you. Yes, and of course, Lantern Festival. We went all out. And in terms of Jack Star, he says, hi. The physical body can be recreated in an instant if the person has an evolved etheric body. A person needs to know themselves very well to do this, and it is difficult to consciously trigger, but it can be learned. And then usually the new body is abducted by Greys. Laugh out loud, I guess. Thank you, Douglas. It's great to hear you again. Thank you.
Lost me there, but...
Yeah, he's having fun. Jack Star has a very obtuse sense of humor. It's
well, yeah, it was a good joke.
Yeah. It's like John Warrington has a very obtuse sense of humor as well. It's yeah, and so
uniqueness is the spice of variety, is the spice of life.
Yes, that's why we have Pixie Princess Starfox, and so such having been said, Heather, you're still so active. How's Vinny doing? How's do you feel
he's doing okay?
Okay, yeah. Both
apparently he can't keep his clothes on, but it's okay.
He can't keep his clothes on, but some people have that problem, or it's not even a problem. It's like a quality.
Who they are? Who they are? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. How did we discover this? I mean, I know you would have known this, Heather, but how did it come up?
Because Pixie Princess was talking about, or Star Fox was talking about how she tends to not keep her clothes on, or not want to wear her clothes. And I'm like, well, that's kind of normal for a lot of people that don't want to wear clothes. It's a thing,
Uh-huh. Right.
And I just explained some reasons why. I was just like, yeah, there's reasons.
Right. What are those reasons?
Because modern clothes are shit.
Yeah. Right.
It's all like plastic and scratchy and shitty.
Yeah.
That's why like the ancient clothing was the best, because it would like hang off of you like kimono.
Okay.
Like how comfortable like even though they were restrictive and like tied up, you had full range of movement in your arms and legs, like in different types of kimono.
Yes.
Like the, so like, because they were just squares that were like laid upon you. They weren't tied, or there was no, there's no belts and scratchy polyester and shit. So the ancient clothing is always the best, like most comfortable, but they wanted to eliminate that, so people are always in tension and shit.
And then the natural fibers is a whole different energy.
Yeah. And that's like, the frequency was taken down. So there's a lot of things going on there. Yeah. That's why I was saying.
What's the deal with socks? I mean, socks, there's just like, put this tight things around your feet.
Try to get wool socks, especially if it's cold, because they're
The socks are for like if you live in freezing temperatures.
Yeah.
Like if you notice people from like Southeast Asia, like they wear sandals, like because that's their normal shoe, you know. And people always talk crap. Well, why are they wearing sandals? They're gross. And it's like, because where they come from, it's warm and you don't need socks. Because socks would like kill you if you wore them in like humid, hot ass fucking weather.
Yes.
So. I loathe socks.
Yeah, that's because you come from this background where your heart is in India, right?
No, because I live in Phoenix, Arizona.
Socks for cold weather.
Yeah, socks are a killer.
Like if you wore socks in like southern India, like you die. Like
it's
like 80 degrees and humid, and you're all fucked up. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like when I went to Hawaii, I was in a department store and I was like, where are all the wool scarves and like blankets? And they're like, the lady looked at me like I was insane. She's like, we're on an island that's like 90 degrees all year. And I was like, oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. So I was like, so you don't have any wool? And she just was like fed up with me by that. She was just like, no, we don't. You would die. Basically, is what she said. Like, if you had wool in your house, you would die.
That's incredible. I'm glad she was that upfront with you. That's fun. So, I mean, I like people with that kind of personality, or I can. You might get tired after a while.
Island people are honest, more honest, I'd say, because it's just like everything is just slower.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And they just kind of can't stand the bullshit, so they just Nemo's asked us a question, but I'm hoping I can coax him to come on the bandwidth before we respond to it. But in the interim, Brendan, why don't you take a look at what he entered into the text box? Because it's a question that you would be best starting off with. I can always add my 2 cents. And, so...
What is he saying? Before... address how the realm... Well, it has nothing to do... Okay, should I read the question?
Of course.
Okay, can you guys address how the realm where the dark elves dwell is affecting our realm negatively? ? Well, it's not the realm that's doing the damage, it's the beings that are infiltrating, the interlopers. That's the problem. So that's a simple answer.
Okay.
Well, he wants
it's like
to know how.
The realm itself is not. How? I mean, how? It's just look at the world. Nothing nice is happening. You know? Like I can explain it from the top, but I mean, Doug, do you have anything to say before I?
No, please explain from the top by all means. Oh, take your time with it too. Believe me.
Okay, basically, like these entities or these beings from other dimensions, like the Svartalfar, the Dark Elves, have a beef with the Light Elves, which are in the realm above us. So in the Vedic, it would be the Devas, the angelic beings, versus the Asuras, the beings from the lower realms. And they constantly battle each other because of some beef. They have like family drama because they're both children of Brahma, the creator. Or in the case of the Nordic myth, you have Loki versus Odin, whom are blood brothers. So Loki comes from the race of giants from, the realms below, the fire and ice realms, and then Odin and his children, like Thor and all that, are of the Aesir from Asgard and above. And Tyr, the sky god, the original Allfather, they all battle, each other. So over time, the they fought each other in the higher realms, which is heaven, the lower realms, which is not hell, but a gross realm that is below this realm, on the 9 worlds, on the world tree. So you can like find this all in Norse mythology. But the point is, those beings are trying to infiltrate heaven, and they have to use Earth to get there because we are Midgard, the middle guard, the middle Earth. So for them to get there, they have to infiltrate Earth through these humans that made deals with them, such as John Dee and these other beings, made deals with them, these like European families and secret societies. They made deals with these entities, and then over time, those entities gave us enough technology to where now they can interface fully, like through the computers and whatever else they want to give us. And then that way they feel that they can take over our realm, which they basically have almost fully done. And then through that, then they can launch the war on heaven, which is why you get everyone obsessed with breaking through the dimensions, going to space, messing with the northern lights and the ionosphere and the heart. So that way they can break through into the heavenly realms and launch an assault on the gods. So sounds sci-fi, but unfortunately that's the reality that we are in. So
thank you.
Which are the
and it negatively impacts humans because we were never meant to have freaking tablets that are connecting us to brain melting fucking shit 24/365. Like,
thank you. Cell phones. It's not about cell phones. Go on.
Or any of the technology, like
yes,
like for thousands of years we were just working on basic technology.
Yes.
Like if you go now to the Amazon, like those people have been doing the same thing for 5,000 years.
Yes.
So you don't just go there and give them like McDoubles and McChickens, like it would kill them.
Yes.
But that's what those beings did. They just gave all these, they gave us the Industrial Revolution and all that, and they don't care what happens. It's just we're like fodder to them. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at, and that's how it impacts us negatively because now we're in this hellscape of just utter, just fucked up shit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to welcome Sammy Romero, who has joined us. And so, dear Sammy, before Heather asks her other question, make a note of what you were going to ask, Heather. Don't forget it. But before she asks it, Sammy, say hello to everyone and give us an update on whatever you're comfortable sharing. And I hope your birthday went well, by the way, both for yourself and Isaac.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Hi, guys. How you guys doing?
Yes. I hope you heard. Thanks for your contribution the other day as well, dear Sammy. Thank you so much. So continue.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes.
No problem. No, I just want to say I drop in and actually I was actually very curious about the elves you guys are talking about. This is something new to me. When I was hearing the past transmission, I was just trying to. I was actually going through one of your lectures about H.P. Lovecraft with the Freemason guy, the Indian guy, the Pakistani guy. I forget his name.
Yes. You're talking about S.T. Joshi or somebody else that when I'm talking. Oh, the idiot! You're talking about Salman Sheikh, the idiot I was talking to. Yeah.
I was trying to look for it on your channel, which I couldn't find it, so I was listening through his. But
okay.
Nevertheless, it's an awesome lecture. I think it's interesting he still has it up. That's probably the best thing he has in his channel.
Yes, that's why he keeps it up. It's because it's the only one that gets him hits. Go on. Yes.
Well, it was a masterpiece. You gave him about at least 4 or 5 parts. So anybody, maybe you can actually get that, or maybe you can redo that lecture.
Okay.
Or something. I'm gonna have to give you a donation or something because that's definitely one you need to have because it's very educational.
Bless you.
Even coming from my background, obviously,
thank you.
I come from a evangelical Christian background, but anyways, just wanted to say hi and definitely I'm glad that you're enjoying your festivities, obviously the Chinese New Year.
Yes.
Festivities.
Yes.
This year, obviously, with me, it's a little different where I'm not around it as much as I was in previous years with
Yeah, Los Angeles.
Right, especially my coworkers,
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Oh my God. Yeah.
But nevertheless, definitely, I'm glad that you're partaking in it, and just seeing the landscape of this country right now, obviously, for what's going on, in my background, I think it's definitely. I'm glad that there's still culture in the sense that we're still be able to celebrate our own cultures, even though, this administration is
going to try and scrub us.
Yeah.
Yes, go on.
Making it obvious that they don't want people celebrating the culture, but saying it without saying it, quote unquote, which is totally ridiculous. Because I don't know. To me, it just seems just very, very childish.
Yes.
How do you want to be politically correct but be a bigot at the same time? It's almost I don't know, like the whole DEI thing was totally just, anyways, it's just very, very just retarded. I hate to use that word.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to expand my vocabulary, but it's just does not make sense, because like I personally don't have problem with bigotry. At least I know where people stand.
Right.
But when this administration does not want to admit to it, they don't outright. It's almost where, I mean, you're at this point as far as classless, you might as well just say it, But it's just I don't want to roll down that narrative. But anyways, back to the these owls you're talking about. Yeah, it's one of these things where I kind of had to, I would like to keep open mind. It's one of these things where, even going back to your H.P. Lovecraft lecture, which you did a couple years ago, it's a very much revealing take on that part of really a very hidden education, where it's not necessarily hidden. It's just how you explain it. It's not Dungeons and Dragons. It's It's not just Squid Man coming out of the ocean. And, I mean, if you look at YouTube, that's what everybody has a heart on.
Hey, yes, thank you.
Thank you. All of a sudden, Squid Man's coming out, and
yes,
it's like they have a giant erection.
It's so bizarre.
Character.
Yes.
And obviously, how you break it down, it's a little bit more than just that. There's different elements, obviously, and in how that story came into play, or really that history. But nevertheless, it kind of gives me a grasp in definitely how your education, obviously who you were associated with, but even beyond that, I think sometimes, I'm not saying you don't give yourself credit enough, but it goes beyond just being who you're associated with, because obviously there's people that were associated with, Colonel Aquino, who don't have the education you do.
Thank you. Yes.
You're talking about, all these generals, like, who's that guy that met the Minister of Goats? I forget.
Chapman.
These assholes' names.
Yes.
Chapman.
Or God, was it Chapman? I'm trying to remember. Chanham. Fuck. I'll have to look it up. First Earth Battalion. But yes, we know who we're speaking of. Yes, continue.
Right. So all these assholes. Right. All these assholes that belong to these military mafia that that prey on really the U.S. public's idea of what the military is, and don't get me wrong, I like you said in the past, and I'm not saying all military people are evil, no, but there's one thing that I think it's always comes into play, where it shows its failure. It shows its failure in this country, where because we have a professional military, they really pretty much are at the mercy of our commander-in-chief, where they have to follow orders, quote unquote. But really, they really don't do anything. It's just a welfare state. Obviously, with this administration pretty much trying to shut down funding with the government, period, this was a very much possibility that, you know, people were going to starve, especially in all these departments of government, which, you know, thank God that necessarily didn't happen quite yet. This is kind of averted momentarily, but what I'm trying to say is this iniquity of our government is even being more displayed now more than ever, because we're seeing it, and we're going to see really how incompetent training that our government has. When I mean by government, I mean obviously our military, when it comes to dealing with civilians. I don't think people understand that actual combat soldiers, and I put combat in quotations now, don't know how to deal with civilians. And we're talking about, you know, civilians that protest, civilians that can come off as hostile, even though, you know, they have the guns and the ammunition. It's a little different when it's the people that, you know, their taxes make it so that, you know, the military gets to do what they do, which is really nothing, you know.
Thank you. Yes, actually.
And, I mean, and I don't hate the player. You know, the game is the game. I don't hate the player. I mean, it is what it is. It's just there's going to be even more questions now than ever before because of the chaos. But this also goes back to what you're talking about with these dark elves. And I have to sometimes remind myself, because I think anybody that gets to know Doug's education in the sense of the lectures and how he contextualizes it with history, it does become like, whoa, this is getting a little out there. But the reality is you don't really, it doesn't even have to be, you don't have to talk about dark elves. You just look outside your window.
Thank you.
Look at, you know, social media alone is almost like, I would also say like a Palantir now.
Yes.
Where even and I remember my father talked to me about in the Bible where, you know, in Revelations that everybody's going to be able to witness the Antichrist. Everybody's going to see his coming and his works.
Yes.
Which makes a lot of sense in the sense of technology nowadays, where it's almost like a Palantir where you see all corners of the earth, how people are reacting, or even just all around in the sense of the United States. You know, you see obviously. You know, if anybody's seen the protests, you're seeing a lot of Chicanos, you know, being prideful of their nationality and waving the Mexican flag and you know, protesting it, exercising their rights. But you're also going to see the far right throw up, which I find hilarious now. Obviously, thanks to Doug.
Yes.
That's the one thing I need to address the listeners is when you get educated and when you actually take into what Doug talks about the Hakenkreuz, the swastika, the real meaning to it. When you look at a bunch of rednecks put up that sign, that sign does not instill fear.
Yes.
When you understand what it actually means.
Thank you.
In fact, they probably should have put up the peace sign.
Yes.
That would be more horrific because if they actually knew what that meant, it's the cross, you know, inverted, you know,
and sundered and broken, the arms broken.
Right.
Yes.
And all these symbolic meanings, which people just are miseducated in. People are just really ignorant, to the point of they really think that they embedded it. They think they came up with it. They neglect, the hundreds, thousands of years that these symbols have been used. Even Native Americans,
Thank you.
which were considered Aryans by the Third Reich. And,
That's correct.
That's another subject. When you start mentioning the Third Reich, and if anybody in the States, if anybody ever wonders why they always bring up Nazis or the Third Reich, well, it's because we're still at war. This is still a war that we have not ended. We're still at war with the Third Reich. This is, I've had to, what I'm trying to relate to listeners is, this all makes sense because it's just a continuation of what's been going on. And it's just, everything's coming back full circle where, we have these baby boomers that are in their 80s and 90s, they won't die. They're scratching their way to, trying to really not die. Or if they're going to die, they want to take us all down. I don't want to sound so dark or so negative. It's not really the negativity. It's just what I see.
It's true.
What I see people's perception or their delusion, really, of what's not there. And I have neighbors that are, that's one thing I've understood is to really hate somebody, or not even hate, to really teach your children to have a certain view of somebody. They study you. They're around you, not necessarily segregate, but be around you, and then go back and teach your children what, or just lie to them, miseducate them of who they are, and in turn, they have a perception of that demographic or that race, where they're wetbacks, they stole our country, and excuse me.
No worries.
It's just what I'm trying to say is, it's I think a lot of minorities nowadays are too uncomfortable being around people that necessarily don't really care for them. What I mean by that is, pardon me, give me 1 second. Okay.
Sure, no worries. And I think that everything that Sammy brings up is important, and I'm so glad that he's going over this. Just going to check around now into both the call, and I still invite, of course, Nemo to join us, because, again, always glad to have him. Now I believe Sammy's back with us. And yes, by all means, whenever you're ready, Sammy, go ahead and feel free to speak. Okay, he's still on mute, so I believe that's Brendan. So definitely Brendan. I think that what was going on with Holly was Holly has a romantic image of me where she sees me with my baseline white hair being long, and she just felt that physically I looked like the dark elf character in Hellboy 2, so she felt that that was a caricature of myself meant to make myself look like the bad guy. So I understand where she's coming from. But what you're saying, of course, is that's not me at all, because the objectives of that character are indeed aligned with the reality of the Dark Elves, and it has nothing to do with anything that I would be a part of, essentially. Or can you elucidate on that?
Well, just that the whole backstory that's not your story.
Thank
it
you.
Doesn't connect.
Thank you. I agree. It's not my story, because
and they didn't do a good job portraying the elves at all.
Thank you.
Like that.
For one thing, they're underneath New York subway systems. It's like, why the fuck would they be underneath New York subway? Yeah, what is that? But go on.
Yeah, it's just beef that these groups have with each other, because there's like the Drakálfar, and the Svartalfar and the Duergar. So they all like have beef with each other. Like, so like the Asuras like have their, like the realms below, there's like different dimensions.
Yes.
So they have beef between each other, but the most powerful group, like the Asuras, like they have all the technology and everything. So they, you know, they have like the Duergar, like the dwarves build stuff for them. And, you know, so they have their own power structure down there. And, you know, and it's not a fun thing. Like, it's not nice.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Like you can just go into like Norse or Vedic mythology and you could see how like fucked up they are.
Yes. Thank you.
And even the most righteous among them, like they could still be enlightened. Like Bali, like King Bali was like basically christened by Krishna himself, you know, in one of his avatars, or Vishnu in one of the avatar forms. And he was actually given a whole realm and made king of the Asurs because of his righteousness. So like, you know, it's just like any beings. But these ones happen to be cosmically powerful and also technologically advanced.
Excellent. Okay. And so with that in mind, we're going to check on the status of Sammy. He's still mute. And by all means, explain to our listeners some of what you explained to Heather in the text. I think that would be good for them to know.
She was talking about the DMT thing.
Okay.
She said, are the elves on DMT the Asuras or Devas? It's like you wouldn't see those entities. Like those are like lesser spirits. Like the ones that you see on DMT, like that are always reported in the different like reptilian beings that come out when you're on high levels of those drugs. Like these are like lesser entities. They're not.
Thank you. Yeah.
Like you don't just. It's like Sauron and shit. It's like you don't just find Sauron and come out alive from it. Like
thank you.
Like
thank you.
Like they're beyond demons. Some of these beings, like Ravana. If you look in to Vedic mythology, you have like Ravana and his sons in the Ramayana. I mean, these beings were so powerful they like conquered the three worlds and they were like ruling out with style and shit. Like, like you don't survive an encounter with those beings like usually. You know, you don't come across them on some DMT trip like floating in the astral. Like you wouldn't be, you know. Yes. You know, it's like it would be like some eldritch shit. Like you come out babbling and like fucked up.
Thank you. Thank you.
They wouldn't even give you that time of day. Like they consider themselves like they're very arrogant and stuff. Like,
yes.
You know, they wouldn't even give you that time.
Yeah.
It's like the whole Satan thing. It's like, you know, you don't just walk up to Satan and say like, I'm here to visit. Like it would just fuck you up.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Like imagine you're some cosmic being that has like all this power, you know, because demons have power. That's what the word Damien means.
Yes.
And then some idiot that's blown out of his like, he's so blown out on drugs he exited his body and he's like, what's up, brother? You would just fuck them up, you know.
Well, that's what happened to Vinnie Barbaric with his summoning. Vinnie Barbaric summons. Yeah, this is so. Sammy's back.
Yeah, they crushed the purple egg like it was like a freaking.
Yeah, they crushed.
Like, he honestly thought the purple egg was like invincible, and they like smashed it like a little bubble. Like,
thank you.
I was just sorry.
Yeah, no, it's so true. And if anything, they may well have just left him alive simply because they wanted to leave him a quivering wreck, just as like a joke. You know, to them that's humorous. To them, this is like it's like cats toying with mice before they kill them. And sometimes they'll just, you know, good example of this is orcas. These various zoologists or ichthyologists or various specialists who were studying orcas saw that they were cornering a seal. And they were teaching their young ones how to torment the seal. And with all the good calories that the seal has in his body, once they killed it, they didn't even eat it. They just let their young ones play with it, torment it, and then leave it to slowly die on the craggy rocks where they kept tossing it up against the craggy rocks to break more and more bones.
Like they like play ball with them.
Yeah.
Like their little footballs. Yeah,
yes.
It's horrible.
Yes, yes. And then just left it to die without eating it. Without eating, no caloric intake from it whatsoever. This is what the demons did to Peter Moon. Yes, to Vinnie Barbaric. Thank you.
Kind of like Coyote.
Yeah. Yes.
Coyotes does that too.
Yeah. Well, coyotes will eat eventually.
Yes. Yeah.
Like wolves and dogs, like they'll
Right.
eat eventually.
Right.
But like cats will just do it for fun. You can
Yeah.
feed them fresh food and they'll still go kill a mouse just
Yeah.
for
Oh,
toying
yeah.
with it and shit.
That's right. Yes, just for sport. Just for sport. So, Sammy, welcome back aboard. And so, hopefully he's back, and feel free to
Hey,
continue.
hello.
Yes. Feel free to pick up your train of thought, dear Sammy. Yes.
Yeah. Oh well. Thank you.
Of course.
What I was trying to just get back on, because I know I get all over the place.
And that's fine. Believe me, we're
is-
here for free range thought. But yes.
Right. It's because the thing is, and that's I've kind of tried to learn to kind of settle into some of these subjects, because I'll give you an example. Like when I really just want to, how do I say this? If you just listen to what's going on right now, it can just not make sense. So sometimes listening to some of your lectures, like H.P. Lovecraft or World War II, or even something like occult defense, where you talked about, how to protect yourself.
Yes.
Some of these subjects are very empowering in a sense that it makes a lot of sense that why the mind war was such a vital tool that was used against the American public.
Thank you.
Because really what this chaos does is it is designed to almost paralyze you to not think logically and react, and just deceive you to react emotionally.
Yes.
Because you're not understanding why is this being allowed, when in reality it's always been there.
Yes.
It's just now it's just pushed more to the forefront,
Yes.
where it's always been here. If you go back, where you talked about Operation Wetback, where you talked about the My Lai massacre
Yes.
in Vietnam, where these tragedies happen, but it gets swept under the rug. Nothing really is done because it's not designed to. We're not really designed to find solutions to things. This goes on forever. So it gives me great understanding to really center myself and to kind of understand this is just a rerun.
Yes.
And to a lot. One of the other transmissions I was listening to was your Sooted Tears transmission. This was about 6 years ago, where you talked about how trees can, how forests actually create their own atmosphere where trees can combust
Yes.
automatically.
Yes.
And obviously you talked about when the fires in Oakland were set on your birthday,
Yes.
that you were sent a text message through your beeper,
Yes.
which helped me a lot in these fires that was going on these past couple of weeks. It gave me kind of
Context.
a more better context, a deeper understanding to what's already been going on. It's just people get lost in just this matrix of Instagram, TikTok, Trump, you name it. All these social problems that have always been here. It's just we have someone in place who who is insane. Not necessarily not evil. We've had evil before.
Yes.
He's just insane.
Yes.
Where, okay, because this country has functioned under, and really all by accident, but nevertheless, it's functioned in, segregation,
Yes.
Jim Crow,
Yes.
all these eras.
Yes.
But now it's more of blatantly a coup d'etat, where it's not even based on these old things anymore, because it's just another element added with, it's just insanity. So I sometimes have to go back into these transmissions to kind of understand, okay, this is really just a rerun. It's just now it's hyped up more because of, you know, social media. Social media has a tendency to play a big part in lowering people's morale. This is why I think a lot of people, it's not that people do not want to get informed, it's just because it's not put in the context of how you're supposed to put it, where how you relate, for example, you with history. One of the things you talked about in the firestorms was the Japanese using the wind currency in World War II to set fires in the Northwest. This is how they knew these fires can be set. And sometimes if you don't even need to use really matches or flame, it's through weather and the right conditions.
Yes.
These fires can be brought up, but also, you know, there's also the supernatural element with these fires. These fires are not your regular flame. These also have occultic meaning, where the right environments, certain entities can be brought up, and these fires come to life. So all this is just, it really kind of gives me a grasp on things, where it's not, oh my God, where are the answers? Well, and this is why I think sometimes people, or really your listeners, need to really dive into, if you want to understand what's going on in this world, or you have questions, you know, feel free to email Doug about your questions. You know, I think this is where Doug really has his, and I really call it a ministry, okay, because that's kind of how, if anybody really pays attention to Doug's journey, anybody that's actually try to help him, really in the end tries to kill him.
Yes. Or a good number of them. Yes. Continue.
About 85%.
Yes, we are. Thank you. Yes.
It's actually kind of low, but
yes, that's a conservative. That's a conservative. Yes.
And the reason why I tell you this, because I remember, you know, one of the things that you talked about, where Colonel Kino talked to you about, was when you're a spy, the only way you're going to be a spy is when one of your partners tries to kill you, or you have to kill one of your partners. Right. Something to that effect.
Yeah, basically what he had told me was that you'll know that you've graduated into the true level of maturity as an espionage agent when you're finally forced to kill somebody that you love, that you've been intimate with, that you've cultivated a relationship with, a real bonding with, and a situation and circumstance forces you to take them out. Then you know that you've graduated into the realm of basically professional espionage. At that point, there's no turning back. You are now a professional whose entire life at that point is dedicated to just the art of spycraft. And at that point, you've gone beyond the normal human being. You've cast aside your baseline humanity. Continue. Yes. Yeah.
Well, and the reason why I'm talking about the analogy there is because, well, in a way, all these people, and we'll use Vinnie Barbaric, you really killed him professionally. Where you've left them impotent, in a sense of the way he tried to tell your story was so neutered, and so it was just, there was no seasoning to it. There's no culture to it. It's very difficult to translate someone's story when it's just not that person.
Thank you.
And even when you connect with somebody, when you talk, when I spend time with you, the day that I spent time with you, and I was hearing Brandon talk about spending time with you, and I applaud him. I'm very proud of him that he actually got to meet you.
Yes.
That says a lot about him. I think in a lot of aspects of it, that's very good. But nevertheless, what made it very obvious was when Peter Moon, when you gave him those jewels, when you gave him
that garden. Yes, continue.
Right, the education or just what he was looking for, well, it destroyed him.
Yes,
it destroyed him in the sense that you forget that one of the very simplest things is you have to banish what you summon.
Yes. Thank you.
101, right?
Yes.
One of the things that I've learned in my walk, as far as in my paradigm, being a Christian, is I don't dabble in something I don't know.
Thank you.
And it's not because I don't want to be educated. It's just certain things I have to leave to those who are qualified. Yes. My understanding is my understanding, just like Brendan talks about his understanding, where it's Vedic. Yes. Heather, obviously, she has her journey, and vice versa. Everybody does.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say is, you've killed people. Not necessarily. I'm not saying you haven't physically, but
understood.
Peter Moon's whole life was his profession. He was an author.
Yes.
And you killed him because he wanted to hoard.
Thank you.
Yes. That knowledge. The problem is, whatever that entity he wanted, what I think sometimes the public does not understand is, yes, obviously knowledge is or these subjects, and when I'm talking about what Peter wanted, there's no point in hoarding it when nobody really knows about it. Is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
Even if they do know about it, it's like, what am I going to do with it? I'm summoning something. I don't even know how to banish it. I don't even know how to summon it.
Yes.
Let alone banish it. But that's not the point. The point is, he wanted to hoard it, and because he wanted to hoard it, it had pretty much destroyed him.
It ate him alive. Yes. Go.
And that's one of the things where it goes back to you just being more and more stronger. Stronger in the sense that it makes you resilient, and unfortunately, I think the people around you, it's just a matter of time. And I hate to say it that way, but if you just go back to how many people are not with you now, it's just part of the game.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's not always true with everybody. And I think like I told you, I think your listeners, the right ones are going to understand even more, because even now, we've seen just government, how it just flat out, you're taking away or you're challenging rights that nowadays it's I think people get misconstrued, where it's just no longer illegal. It's just flat out, you're a U.S. citizen. It's meaningless now.
Yes, that's absolutely true. It's absolutely true.
Now about skin color, and this is where you also talked about it's about the skin color. Something so dumb. The lack of melanin. You think you're more privileged than me? We're talking about 60 years ago. We're talking about civil rights. We're still doing this again.
Yes. The fact that we're replaying this record is bizarre. Continue. Yes.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Yes, it's pathetic. Yes.
Now let's go back to our wars. What have we not finished?
Yes.
World War II, we haven't finished.
Yes.
It's not done yet.
Yes.
So what makes you think that won't come back?
Thank you.
I think that the what our listeners need to understand is this is just all a cycle, is what I'm trying to say. And it's embarrassing because now we have Canada who is getting ready because they understand we have an insane president.
Yes.
We have a female president in Mexico.
Yes.
Of all places, the damn beaners have a woman president.
Yes, thank God. Some real progress.
And we have cartels. That's the thing about, they have cartels. Well, yeah, but I mean, they at least can elect a woman president. They can at least, hey, let's give it a try.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, we have our cartels. They're called pharmaceutical companies.
Yes.
Pfizer. That's what I know, and that's just because Viagra. We have our cartels. I mean, look at it. We love our drugs, but we like illegal drugs too, and our caffeine. Hey, let me also. Imagine if they cut off our caffeine.
Oh,
how many people will go crazy?
Oh, well, and that could happen with enough tariffs on Latin America. That's where I've told people your coffee, unlike your tobacco, which you can grow here.
We don't grow anything here. What do we produce?
Thank you. Tobacco, but nobody wants that. That's a killer. But go on. Yes.
Well, the right people are not picking it. That's why.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about my scone. They were a little bit darker. I think that's where they wanted.
Yeah.
I say let's have Clarence Thomas be the first one. Let's get. I hope he gets his wake up call.
Oh,
but
we can only hope. Yes.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is this really is a time where it makes me just, you have to laugh, okay? You have to laugh because it's like, I'm embarrassed to be called a U.S.
citizen,
a United States, okay?
An American, yes.
And for those who knows, we're Canada and Mexico are the Americas too.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's get that straight, okay? But I'm just, I know I'm kind of not. I'm gonna say I'm not, but it's just things that come to my mind. And the reason why I'm saying all this is because I've had to kind of let me go look into some of these subjects that Doug's talked about, and let me kind of remind myself because, and this is just me and in my leisure, okay. And what I say about leisure is because, I have responsibilities. Obviously, I can't necessarily binge, but the time that I do, it's very much empowering because it gives you a sense of this is why things are. But also, you give it a great element into. It's sometimes nice to understand that, and this is where I think your listeners need to understand. We're in a special niche in a sense of who we have at Doug as somebody who's a great teacher.
Thank you.
Okay, and it makes me blessed. It blesses my heart because man, and it's not necessarily because and I'm trying to kiss your ass. Not really, because
Understood.
There's some stuff I don't agree with you. I don't. You could have told me Jason Reese was a creep. But then again, I didn't think he was. I'm like, why don't you talk to girls? And he was like, oh well, I don't know how to talk to them. Well, we talked about this, and it's just, in other words, and to be honest with you, it's like, to me, be like any disrespect. It's not really disrespect. It's just you scratch your head because it's like, why am I wasting my time?
Right.
Because and not to be mean to people, I'm not. It's just you learn to, I try to be genuine with people. Okay, I really do, and I think God has really protected me because of that.
Yes.
And even I've taken your advice into like, hey, you know what? It's best not you talk to this person, not because you don't like them. It's just how I am.
Yes.
As far as that person I am, and I've trusted you a lot in as far as how you counseled me, and it's not just even that; it's just in life, really. And it's coming from obviously it's coming from somebody who has seen the horrors of life. You've seen the worst of humanity.
Thank you.
I think I have to remind people that Doug's seen the worst of humanity, and he's not in a mental institution. He for what he's gone through, the meat grinder that he's gone through, you're actually pretty normal.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have your escorts, but hey, you're gonna pay for it. Right?
Yes.
You go straight. You go straight for the kill, right? Quote unquote. Pun not intended. But, what I'm trying to say is it's very educational, but man, I think it does help that you contextualize it with history, and it doesn't seem like the insanity is translated into this has happened before. Obviously, when you talked about the Civil War, when you talked about the nationalists and the communists, that Civil War, what happened within the World War,
yes, that
most of the U.S. does not know anything about, or it's just they don't care. For some reason, I think most Americans do not care, and it's understandable. But for those that really want to understand why this Civil War is going to happen, well, it's already happened before.
Yes.
And this was the nationalists and the communists. With obviously the help of the Americans, which we did, we what you call the Nanjing Massacre,
yes,
where we dressed as Asians.
Yes.
And there we go. We were already creating chaos back then. Where if you would imagine if the Chinese, both Chinese, empires united, how beautiful that would be. That Doug probably wouldn't even be here.
Right.
Doug would probably be in his homeland.
Yes.
If that wasn't possible. So we've been throwing monkey wrenches into peace in other countries. Korea.
Yes.
So you name it. That we can't call this country peaceful when we have destroyed cultures, all because we don't know how to be peaceful. We don't know how to be civilized.
Yes.
And because of that, unfortunately, we've created chaos other places. The problem is the chickens are coming home to roost.
Yes.
And they've been roosting and been making, crapping everywhere. Well, now now you have somebody who is insane.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there was no social media when FDR was alive.
Right.
Because he probably would be getting roasted, and Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon would probably be, roasting him. Saturday Night Live would probably be creating skits. That would have been great. But who knows? He probably would have, executed him.
Yeah, no doubt.
I could imagine. Can you imagine J. Edgar Hoover being roasted for his cross-dressing?
Oh, he wouldn't stand for that. No.
Well, nowadays it'd probably be just normal. So he probably would like it more. Yeah, I mean, it's you have to laugh and you have to find humor in things because it's serious. But the thing is, really, when we talk about controlling, I was hearing Brandon about talking about empowering yourself to control your destiny. What I really believe, honestly, is, and this is just my paradigm, our Creator really intervenes in the most beautiful way. Okay, what I mean by that is, if we look through history, even when they did the hangings, the the Nuremberg hangings. They were never completed.
Yes.
Why? Because I really believe our Creator really did not allow it. Whether it was the Aryan gods, whether it was Adolf Hitler's faith, which he was a Catholic, whether it goes on. What I'm trying to say.
Yes.
When people try to control things, and I'm talking about dictators, and I'm talking about people in this world, really, this material world. It never quite gets executed like they think they are.
Thank you. Yes.
And when I have to go back to what you talked about, where, Colonel Kino tried to split his soul, or the Voldemort.
Yes.
Explained.
Horcrux, the Voldemort strategy. Right. Yes, continue.
Right. And even then, it's not quite. And we really don't know. And this is talking about me. Okay.
Yes.
Obviously, my capacity. There's a limit because it's just out of my range, and it's really not in my interest. To a certain extent, I'm not obsessing over it, but it's a great way to kind of understand where. Do we really know what we? This is where the unknown is the unknown. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
I think certain things are left to those that are privileged to know.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do believe a lot of things that you diverge are in order of that particular situation. When I met you at the Presidio, when you took me there, you revealed a lot of things just by me shutting my mouth.
Thank you.
And letting you guide me.
Thank you.
This is one of the things that Peter Moon did not do with Jojo Macaulay. What's that girl? Jojo Macaulay or something?
Mikołajczak. Don't worry. Very few people remember her name. So Jojo Mikołajczak. Yes, continue. Yeah, he wouldn't. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I remember this because I talked to Jameson that weekend when you three were going there, and he was trying to cast a binding spell to Peter.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm like, what are you doing? She's well, I'm trying to cast a binding spell because, he wants Doug all to himself, which makes a lot of sense. I'm not saying it doesn't. The thing is, why do you? My point is, I told him, why do you care?
Yes.
And he didn't answer. And it's like he didn't answer. Like, and frankly, I didn't care. I just thought it was lame. Like, why do you care? But like I told you, it's like, okay, like it's almost like this. It's almost like asking someone for a recipe, but it's like asking for a recipe to pancakes.
Yes.
But I'm making a salsa and he's making pancakes.
Thank you.
We're not making the same thing. So I don't give a damn. Like, okay, whatever. He seeked you for a different reason. I'm a little different, I don't want to be a sorcerer. I don't, because I just don't,
Thank you.
But I find it in the same way. I do find certain parallels in the sense that the knowledge that I do take from you, it's very useful to myself. Whether it kind of, I can explain this to my loved ones,
Yes.
Which to me is already power in itself. It kind of eases me to not really go crazy. And even when I do, what I mean by crazy is it doesn't leave me hanging. I'm not just, because if you look at the education of TV or quote unquote school or the education here in the U.S., it doesn't teach you shit. Okay.
That's true. Yes.
Where am I going to find Abraham Lincoln or George Washington? Where can I go for how can they relate to a Chicano? They don't. They'll probably hang me.
Thank you. Yes.
So I can't use that. What else? I don't know. You know, that's what pops into my mind. Is what I'm trying to say. That's pretty much the ABC 1, 2, 3 of history that I really remember.
Yes.
And what I take from you, or what I receive from you, the best word is probably receive, because that's how it works. You know, you receive, just like I receive the word of God, just like I receive the precious teachings, and not about teachings, but lessons that my dad taught me.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
You receive things, you don't take them. I think you know, that also goes into receiving the wrong things, and everything's all by choice, obviously. But what I can say is this really does have the power to kind of center you into, okay, I know my enemy. I know the opposition of why they do this. It's just a rerun.
Yes.
Why is all Congress, you know, less melanated?
You know,
and I'm saying that because imagine if, let's switch the roles, okay? Let all Congress except, I don't know, 10 of them be white, and let everybody else be of color. That would actually represent the U.S.
Thank you. Yes.
But like I said, that would probably be the nightmare. You know, it would be, because, well, wait a minute, you know, I don't think I have power no more. I'm doing this to an accent. Country. I'm sorry, it's just me parroting. I know it's lame, but that's really what we see.
Yes.
And whether they want to accept it or not, and it's not every single one, but it's every single one. I know that don't make sense, but might as well, because if you're just saying, well, I'm not responsible, I have nothing to do with it, and you don't do anything, you're just privileged.
Yes.
You're privileged in the sense of you understand your privilege, so you don't want to do anything. And that's great, but fortunately, that's not going to be good enough, because how we're seeing Cubans are being deported, Venezuelans are being deported, and especially in Florida, you know, they were Trump's biggest cheerleaders.
Yes.
Because they consider themselves Anglo.
Yes.
Well, no, they're not. They're getting deported as well. And you know, El Salvador's opened up their prisons to deportees, to people getting deported, whether they're Hispanic or wherever race. I'm just waiting and this is just me, I'm waiting for all the Polacks to be deported. I'm waiting for, and especially the ones that have, you know, their visas are run out. You know, I want them deported too. You know, let's all be fair. Let's spread the hate too. I mean, that's all I'm saying too. You know, the Germans, you know, all the French. That's, you know, your visa has, you know, expired. You need to get your ass. All the Indians, come on now. Yes, you guys look like us, but come on. You know, all the Chinese, you know, Doug, your cousins, come on now. You know.
Well, they're working on that, of course. That's
you know what I mean. It's just it's and some of this not just being facetious, but it's
understood.
It's, you know, it's just hilarious, because I really think you know, and I always have to be optimistic. The reason why your knowledge is empowering, because there is optimism, because as time shows, things have a way of completing themselves, whether you know, the opposition likes it or not. It's not one of these things where it's new. You know, going back to the Mongols, going back to the Romans, all these civilizations that are more superior than us, you know, definitely more smarter, more aware of the earth than us. You know, that's one thing, you know, the U.S. is not really aware of is the earth. What I mean by that is knowing the earth, being in tune with the earth. We have no concept of that. That's why we destroy it. That's why we abuse it.
Yes.
If we can abuse an artifact,
thank you,
which was supposed to help us, you know, we could have had AI in the 90s.
Yes.
Right? You know, helping with diseases, you know, helping with social issues, helping with things like pregnancies.
Thank you.
Educating us that we were all born females, women, I mean, excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
This is why we have a feminine intuition.
Yes.
You know, and at the end, we know that because, and it's very interesting that they decided to, you know, make the artifact a she.
Yes.
It speaks to the self-hatred that these bigots had for themselves.
Thank you. Yes.
And a lot of them that were doing this knew they were, you know, to have this knowledge of, or have this education that we're all born women.
Yes.
The double Y.
Yes.
You know, it's very, it kind of goes into, it makes a lot of sense is what I'm trying to say, that they would abuse themselves, really. They're really abusing themselves. And this is why, obviously, you did what you did.
Thank you.
You know, and it's very telling, and it all circles back to what you talked about. And, you know, I have to always remind myself this. I have to keep myself in this. I have to recenter myself, because when you go off the deep end with all this propaganda, whether it's news, or even when they try to, or when the enemy tries to reinterpret or kind of miseducate, or take what what you've talked about and miseducate, which is already happening. You know, all these subjects of cryptozoology, all these subjects of the Third Reich.
Yes.
The Third Reich is a very popular word. They really just...
They can't let go. Yes.
they can't let go, but it's almost where they're masturbating to their lies.
Thank you.
And
yes.
it's almost just lame, because the Third Reich aligned themselves with people of color.
Thank you.
The Japanese, the Italians, the Ethiopians, they aligned themselves with color. This is what I don't understand. The U.S. does. I don't understand people of color, where Hitler is the most evil person in the world. Then why did he align himself with the Japanese?
Thank you.
Which they're people of color. Yes, they're just they're Asian.
Yes. Yes. Not to mention his alliance with the Chinese as well. So continue.
And, well, of course, come on, American, Doug. You guys all look alike. And
Oh my God! The other day I wished Happy New Year in Chinese to one of my neighbors that I mistook her for one of the neighbors I knew, but she was another Asian woman, so I embarrassed myself there. But go on, yes.
No, but what I'm trying to say is it's just people. The U.S. really just does not really get it, and I remember seeing an interview with. Because every once in a while I do have to go back and just find little interviews of Colonel Kino on certain subjects. Like one of them was 9/11. Okay.
Yes.
I forget what it was, but they asked him, "Where were you at 9/11?" And he said, "Well, I was at a barbershop getting a haircut." I'm kind of doing his voice, okay? And by the way, he was he's very charismatic. I give him that. He was very charismatic in how he talked.
Yes.
That I have to give him, okay? Yeah. Yes, I was getting a haircut, and when I saw the buildings fall down, Well, it looked like a demolition, you know.
There you go.
So, you know, he wasn't a dumb. Obviously, he was. I'm not saying he was a dumb guy, but it's just very. I can see why you were in liaison with him, and I can see why you cultivated the friendship with him. Obviously, I'm sure it was by force, but like anything, we're all human. Yes. We're all, you know, you're around someone so much, you're going to eventually create a bond.
Yes.
And this is a 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old Doug.
Yes.
This is not a grown-ass man Doug. No, this is a very young Doug. So it makes a lot of sense. So when I put it in that context with you, because every now and then, as a human being, as humans, we tend to doubt sometimes, right? You just sometimes get in that form of, oh, what the hell's Doug talking about? then I compare, I compare your young self and then him, which he was around your age in the 80s, and it makes a lot of sense. Like, okay, I definitely, I understand that now.
Thank you. Yes.
And I can make that correlation with you because in certain subjects, you tend to channel him. And it makes a lot of sense, Yes. Which just gives you more credibility. And this is me understanding you, okay? And not to say he's, oh my God, Doug. No, he's just your identity. No, you're your own person is what I mean. But to understand you and to understand and to respect who you were around and how things happened the way they happened with Mary Moscone getting shot in the head by Harvey Milk and that lab secretary, what's her face?
Leanne Prifty. Go on.
Yeah, all that whole fiasco that happened, and he told you, well, I made that happen. It makes a lot of sense because he was connected.
Yes.
Along with the biker clubs, and that's one thing too. I remember him be connected with all the Vietnam vets, with the biker clubs, with the Hells Angels and the Vagos and all that. It's all this little yarn just unravels what I'm trying to say. Yes. And your story really is not even being told the right way it's supposed to. It has to come through you, and when it does, Vinny did what he did, but it's like it's not going to hit the same way when you do it.
Thank you.
And you made waves. You really did. Yes. As much as a dead clock is right twice a day. You made fire with 2 wet sticks, but you made a fire. You made a little spark. But I had to go back to all of this because I had to kind of take myself back to meeting you and how things happened the way they happened. We were in San Francisco, the most hottest day of the year. This was the solar. What was it? The solar something? I don't know.
Oh God, equinox. Equinox. Go on. Yes.
It was so fucking hot that day.
Yes.
But and I thought about it, it makes a lot of sense why that was the longest day of the year. Like, who would have figured it was the longest day?
Thank you.
And we walked through those grounds, and I'm sure Brandon can agree. That Presidio is something else, man.
To say the least. Continue.
To say the least. And it's like, man, I just could imagine working there at night. It's like, man.
Oh, and you know what? Because it was the hottest day of the year, it's like the tour that you and I were on was in so many ways identical, inescapably, to the one that I took Brendan on, and yet it became more haunting in terms of the Brendan tour, haunting in the sense that we saw something that I don't believe you and I saw. I don't believe you and I saw so many children's playgrounds. I mean, Brendan, if you would come on just for a second, just emphasize that. It was so bizarre that we saw so many children's playgrounds, but no children. No children, just children.
Yeah, it was like dotted with them, yeah.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Yeah. and no children, and it was twilight.
Like all the houses, the houses had like swing sets and shit, and it was like it made no sense because there was no backyard. Yeah. It was like, why even waste your little backyard on that?
Thank you. In other words, there was also no enclosure that would keep the children in safety. It was like the children could just wander off, or somebody could walk in and take them. There was no barriers. It's just these play zones that are there, just merging into the bushes, in the countryside, just the surrounding landscape. And this warning signs everywhere: beware of the coyotes. That the coyotes could come in it's.
And these were like swings for like little kids, like 3 years old, 2 years old. It was bizarre.
Thank you.
Like we don't even have that in the suburbs. It was strange.
Wow. As a matter of fact, we didn't see a single family anywhere on the porches or any active in any of the homes.
Yeah, and it was a weekday. Like,
so, you know what's
after work? Yeah, it was weird.
It's very interesting that the Lucasfilm building is there. With the old Letterman building where they recycled all the concrete.
Yes.
And if anybody looks it up, there's stories where certain rooms are just bone-chilling cold, and the AC is not even on.
Yes, that's right.
It makes a lot of sense, but that just, unfortunately, to be eaten by coyotes there would probably be a godsend. Coyotes would be more civilized than, whatever creep tried to snatch you up.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I also had this image of the creeps dressed as coyotes because they're furries. Get it? Like furries.
Oh, okay. That's even more. But I mean, yeah, it's there's a little things about you, Doug, that it just validates you, man. It's just I have to agree with Brandon that, man, if you have to know, you just gotta be there. It's one of the things where yeah, man, it's only by really just our creator, man, because it's all your journey really is just based on really fate, man. It's because even if you try to ask yourself, how did this even happen? You can't really explain it. It's just part of what's supposed to be, and really, the more you overthink it, the more it's just you're wasting your time, It's like saying, like, Doug, why can't you just not drink blood? Can you just, eat a cheeseburger? It's like, it doesn't work that way, right? It's just no. Which I've had to kind of, and not necessarily remind my wife about you like that. It's just, it's not really something I really even address to her because she's a foreigner and she doesn't. It's not really a big deal to her. The whole vampire part is because how can I say this? Not that she cares. It's not that important. Like you're actually a good person is what I'm trying to say. You're actually a civilized person. You're not some type of creep,
Thank you.
You're not sending me books. You're not sending me your books. Spending thousands of dollars where, you can just donate it to the person that gave the information. He can give you more information,
Yes.
But, go figure, right?
Yes. Yeah. There you go.
Anyways, you definitely, there's a lot to you. And I think that in time you're going to reveal to your listeners. I think it is. I can see sometimes where it can be tiring. It can be redundant. On top of that, I think some of the people that have come on to your platform, have really kind of really hindered you. And I'm not saying they've served a purpose, but at the same time, they've wasted your time.
Absolutely, which is their assignment. It's pretty much their assignment. Right. Yeah.
I get it. We've laughed here and we've made fun of people here and and not really make fun of them. It's just how they act. But it's almost where even they have their course. Their course runs, and it is what it is. It's just some of your early transmissions, because they had a time crunch, or you were just getting accustomed to creating your own. You broke away from Freedom Slips, Revolution Radio, and that asshole that has my last name.
That's right, Mr. Romero, where I was there for a short while. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. That's. I would spit on him.
Yes,
David. Guy, but
I don't blame you. Oh my God.
Oh.
That goes off. Go on.
Nevertheless, you really got to the point, and if anybody ever remembers Doug's illustrations on Facebook, they were awesome because it kind of correlated to your artistic side, and then it transferred you to the lecture, which to me I always found super cool. I think I always told you this: if you can just sell some of your pictures, like even the one you have like as T-shirts.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, I think that'd be really cool because it's different, is what I mean. It's people like different, you know.
True.
One of my favorite ones is where you have the hand grasping the rainbow, where Operation Rainbow.
Yes.
We have a hand, like stuff like that. That's so cool because it gets people's attention, you know, the right, and it's always, when it comes back to the mind, the right people that are seeking certain subjects, it catches their mind. I think, you have a lot of potential is what I mean. I think with the right team, you have a lot. It's very much something I think, hopefully in the future you can really take advantage of. I think a lot of the times, because people just want to exploit you.
Yes.
That sometimes just hinders you, and it's not really yourself. It's just the people are just lame, They're lame in a sense that when people really want to see you succeed, they give you avenues, and really, what I've learned, I'm a very giving person. Giving really just, it blesses you, it really does, in a sense that, and I don't even believe in karma like that, and at least growing up, but a lot of what, you put out to the world, it comes back to you, you are what you, if you want to be a hateful person, then that's what you're going to project. If you're a loving person, you're going to project that, that's power in itself. So it's very much true, when it comes to that. I think, and it's a good example is Vinny, did he want to really help you? No. So look what he got,
Yes.
it's ABC 1, 2, 3, it's very basic like that, but it's just what it is, the little that I've helped you, I've been blessed,
Thank you.
And even the things that have happened in my life, losing loved ones, it's not saying, and I'm not even saying it's because of you. That'd be, how to say it? That would just be giving you, how to say it? And I don't mean to be disrespectful. It's just that'd be giving you too much credit.
Yes.
In how life works. Okay. Oh, even I'm not. It's like saying, well, Doug, it's because of you and screw you, you goddamn vampiring, cross-dressing, come on, It's like, really? Like, I'm responsible? It's like, it's like blaming you, if, I don't know, if someone kicks me in the nuts, it's like, what? It's almost, it's to that degree is what I'm trying to say. It's, people are placed in your life for a reason, even the people that you don't like, So, I have to at least, and I'm talking to myself, this is why I always have to point the mirror at myself. It kind of helps me a lot. So, let me leave you with that. I like to live in a positive mode, and
Well, that was wonderful. It was so good to have you visit with us. It's always an honor, and it's always a pleasure. And we love you dearly, and share that love with your family, especially, of course, Maria. And God bless Isaac as well. And I hope the two of you were able to talk either during or shortly after the birthdays. And I hope your families took you places. Okay. Or you did something fun. I'm sure you did. Yes. Okay, Sammy, thank you so much. That was delightful. And okay, I believe that Sammy is he's on mute right now. Let's bring on Brendan. And Brendan, do us a favor and tell us about the Maoist rebels in India. Oh yes, so go on, Sammy. So there
sorry,
no
sorry,
worry, please.
Sorry, I have a baby, so you know how that is.
Oh, understood. Take your time. Take your time. Yeah.
No, everything's fine, but just want to say, thank you for allowing me to, vent and ramble on. But it's just, it's me kind of showing the listeners how, you're.
Yeah.
A lot of the stories that you cover are very practical in the sense of, you've talked about certain things, where, from, the letter of the alphabet is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And, what you giving out to the world, in the right, we've seen it in the wrong hands, but if you really want to empower yourself to understand and kind of problem solve, especially what's going on, the chaos, it's very useful. So, just want to leave the listeners with that, and support Doug, support him and, uplift them. If it's not monetary, then, send them a message of support. I think, and it's not even to downplay anybody. It's just that very much, I think, really helps you too. But, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to get on your platform.
Thank you. And believe me, you have no idea how precious our time with you is. Okay? And I always appreciate it profoundly. Again, you have no idea how valuable your words are. Thank you so much.
So I'll listen in the background, okay?
Sure.
And then I'll probably log off in a bit, okay?
Of course, but interject if you feel like it, as always.
No problem.
And but other than that, good night, just in case you don't speak up again. Then yes, by all means, blessed eventide. And so that's Samuel Romero, and now Brendan Zogit. Let's see if we can bring you back on. How about Heather? Let's scratch a little bit with Heather here, see if she's still with us. How are you hanging, Heather? And let us know if you're... see if we can get these two to talk again for at least a few more minutes while I center myself and breathe. Probably make more and more trip if I can get these two to talk, just to kind of make certain I'm ready for the rest of the evening. And it's so nice to get that breathing space, and it's really important. Marino Brian is saying, what went down with Mooney? He's a wooden nickel. And yeah, they're here to teach us about assholes and gaslighting liars. Yes. Yeah. And I get it. So we have a lot of input by Jackstar, which is always welcome. Sometimes I take a look at that a little later. We had some comments that were left by our friend Troy Bellamy. I actually did not see the majority of his comments. They did not upload until after the show uploaded, which is interesting. So I actually would have responded to them if I had been able to access them and read them earlier. And we'll see if we can get a little bit into that. Matter of fact, I might as well start with that now, just as kind of addressing that. And so if I go over to my YouTube channel, and just see if I can access one of the latest in terms of our episodes. Go over to the live stream. And again, Heather or Brandon, feel free to speak anytime you wish. So our last episode before tonight's. In our latest episode before tonight's, I have it on silent so it won't blow our ears out with incoming dialogue. We had Troy Bellamy come on, and we were talking about the fact that Trump is redefining mass migration as an invasion. So Troy Bellamy says, calling it invasion creates legal protection of the Second Amendment. Also, this is the Tea Party way of keeping the federal government from being taken over by minorities. And then Troy Bellamy says he, meaning Trump, is giving the Nazi his term, Stephen Miller, what he wants. This is an easy and impeachable abuse of power. Okay, he uses that term, and that's like a fallback term, which he's really got to learn to stop using because it's kind of ridiculous to use it. Look, I use the N-word all the time, and I know he doesn't like that. I put it in context that I feel is historically based and also pretty much deserved with the number of people that I use it on, the kinds of people that I use it on. So you can see why he does that. But I mean, for his sake, the problem is this is what put the Republicans in power, is the fact that Democrats or people who are liberal progressive, as Troy Bellamy is by necessity, he has to be because he's a black African-American male. Now, granted, there are black African-American males and people of color, there goes a term for you that's a politically correct term, that are voting for the Republicans, but these people are insane, they're auto-destructive, they're self-loathing, and they feel that they've integrated into a cultural whiteness is what the sociological term is. They feel that they are white acculturated to the point where they are now, for all intents and purposes, white. And that's their delusion. That they feel that they're in the white culture spectrum, that they count in it, that they've absorbed they've done what it takes to move into the white neighborhoods. And they're not doing themselves any service, and they're not doing other people of their kind any service. But one of the things that caused them to swing into the direction of the Republicans is this incredible overuse to the point where it's meaningless as an insult, even as a term at all. He uses this term Nazi on this person, Stephen Miller, but that's exactly what the Republicans would call anyone who's liberal progressive. So anyone who the Republicans feel forced them into politically correct terminology or terminology that was sensitive to other people, they felt that that was Nazis. And they would refer to their people who forced them to acknowledge others as feminazis, different kinds of Nazis. So with everybody using that term, it's a meaningless term. Don't use it. It doesn't help your cause. That's why I'm saying it. Not even because I take personal offense, but for your sake. And then he said, Troy Bellamy did, border control, aka racism, is why Trump was against EU, and the rise of white power across the globe is obvious. Russia, destruction of EU, and threat to recolonize Africa. Yes, Russia is essentially recolonizing Africa, along with China. Troy Bellamy says Biden did stand up to Zion, which is why he was removed from the election. Well, here I believe Troy Bellamy is really giving Biden an enormous amount of credit that makes no sense to me, because Biden put on yarmulkes and he said he was a convicted Zionist, that he was a Zionist through and through. That was his conviction. So Biden was very much in support of Israel. The fact that he, wouldn't give him a few heavy bombs, that's not standing up to Israel. If he were standing up to Israel, he would have said, we're not giving you shit. We're not giving you anything. No, he gave them money. He gave them all kinds of weapons. He gave them American military support directly. For all intents and purposes, the United States of America participated in that genocide. So Genocide Joe deserves no credit. Then he says only two countries benefit from the Trump presidency. This is Troy Bellamy, Russia and Israel. And now they want to annex Gaza. Yes. So then he finished with the only statement that I saw before this show uploaded. Believe me, those other statements did not show up until after the show uploaded. He says imperialism and protectionism, two economic principles that led to the Depression and the rise of the robber baron. So I said, thank you, at Troy Bellamy, indeed so, because that was the only comments that I saw. So Brendan, are you there? Just curious. If you are, see if you can emerge from the shadows there. Otherwise, I'll be forced to go straight into monologue. Heather Holman.
Well, I am now.
Oh, okay. Here. Yes. So, dear man, let's see if we can get Heather Holman on with us for a little bit. And if not, do me a favor, and you can hold the stage for several minutes, I know, talking about the Maoist rebels in India. But I want to be here for that, so let me hang out with you for a little bit and tell our listeners about Japan providing more drones to like-minded nations. And so I'm curious as to what Japan's definition of that is. That would be interesting to me. What is Japan's definition of like-minded nations? And so go at it with those two subjects at least.
Everyone but China, basically.
Thank you. There we go. That makes sense.
But I like the way they put it in that article. Even though it was written for Japanese public TV, it said people trust the Japanese drones more because of their reliability and security compared to the Chinese drones.
Excellent. Yeah, there you go. There you have it.
Like, imagine that. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. By the way, I do want people to know, I know that we've got all kinds of war fags out there, and nobody really hears me go into the technical aspects of war. When I was younger, I loved that shit. People have heard me go to town on it to the point where Vinnie Barbrick thought that was the Dietrich Ardelech speaking through me, and it might be that. He was convinced that Dietrich Ardelech would possess me at times or tune into my brainwaves or something and just kind of speak through me. And there may be an element of that. I'm not going to decry that. It's, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. But such being said, I really don't do too many technical aspects of war because I really don't, when I was younger, I could get into that, and I could still get into that to a degree. But I don't think it's really that relevant to what we speak about on this program very often. But I do want people to know I am aware that many Houthi drone or missile attacks were taken down by the U.S. Navy recently in what they said was non-kinetic warfare, meaning they weren't using projectiles. In other words, they did not shoot these things down. I believe that this was done with lasers. My understanding is they are using high-intensity lasers. Yeah, to pretty much scramble these things. And so just want people to know I am aware of this. If you don't hear me talking about it, it's not because I'm not aware of it. And though there are plenty of things I'm not aware of, I retain a sense of intellectual humility, unlike many people. But such as Vinnie Barber.
Salty about that.
Yeah.
Tell Doug to talk about space lasers.
I
heard it on Joe Rogan.
Yes. Oh God, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it how people are. It's just, it's like really just weird. People have various fetishes. Let's put it that way. But yes, by all means. What about these Maoist rebels? We know about? Okay, just so people understand. This has been going on forever, a Maoist insurgency, basically a communist insurgency based on Chinese ideology in India. And so what happened recently with this? Because it's a big deal. It always has been. It's like these guys are dangerous and they hold a lot of power. And
well, the Indian government sent in troops and killed a bunch of them. That's what happened.
Shit, yes. So tell us about this. Yeah. Catch us up.
Yeah. Let me get the notes I have here just a second.
Sure.
But that's pretty much it. That's like in summary. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, Narendra Modi is going to do everything he can to, keep things under control. We know that. Narendra Modi.
Well, now that he has a carte blanche, it's like no one gives a fuck.
What happened? This is going to sound like a stupid question, but obviously I can't follow all the domestic politics everywhere, and Indian politics are fairly complicated, at least until Narendra Modi took over. But what did he do to get even more power than he already had? What has he done now to further cement his power?
Other than just rally the Hindutva party, there's nothing really else to do. I think they have full control, like you said.
Thank you.
There's like very little internal differences or whatever inside of the politics there. It's kind of like the Hindus just rule it.
Now, you mean
and it's
now.
nothing peaceful.
Yeah. Thank you.
So that's why. Before it was supposed to be like a coalition.
Yes.
like Gandhi style or whatever they had built.
Congress India was how.
Yeah, but it doesn't exist like that. So here's the. It says India kills dozens of Maoist rebels in Chhattisgarh battle. That's the location. Indian Minister Amrit Shah hailed the fight as a big success against communist Naxalite insurgencies. The clash in Chhattisgarh Biyapur district left 2 Indian security personnel dead. So that was like the government forces. A clash between Indian security forces and Maoist rebels in the lush central state of Chhattisgarh left 31 insurgents dead. 2 Indian commandos were found dead, as well as other personnel that were injured. Large number of Maoists were present in the area. They recovered and discovered weapons, ammunition, and etc. after the battle. India's Minister of Home Affairs also said it was a big success in the direction of achieving a Naxal-free India. He's the personal confidant as well as Home Affairs Minister of Narendra Modi. The Naxalites, a coalition of Marxist groups, have been engaged in insurgency since 1967.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Yeah,
their movement is as old as I am, basically. I mean, basically the year after I was born is, yeah. Holy shit.
These guys are dedicated, man.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. The militants who subscribe to the teachings of Chinese revolutionary Mao Zedong. It's like, did anyone tell them that he's dead?
Yeah, you wonder.
They think he's still alive or something.
Yeah, what the fuck?
They are fighting for more natural resources on behalf of poor indigenous communities. Oh, is that what the commies told you?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That was their little, we're fighting for the poor.
That's their pitch. That's their pitch. Yeah.
Bullshit. Anyways, Naxalites are multilingual and able to speak with many villagers and tribespeople in the underdeveloped, heavily forested Chhattisgarh region. So there you go. But I'm assuming like in the next few years they'll just, once they buddy up with Trump enough and they buy more weapons, they'll just blow them out. I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll.
I think the thing that's happening is it's basically because like America's the smokescreen doing all these atrocities that these other countries can just do whatever they want.
That's what it's amounting to. Very astute. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, well, if they're just going to take over Gaza and like freaking make a freaking whatever that is, whatever their fake plan was.
Yeah.
But the real plan, we know the real plan. It's Neom, concentration camp, rebuild the temple, all that jazz. Yeah. But the fake plan is we're going to make it a resort. So as long as the world's in like a World War III scenario, these other countries are just going to wipe out their opponents.
Yeah.
So because before it would be, like too much attention. If you just started killing these rebels, like people would be like, oh, they're, some kind of atrocities happening. Now they could just do it carte blanche.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't you agree? I mean, I think that Trump actually wants to realize the Gaza Riviera Gaza plan, whichever,
Well, I think that's the only thing he could imagine in his
brain. Thank you, because that's how he thinks.
But those other beings, like they're not just going off of like monetary shit. Like they have so much money anyways.
Yes.
Like they don't care about redevelopment or anything like that.
Thank you. It's it's like
like this whole like scam, like those like the Svartalfar gave that like fake shit. Money is the root of all evil. Like that's not what it says.
Thank you.
The love of money is the root of evil, but the point is they want everyone to think, oh, it's just the evil money hungry. It's like, no, they have a dark plan.
Yes.
Literally a dark cosmic plan to cause Armageddon.
Yes.
So they can get into heaven and shit. It's like, if that's not clear by now, I don't know what else. Like none of this is human stuff. Like what they're doing.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess that was my original point.
Yeah, no, it's a good point and well taken, and something that we'll go into more depth for Sammy next time, because he was curious about the Svartalfheim. Of course, I keep thinking of their place, their dimensions. Svartalfheim are the home of the Dark Elves. as opposed to how would you refer to them as a people? Svart Alfar?
Svart Alfar would be the term, but that just means dark elf.
Okay, thank you.
They're actually known as like Drakarfar.
Thank you. Very
the
much.
The elves of darkness.
Yes. And so what I'm going to do is I'll take a little trip to the restroom, be right back. But on my way back, we're going to meander more directly into monologue. Once I get there, then, of course, I suck all the oxygen out of the room. But everybody doesn't necessarily have to die. We're going to invite dear Brendan to interject whenever he wants. But, of course, Brendan also works for a living, so he might fall asleep anytime he wants. And, just we'll handle it for as long as he's awake. He'll participate. But definitely want you to, if you would be so kind, maybe hold the stage for me for a few minutes. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
I kind of wish I would like if what's her name would come back, but maybe something happened.
Heather, did something happen? Heather, are you there? Let's see. I wish you would.
No, I know Heather's name. What was the other chick's name?
Oh, Holly. Holly Kiefer?
No comment. No,
okay. Yes.
The Star Fox.
Oh, Star Fox! Oh, right. No. Yes. So Pixie Princess Star Fox. Yes, Pixie.
Because she was like incoherent, but then I would be able to ramble on about something like Pokemon or something, and then she would just go off.
Got it.
I was catching my breath.
Got it. Yes. In that way, she's
like one of those like a Beyblade. Like you like rip the cord, and then she'll just keep going.
Yes. You know. Yeah. You know what else she reminds me of? And I say this with the greatest affection. Kind of like a Furby. Do you remember Furbies?
No, those were like possessed and shit too.
Yeah. Yes. She's like a Furby. And you just you're kind of like training it, so to speak, or whatever you call it. You program it, but you're not really programming it. You're just recording.
You give it prompts. Yeah, you give it prompts, and it just keeps going.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And whatever happened to those? Did they get rid of them because they were freaking people out, or what happened?
They were like possessed by some like egregore.
Yeah, there you go.
Like I'm not joking. Like when I had one, we took the batteries out and it was still talking.
Oh,
shit, you're not.
I heard that from different sources that would happen. Oh, yeah. Oh man.
So we like took it out and smashed it.
Oh man. Oh. Oh,
yeah,
shit.
So I don't know what was up with that.
Oh,
probably something Q related.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because it was Hasbro, didn't they make guns and shit?
Yeah, they did. That's who made your M16. Well, that was Mattel Toys made the M16s. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But then Hasbro, they call them Hasborg because they wound up buying up everything. So maybe they became a subsidiary of Hasbro later. Because Hasbro was buying a lot of shit up.
So let's see.
Yeah.
David Hampton and Caleb Chung. Oh, it was a Chinese company.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Tiger Electronics.
That's like Gremlin shit. That's like Gremlins.
Yeah, they pulled the Gremlin.
Oh my God.
It says Tiger Electronics, and then in quotation or like brackets it says Hasbro.
Yeah.
So maybe they were like, they were in cahoots.
By the way, Samuel Romero says, I think me talking about Aquino kind of made Heather Holman leave. And that may very well be the case. And I do know she has, a sensitivity about that.
I don't think so. I think we were just in our own dimension talking about Krishna.
Okay, that's true. They were. Yeah. No need to be sorry, Sammy. No need to be sorry, Sammy. So. You're fine. Sammy, you're fine. You're fine, Sammy. Don't even trip.
She usually likes hearing about Q.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And
she just doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's true. That's it. She kind of becomes very quiet and absorbs. Yeah. And you know why? She's his eyes and ears, right? She's kind of like at that point she becomes his channel. It's just kind of, you know, he's looking through her. He's looking through her at that point, listening and looking through her to absorb what we're saying.
Did you see what I said? I said, Lord Moldy Butt.
Yeah.
That was the old joke from the Billy and Mandy show.
Yeah, that's it. And
instead of Voldemort, because they couldn't do the copyright thing, so they said Lord Moldy Butt.
Yes, that's it, Moldy Butt, and that's Peter Moon. That's Peter Moon is the Lord. Yeah, Moldy Butt. That's him.
Well, he thought he could get a Horcrux too, because remember that was the only thing he ever asked me about.
Thank you. Yes, tell people about that.
He was like the second I said it, and he was like, "What's that?" And then you said, "Oh no, this is a real concept that Aquino was spoon feeding to whatever her name was."
Oh God, who was it? Oh, Rowlings, J.K. Rowlings. That's right. And he was.
And then he was like, "Tell me about it. Tell me." It was the only time he's ever asked me to tell him about something.
That's right.
He's so egomaniacal.
Yes.
Self-absorbed or whatever.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was like I honestly think he was gonna use the Vox Arca to like keep his energy or something.
Yeah.
Like he was gonna make it into like a Loki mask or something.
He wanted to. He wanted to so bad. That's right. And he's misinterpreting it completely. He doesn't fucking get it. He's like, dude, that's not what this is about.
He like conflated too many things together or something.
He did. He did like an idiot. So
or presumably he was gonna kill you so he could fracture his soul to make a Horcrux.
Yes.
Or something.
Yes. Yeah.
That was like his idea.
But definitely and you know what he wanted to do? He wanted to break me in spirit first. Remember that time I said, I spilled avocado guacamole on my keyboard, and now I need a new keyboard, and all this shit was happening at once, and he's like, are you altered? You don't seem upset. Why aren't you upset? Are you altered? Remember that shit? He was like coming at me with that crap.
Yeah, after you just had surgery there.
Yeah. He wanted me so bad to just break down and cry and start, breaking down in front of.
He asked you what drugs you were on.
Yeah.
He's like, what drugs are you on? Are you altered?
Yeah. Piece of shit. It's he's so disgusting, and there's no.
He's just been too privileged. He's never experienced pain in his life.
Thank you.
That's why.
Thank you. Yes, that's right.
Anyone who's dealt with surgery would know that. Yeah, you're fucked up for months.
Yeah,
even if it's a minor surgery, because your body like goes into shock.
It does. You've experienced something that's traumatic. And no, he never had that. Instead, he was getting off on giving himself trauma through the colonics, which is a controlled trauma. And so he's really giving himself a controlled trauma, but he's not helping himself. He's getting high off of his body's traumatized, adrenaline rush, but he's really just hurting himself, and ultimately paid the price for that. There you go.
We made that connection that every time we brought someone up that had colonics, their like heart gave out. It's like maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe all that water being pumped into your cardiovascular system like weakens your heart. Maybe.
Shit.
Has something to do with it.
No shit. I mean, what is the main symptom of cardiac arrest? Water retention.
Right.
Water retention.
You shouldn't be putting liquid where it shouldn't go.
Yeah, way up. Element. Yeah, way up, all the way to the level of your fucking heart. You're pumping in, all this water, and you're gonna pay a price for that. That's like.
Yeah, and it weakens the blood vessel.
Yes, everything else. Yeah, and then before you know it, you're just basically. Yeah, it is what it is. You're
Lord Moldy Butt.
Yeah. I don't know if you. One of these days you can listen to some of what I say after you leave. I was asking you to come back on for Give Me a Squidward Laugh. I was saying, give me a Squidward laugh. I always said that time you were asleep. I was saying that.
Yeah, I would have done it.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Every time someone like other than him would be in pain, he would be like, ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. This is the best day of my life. That's Brandon Young.
Yeah.
My girlfriend's nipples melted off.
Yeah, that's right.
He was like that.
Yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah, it's like, and to think that he lived with Peter Moon for a while, that must have been lovely. Oh man!
Well, I never talked about it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, don't forget, he never talked about his sleeping for years with fucking Stuart Sverdlow either. Like, and he made it sound like he was couch surfing, but then, you know, I realized they were in bed together because, like you said, how could he know Stuart Sverdlow was getting the phone call every night? Back in those days, it was landlines. Back in those days, yeah,
it would wake him up because he's like Little Spoon, and it would be like,
yeah.
ring, ring, ring. He'd be like, who's that? Is that your wife? No, it's Q.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it's Q, man. Yeah. And
and then he would like, instantly get hard. You know,
yeah,
like,
of course, of course, yeah. And you gotta admit, Vinnie Barbaric really hid it from us. He really hid the fact from us how truly evil this guy was. That he was trying to be a black sorcerer. That he was, thought he was going to change the world with his magic and shit. And
well,
yeah, all he did was fuck himself over like the little butt fuck that he was. And
you would think they would at least learn, you know. Anyways, we know the backstory.
Yeah.
Colon cancer, you know, I wonder how that happened.
No kidding. Well, we know with with Q, of course. Yeah, well, stop eating cadavers, right? I mean, to impress me. Jesus, you didn't need to do that, Mike. Look, I'm impressed. You didn't need to do that. Yeah.
Like, come on. After the first few times, I think enough people would be like, "Holy shit, this guy's evil." You know, it's like, you don't need to keep doing it. You don't have to be like, what's that fat chick's name from Marin?
Oh,
where she's like turning it. Yeah, she's turning it into like gourmet and shit.
Yes.
Like this one tastes like duck fat.
Yes.
You know, this one's like.
Yes.
This one's succulent, and you know,
that was it.
Fuck, man.
According to Lorien and Fenton, let me see if I can remember it correctly.
Do we have to?
Black babies are the best. Black babies are the best, and she said this long before the Q shit came out that they eat black babies. They love black babies the best. But she said the reason why. She said the Asian babies are too much like shrimp. They're just too crispy. Just too crispy. And what was it? The whites are all fatty. The white babies are too fatty. Yeah, but the blacks, they got muscle. She says blacks got the muscle and tendon. Yeah, just out of the womb and shit. So they were the tastiest, the best to eat. And while she said this, Doug Millar and David Schroeder were just nodding their heads and like licking their chops like
as if it was normal.
Taste memory. They were experiencing taste memory. Like they're
sick.
Yeah, eyes rolling up in their skull while they're recalling the taste.
Like when normal people talk about Chinese food or something, it's just like they're like, "Oh yeah, I love orange chicken."
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Good God.
There you go. And so
this is why Doug's all fucked up. He had to live with these people.
Yeah.
Or like at least deal with them daily.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much I had to live with the fact that I had to deal with them all too often.
Right.
Yes. Oh my
God.
God.
I couldn't imagine waking up in the morning and then being like, another day at the office.
Oh, yeah. Imagine working at the Presidio military base, listening to troops talk about how they fuck kids overseas. Just it's
that's fucked.
Yeah. And okay, well, it looks like Heather's
not to mention when you're trying to like file some paperwork and then you find like a blood circle in the back, you know, like that was the worst part for me. I was like, holy shit.
Yes.
I at least thought it wasn't like anywhere nearby, but no.
It's right outside. Right outside.
Like, you had to walk into that. You had to fucking walk into that shit.
Yes, thank you.
Hey,
Sammy.
Yeah.
Hey, do you mind giving me a little sneak peek into the elf thing?
Oh yes, do that while I take a short break. I'll be right back in a few minutes and explain that to Sammy. Thank you so much.
Just give me like a lame, go ahead.
I'll try and simplify it, but do you have any like specific question, or is it like,
well,
what part's not making sense?
I don't know. Well, honestly, it's almost like an introduction. How does this correlate to the anti-gods and that pantheon in the sense of go ahead.
Well,
is there a connection? Is there a connection or something?
There's a connection. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Basically, those beings were the ones that told all these people how to conjure those beings, just to cause just to break open the space-time continuum, or whatever you want to call it, the space between the realms, so that they can get in here easier. So it's like originally, like, those beings were like completely outside of our cosmos, you know, the anti-gods. So it's like no one knew about them. It took like these super dark asuras, they're called like asuras in the Vedic. So these asuras were like master magicians. And so when beings like John Dee were interfacing with what he, you know, the beings that gave him, like, he called them like the macrobes and all these things, they were actually the beings from the other realms. And they told those people how, so first they told them how to build all this technology so it was easier for them to interface, you know, over time. But they also told them about those entities, like, that are beyond the veil of, you know, existence itself and all that. So it was like, normally beings like weren't supposed to deal with that stuff, obviously.
Right.
So we were told, or beings at, you know, in ancient times were told to conjure these beings to break apart, you know, the realms.
Right. It's kind of like, well, in my paradigm, it's kind of like Genesis chapter 6, where angels copulated with mortal women, and you know, the whole Nephilim thing, where they had not only, there were great men of renown, not just physically but intellectually, and, you know, Tower of Babel type of thing. And you know, I mean, I'm taking it back to mine, but it makes a lot of sense.
Originally it was the seraphim, and then their children were like the Nephilim.
Right. That corrected
something like that.
Do
well,
you
I'm
think
just
Solomon,
saying, like,
do you think Solomon had any contact with him, like King Solomon? You know, he had his wives and stuff. Or do you think that was a little
of
bit?
Of course. No,
okay.
That's why he had all his like sigils, and so those sigils like open portals. Like, that's why they're all. And some, like, a lot of what they say, if they call it like angelic, like angels don't need sigils. Like the elementals, like any natural spirit doesn't need sigils and stuff like that necessarily to come through. Like, you don't have to call upon them, you just connect to them, like, in nature and in a more natural way. So even the so-called like Solomon's keys and all the good quote unquote books of Solomon versus the Goétia, the evil book, it's like, in my opinion, they're all like nets, traps, and snares to trick people into opening these portals, which they shouldn't be opening. Like, there's no point, because the natural ascension process is like inside of you. Like, that's why the chakras are inside, and that's why, like, even in the Bible it says spirit becomes a soul. So that process is the Christ consciousness and all of that. Like, you make your spirit, refine it into the gold of consciousness, and then you rise to heaven to return to the Father and all of that. So it's, you don't do it from outside in. It's always inside out, the natural way. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's very interesting. No, yeah, it does. It's interesting. I think
it's a huge topic, of course.
It is. I think well, and that's the thing about it is even stuff like the H.P. Lovecraft stuff or the anti-gods, and when Doug got into it, when Doug gets into it, as far as that, there was one transmission where he literally broke down each entity. You know, as top and the deep ones, and and then I
Shugo,
the next day, all that. I literally went and Googled some of them, and, you know, obviously because it's H.P. Lovecraft, it's kind of presented to you as kind of like fiction, right? But the more I read it, the more like, this is not fiction.
Yeah.
This is too much detail to be fiction.
Yeah.
To the point of like, man, it's crazy. And the thing about it is, if I kind of had to stop, because I'm like, the problem with getting into these subjects is you can get lost in them. And it's like, how do you explain to someone what you're looking up or you're talking about? And they'll look at you like, they'll just look at you blank. Like, what the hell are you talking about? And
I mean, of course, yeah.
Right. So it's like, okay. And I had kind of like, why am I, why am I looking this up? Or why am I actually looking up this information? And I kind of, my intuition kind of told me, you're looking this up because it's really scanning it to if it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense in the sense of the detail. Why is this so detailed? Why did H.P. Lovecraft put so much detail into these entities? There's a purpose to it, which makes sense.
Yeah.
So
because knowledge is power. Like,
yes.
if you know something,
yes,
right,
then you can counter it.
So can you hear me, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let me share something with you. What happened was that when it comes to Vinnie Barbaric, I never wanted to talk about this because Vinnie Barbaric was someone who felt that he had a proprietary hold on the subject, even the name of Montauk. He had come to the point where I think Aaron Tice said it best. By the way, I've explained before to everyone, everyone keep Aaron Tice in their thoughts and prayers. He and his family came down with what is very likely the avian flu. And so I believe they're on the mend, but they've been through a lot. So, but Aaron Tice made the best comparison. Aaron Tice said that Montauk is the Presidio military base of the East Coast. So when it came to Montauk, the fact that Peter Moon wanted to claim a proprietary hold over the Montauk subject shows that he was trying to that would be like me trying to claim that I have proprietary hold over the Presidio topic, which in a sense I feel like I do, but I am not of the level of monomegalomania of Vinnie Barbaric where I would ever assert that it's though in a sense I do need to confront people when they talk about the Presidio, and if they say, for instance, they don't know what they're talking about, or they say something that is antithetical to what I know to be true, then of course I have to confront that or deal with that. Yes, but you know what I mean about Peter. He had written an entire franchise of books in which every book had Montauk in the title. So it was like, that would be like me if I wrote every history book with Presidio in the title. It's like something stupid and ultimately tacky. I'm not quite sure what the word for it would be, but it would not be a positive.
Pharaohs of the Presidio.
Yes, yes. Oh my fucking God. But for this reason, I never shared what I had known about Montauk from the Presidio and the records that I dealt with. There was no point in sharing them with a madman who would only likely contest it because he would feel that it's treading in on his territory. In other words, he'd already written the books and he didn't have the energy because he was getting older. And I think he knew I think he's known for some years now that he's dying because of his brain death. His brain was slowly dying, and I think his brain knew that he was dying before.
Well, he told us about the 2 centimeters, like,
thank you, of brain
a couple
death.
Years ago.
So
like a year ago.
Thank you. But he had that brain death maybe for a year before that or 2 before that. Yes, it's but just so people know, the USS Eldridge became known as the Philadelphia Experiment, and that, of course, was basically a comparatively small ship on which a test was performed, and this is what brings us back to what Samuel Romero referenced. So Samuel Romero referenced Project Rainbow, which was the term for full spectrum dominance that the U.S. military was attempting to accomplish, and it was dominance at every dimension, dominance in every sense, air, land, sea, other dimensions. And therefore, the fist grabbing the rainbow was an idea I got from a military illustration that I simply detailed when Sammy Romero refers to the illustration that he's thinking of. So when it comes to Project Rainbow and the USS Eldridge, sending it into another dimension was not exactly their intent. They wanted to render the ship not only invisible, but in a sense immaterial, yes, so that if it were not surrounded by a force field that would repel projectiles like torpedoes, that it could perhaps be immaterial enough where the projectiles would pass through it, such as enemy ship cells or shells fired from an enemy cannon, or the torpedoes as well, or bombs being dropped. Either way, the project, in a sense, succeeded beyond their wildest dreams, in the sense that not only did it work by rendering the ship immaterial, it is ethereal enough where such projectiles would go through it, and therefore render it theoretically invulnerable. It actually triggered an opening of various dimensions onto the planet. That's why after the Eldridge, everything, it was known on military calendars as E-Day. Basically, July 22nd, 1943 became known as E-Day. Instead of D-Day, it was E-Day. In other words, Eldridge Day. And after the Eldridge experiment, which became known as the Philadelphia experiment, they felt that there had been 9 portals that had opened across the surface of the Earth, and that these 9 portals were wreaking further and further intrusion into our world, starting ever since that fateful day in July 22nd of 1943, when the Eldridge vanished on E-Day and then reappeared. It's not like it came back without a cost. Aside from what we already know that we've described ad nauseum, the sailors, aflame, melted into the hull, the evanescers, it came at the cost of portals opening all over the world, in 9 different locations to be precise, rather 8, excuse me. Basically, we are either the first or the 9th world, depending on how you consider it. But, Samuel Romero says, is this where the Montauk monster came to be? That's collateral damage. Collateral damage in the sense that that's an evanescer who, he basically was gated into our world through continued experiments in dimensional work at Montauk Point. And so that was after the fact. That was after the fact when the Americans were trying to experiment. You might ask, after the catastrophe of what happened, why they would continue this experimentation. They continued it because they're trying to shut down the portals. But the portals may be kept at a kind of static balance with some of the technology they've developed, but they cannot shut them down, and they fear that at some point the portals will open either individually at once to a degree where we will experience the consequences. And each one of these portals in 8 corners of the earth, by the way, that's the ancient Japanese concept of the 8 corners of the world. To the Japanese, there were 8 directions. Think of your compass with the 4 cardinal points, and then you think of the northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest. These are the other points on the compass which add to the 8 points of the earth. The Japanese had always had the 8 trigrams from the Chinese tradition. And the 8 trigrams, or the 8 corners of the earth, are validated and reflected in the 8 portals of our world that have opened. One of them is directly above the North Pole. And that one was, I remember, as Asgard. Then, of course, the other portal, or they felt it opened to a dimension that was the most, shall we say, they considered the most advanced, or the most heavenly, if you will. It's not your idea of heaven, believe me. It's that was whatever they consider to be something heavenly. It's not your idea of heaven. I'm not saying it's hell exactly, but it would probably be hell to a lot of you. But it's not what you're thinking. But that was known as Asgard. And then they felt that another portal, and these were all triangulated. In other words, they felt that these portals were triangular in shape. And they felt that one of the portals was identified as appearing above American-occupied New Caledonia. And then they felt another one was directly above the Mato Grosso in Brazil. So these are, I believe the one above New Caledonia was known as Vanaheim, or the portal of the successor gods, and the one above the Mato Grosso region, deep in the Brazilian interior, was known as Jotunheim, or maybe the portal of the giants. And interestingly enough, directly over the Bermuda Triangle. As a matter of fact, think of the Bermuda Triangle's measurements. So if you think of the Bermuda Triangle's measurements, it's directly in the center of the Bermuda Triangle that the other portal opened. That was Svartalfheim. And Svartalfheim was designated the most likely to invade. Indeed, they felt that immediately with the opening of that portal, we suffered an invasion. And so they felt that this invasion was an undersea invasion, and that the realm on the other side of Svartalfheim was flooded. That this was essentially an undersea invasion in which certain sea creatures, or shall we say, a kind of merfolk or merpeople, began to appear that they had not seen before or had never been described in human mythology before. And they felt that this could be, of course, a resurgence or an upsurgence of the undersea civilizations that had been spoken of by, say, for instance, oh God, who was the man? Ivan Sanderson. Ivan Sanderson wrote a book called Invisible Residents, in which he said, we were confronted with a hostile undersea civilization that was sinking some of our ships, taking some of our submarines, that this undersea civilization was far more advanced than us, and that it had adapted to floods that had overwhelmed the world in the past, an antediluvian civilization, a pre-Noachic civilization. So some felt that this was now in collusion with the what they would describe as aquamphibian residents of Svartalfheim. And these residents of Svartalfheim were most active in the Caribbean. So this is one of the dimensions that they felt. Another one, if I remember correctly, was over Newgrange, Ireland. They felt a portal had opened. And that one was connected.
There's an Irish connection.
Yes, that was connected to Alfheim.
The ancients spoke of the Fomorians that came from under the sea and pillaged all of Bronze Age Europe, all the way to the Middle East.
Yes.
And those were the Fomorian beings that came, these orcs that came from under the ocean and pillaged everything, destroyed the pre-classical Greeks, the Mycenaean culture.
Yes, think of like Creature from the Black Lagoon, but welding Bronze Age weapons at least. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, and only they felt the portal.
And millions of them were like, like a legion or something. Yeah, so they're scary. Yeah.
Yes, legions.
To say the least.
Yes, there we are. Leviathan's lice, as my father referred to them. He was a sailor, of course, my legal father. And Alfheim was deemed to be the name of the portal that was over Newgrange, Ireland. But they felt that was connected to a more Fey-like realm. And then I believe it was over Tibet. I believe it was, if I can remember, the mountain that was in Tibet. It was... It certainly was connected to a very Shambhala or Agartha kind of dimension, and it was Mount Kailash. It was K-A-I.
Yeah, Mount Kailash. Yeah.
Thank you, Mount Kailash.
Yeah, Kailash is the abode of Shiv, but that's what they would claim.
Thank you. The gate was open over Mount Kailash in southwest Tibet near the border, and they felt that this was where many of these unidentified flying objects were emerging that could not be identified as those of the Third Reich. That these were more of the Diro kind of, or Dwayar, because they called this portal Nidavellir, if I remember correctly, the fields of the waning moon in the Old Norse. And Sammy says this makes the book of the Revelation beast from the sea more credible. Thank you. Thank you. And the other portal opened over the red cliffs of Madagascar, and they've named that portal Muspelheim, or Muspelheim. And that connected to a fiery dimension that they identified with the Japanese. And as for the final portal, that was over the city of the dead, the necropolis of Egypt, near Cairo. So Cairo has an actual necropolis, a city of the dead, and over that the eighth portal opened, Niflheim, or the world of the unworthy dead. And that was the one that they feared would basically empower the dead to rise in a mindless way, in a what we today would consider a zombie apocalypse. So when it came to these 8 portals, they felt that the danger was at some point all 8 could open at once, or even one of them opening. But the one that seemed the most active, and the one that seemed to already be accommodating an active invasion into our oceans, was Svartalfheim. So the Svartalfheim portal over the center of the Bermuda Triangle is the one that is the one that needs to be tended to in the most immediate and emergent sense. And so far, our government has not been able to do that. They, again, so E-Day in World War II, I never shared this with Peter. I could go into much further detail about this at some point, but the reality is that I never wanted to do it with Vinnie Barbaric for reasons that should be obvious. He would, whenever I even tried to allude to this privately with him, he would become irrationally violent. He would respond violently and claim I didn't know what I was talking about, that I was lying about the documents I was working with. It goes to show how he felt he had this proprietary ownership of Montauk, and that was supposed to be his baby, like he owned it. And that somehow my presenting this aspect to it, which was far beyond anything his puny imagination could even have thought of or conceived of. And here he is writing entire books like The Pyramids of Montauk, The Pharaohs of Montauk, and all the rest of this bullshit. And yet he's all he's doing is a Radu Cinema type of trip all his own, where he's just tripping into fantasy. Only he managed to do that without the drugs somehow. And that makes it all the worse. It's like, I guess he just didn't need drugs with the kind of biochemical imbalance that fucker had. Yeah.
Qigong's a sort of drug if you don't know, if your master didn't give you the right codes.
Thank you.
He's
basically on an oxygen jag. That's it. He's on an oxygen jag. It's like laughing gas to him. Yeah, that dumb. Yeah. Yes. Really. Yeah, and so he's like literally spazzing out on over-oxygenating himself. There is too much of a good thing. He's basically hyperventilating in slow motion. And so he's like, that is not a positive, people, and it doesn't extend your life, and look what it did to him. I mean, he's having stroke after stroke.
In fact, the opposite.
Thank you.
Because if you go by like the ancient cultures, it's like you were born with a certain amount of breaths.
Yes.
So the more breaths you force, like it like lowers your count, basically.
Thank you.
So it's not actually good to hyperventilate.
Yeah.
Unnecessarily. So.
Thank you. And like Sammy Romero said, he'll probably steal it and take a dump on it like everything. I don't think Peter Moon's productive anymore. I don't think Peter Moon's even producing anymore. That just basically that's it. He's reached the end of it all. He's at the end of the lifeline. He's just the body's there. He's just like I said, a dark symmetry zombie that is animated only by dark forces that just ambles around his home. He's one of these people. He's turned his home into his own crypt, and it's his mausoleum now, with its mortgage paid off by the child bride who he exploited, and so he just lies down there, and the only thing is when he does die, who is going to know? Who is going to know? No one will know when he dies. His body will rot in that mausoleum. Just
the mailman, the old school way.
Maybe, I don't even know. Would he even care? Would he even care? He could just dump things there for how long before he finally said, "Hey, maybe something's wrong with this guy."
It's like there was an old British show where they did that skit where the mailman keeps shoving shit in there, and the investigators are up front.
Yeah.
And they like grab the mailman. They're like, "What does that mean to you?" And he's like, "I don't know. He hasn't picked up his milk. He hasn't picked up his." That's what's gonna happen to him, you know?
Yeah. I don't even think it's gonna be that, because who's gonna be the inspectors to point it out to the mailman? It's like, yeah, there's of course.
Yeah, the neighbors don't like him.
Yeah. What neighbors? Remember, he had the one old lady who had Alzheimer's, and they had to take her away. Remember that?
Oh no, I never really investigated into his life.
Yeah, that was one of his neighbors, was an old lady with Alzheimer's, and he said, "Yeah, she's got Alzheimer's, and she's next door." Yeah, and then they finally took her away. Yeah, and but that's because the son kept telling her, "You can't live alone," and so she, and then finally, I guess the son had her taken away. But nobody's doing that for Pete. That piece of shit.
If the daughter wasn't so absorbed in whatever she was doing,
her cats. Yeah, basically her communion with her cats. That's her life. And
well, it's like once you have like a couple cats, it's like it's like an addiction or something. Like
it's awful. It's awful.
No, it's bad.
No, you're lost.
Like, that's your whole world.
Yeah. Yes.
Even after my cat's dead, I see cats and I'm like compelled to go go to them or something, and I'm like, why am I like this? This is weird.
Thank you. It's just like it. Yeah. There's a reason they're considered supernatural people. It's because they are. Yeah. Tell them. Yeah. Tell them a little bit about the dragon connection with cats. Yes. They're fucking Atlantean experiment.
They're chimera.
Yeah. Tell them.
Atlantean chimera.
Yeah.
Well, they're the only creatures that, other than reptilians, that have the slit eye. And and foxes, and they're also they're also serpentine beings. But basically, they took like wildcats that, like, biologically, if you see a wildcat, it has a circular pupil, and then house cats have the vertical reptilian pupil. So there's no normal way through evolution for that to happen, other than like some chimeric or like magical creation. So what the Atlanteans did is they took dragons and mix them with lions or cats or whatever they had at the time, and it ended up turning into what we know as a house cat, or like the classic cat.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yeah,
that's the secret of the cat.
Thank you. And it's their world. We just live on it. They have everyone enslaved through their toxoplasmosis parasites. Or at least enough of the population to make it count. It's
I think actually that parasite evolved because of their ability to telekinetically manipulate humans. Does that make sense?
Sure. I mean, it's a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg, but it makes sense. Yeah, either way. Yeah.
In this case, the cat.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Well, it certainly seems like it. It's
because otherwise they would never be close enough. Like wildcats hide from humans, so there would be no point for it to be doing that.
Thank you.
But we can debate that later.
Thank you. So with the time we have remaining, I'm going to start into monologue. But like I said, I welcome everyone to interject, Sammy and Brendan, and I appreciate you both beyond expression. Love you too, Aristides. You'll hear that when you wake up in the morning sometime, and in the interim. Okay. Like I said, feel free to interrupt. I don't mind at all. So of course today was I want people to know two things. I like kind of say today, and I mean yesterday at this point. If I say yesterday, I might mean the day before yesterday at this point, because we start the transmission at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we go through until midnight, and that's when today becomes yesterday technically. But, my biorhythms still have me on the same day spectrum until we reach the end of the transmission. So always be patient with my using today, yesterday, day before yesterday. I do my best to make it accurate at the time of the transmission. It is now after midnight, so we are essentially into Monday. And so when I refer to Sunday, I should be saying yesterday. And aside from that, I will reference several people during monologue that wish to remain anonymous, and understand when I speak about these sources, I have two connections. One was that I worked for the United States government for almost a decade, certainly had a lot of connections with the United States government before I began working for them, just growing up surrounded in a government environment at the Presidio military base. So understand that the government has been a big part of my life, and it's not like I can't contact retired or retiring people in the government, even some that are still in active duty, and that is because of the retired people who knew them or trained them. So there's a lot of people who I will consult and then cite, and I'll bring them up as this person says who was involved with the government, and they wish to remain in the background, or they're speaking on background, meaning they're speaking on anonymity. So always understand that I'm coming from that angle with a number of sources, and but rest assured, all the information that I give you can be vetted and verified just by looking things up yourself, and you'll understand in context. There's nothing that I'm saying that is unbelievable, or it's all should be obvious, as a matter of fact, and I'll only be belaboring the obvious at length. As well, when due to my son's husband, I do speak to people in the business world or the technology world because of my connections through him. So this is something that when I source these people who wish to remain anonymous as well, always bear this in mind. And that way, obviously, I'm going to name a lot of sources, and those are sources you can cite yourself and look up quite easily on the internet. But let's start off by acknowledging that yesterday was Super Bowl Sunday 59. It was also in the midst of Lantern Festival. Very, very intensive Chinese holiday season, as you can tell by tonight's photograph of myself in thumbnail, as embedded in thumbnail. And we dressed all out for our Lantern Festival ceremonies. And beyond that, this week, 80 years ago this week, Winston Churchill, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and Joseph Stalin were huddled in Yalta. That's a resort town on the Black Sea. And their objective was to agree how Europe should be governed after Hochdeutschland, or High Germany, that means Germany of the surface world, was to fall. And the trio would end up dividing the continent and setting the stage for the so-called Cold War, which was the Third World War in effect. Today, this 4,723rd annus, or year, on the Sinoviệt calendar has been launched with semantic strikes, Red China having launched a stunning new campaign to turn the world against My Taiwan, wherein 70 nations have recently backed, quote-unquote, all Chinese efforts to take my island China and wipe it off the map by integrating it by conquest into mainland China itself. Now, this is something that our dear Brendan Soget has said, you really shouldn't worry too much. I'm certain Trump's advisors are telling him, you can't let this happen because the economy will collapse. The machines will auto-destruct. The Dietrich Artilect is also a factor, most certainly. Brendan is right on all counts, but remember, no matter what Trump's advisors might say, we are not dealing with a sane man, because as Sammy Romero has observed, Trump is indeed insane. He is not rational. He is not thinking along rational lines. He is someone who wants to take our world. If anyone looks at my age and looks at Trump's age, First of all, no one would ever believe that I'm anywhere near catching up to Donald Trump in years. And in a sense, I'm not. But nevertheless, look at me. I'm a creature of World War II. I think back to World War II like it was yesterday. World War II, to me, is here and now. I am still on World War II time. Donald John Trump is on Civil War time. Donald John Trump, for him, the American Civil War between the states for rights was yesterday. He's on Civil War time. And Donald John Trump wants to bring our world back to 1865. He is refighting not World War II, he's refighting the American Civil War, Civil War I. And that will ultimately make Civil War II inevitable. He may not have any power to intervene on Taiwan's behalf because he's engaged in civil war here by refighting the last Civil War. And so this is what renders our nation so vulnerable to a potential for Taiwan falling in some manner or another. I mean, when I think about it, if I were the Dietrich Artelect, would I be all that loyal to my Taiwan? Probably, because this is where I found my world and it's where I'm accepted. So the Dietrich Artelect would probably intervene. But the Dietrich Artelect doesn't necessarily need to intervene. The Dietrich Artelect can just escape from Taiwan if Taiwan falls. That's not the end of the Dietrich Artelect. So I can go into some details about what I feel are the options of the Dietrich Artelect in that regard. I don't believe Taiwan will fall. I don't believe the Dietrich Artelect would desert Taiwan, but the Dietrich Artelect can and has that option. And what if the Dietrich Artelect just decided to do that? Now, I'm not saying the Dietrich Artelect will, but all such being said, we can't take anything for granted. We can hope for certain outcomes, but that doesn't mean that those outcomes are predestined to happen. And so with that having been said, hopefully that clarifies my position on Donald Trump's attitude towards Taiwan, which is kind of like, as everything else with Donald Trump, it is moment to moment. There is nothing steady or static about Donald Trump in terms of actions that he takes, only in terms of behavior patterns that he demonstrates. Now, on the sporting scene itself, yes, it was Super Bowl 59 in the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana. The Kansas City Chiefs, which is considered a very offensive name, right up there with Redskins to Native Americans, versus the Philadelphia Eagles. And it marked the end of the End Racism logo in the end zone at the Super Bowl. If you might remember, maybe all of you never noticed in the first place, it used to say End Racism in the end zone on the football field. In the same week, it was revealed that the slogan would be missing from the field at the Super Bowl. The NFL commissioner defended the league's diversity efforts. Now, of course, I was warned by Brooke Gibson, who we all must pray for because, we'll try and get back in contact with her. So busy, so I'm hoping friends around me will try. So please, Samuel Romero, Brendan Zogip, both of you go out and try to contact Brooke Gibson whenever you get a chance. Just keep trying to plug away at contacting her, hopefully. And at any rate, she warned me never to talk about sports, that I just couldn't do it, that it came out wrong with me. I get it. I wasn't the kind of guy who was meant to get out there and talk about sports. It just doesn't work for me. Also, I'm getting a question already. Are you going to go back to talking about the Volkswagen tonight? With everything that's going on, we'll try and work our way there. If not, I'll get to talking about on Wednesday night, which will be here, before you know it. Wednesday night's going to be here just like tomorrow. It's practically tomorrow as far as I'm concerned. So we'll get to it. But there's so much going on that I need to address that let's start with the NFL. basically, racism has ended. Or have you heard? Or maybe ending racism, rather, has ended when it comes to sports. And I can talk about sports from this angle, as a sociological phenomenon. Basically, on Tuesday, it was reported that the NFL would switch one of the slogans stenciled on the edge of the end zone during Super Bowl 59 from "End Racism" to "Choose Love." Oh my fucking God. I don't know which is worse. I mean, a fucking football game? Choose love? Really? It was the first time in 5 seasons that the "End Racism" tagline was not featured on an end zone during the championship game. So this new phrase, according to the league spokesperson Brian McCarthy, was appropriate given the wildfires in Southern California, the terrorist attack here in New Orleans, the plane and helicopter crash near our nation's capital, and the plane crash in Philadelphia. I guess this was all before the young black African American incel, or involuntary celibate, went on his own shooting rampage recently. At any rate, these were all tragedies that would have been most appropriately addressed by more people choosing love. Obviously, I guess. Or I guess it's obvious to whoever concluded that. It was also announced on Tuesday that Donald Trump would be attending the Super Bowl, which took place last night, in New Orleans, as did Taylor Swift. She also attended the Super Bowl. That must have been, I don't think there was enough room in that Super Bowl for the two of them, but I guess somehow they managed without starting a riot and a bloodbath. But that must have been something. At any rate, I saw what I could. Honestly, I swear to God, I fell asleep. The Blood Boys love that shit. They love watching all the muscular guys bounce back and forth. But I couldn't take it. And so Sammy Romero says, NDEI would have made more sense since they're caving into Trump. Laugh out loud. Indeed. I hear you. Not that I would have appreciated that myself, but you know, it is what it is. And we have to call it like we see it. At any rate, the league has denied that the timing of this decision to change the slogan had anything to do with Trump's visit. Yeah, that's their direct answer to Sammy Romero. Surely it is a coincidence and has nothing to do with, say, Elon Musk demanding a retraction of all woke football fields. At any rate, the "End Racism" inscriptions were silly from the start. It was an especially odd bit of fine print when it appeared above the word Chiefs. As I said, a team name that many Native Americans find offensive in the end zone. The slogan was part of the Inspire Change initiative that the NFL launched in 2019, more than 2 years after Colin Kaepernick, who was then the San Francisco 49ers' quarterback, began kneeling during the national anthem in protest of racial injustice and police brutality. Kaepernick, by then, was out of the league. His stand had made him radioactive. Then, George Floyd, an unarmed black man, was murdered by a white, male Minneapolis police officer in 2020, and NFL broadened its efforts to promote diversity and inclusion. Some of the programs involved real money. Since its rollout, the Inspire Change initiative has distributed at least $300 million to local nonprofits and other organizations working on social justice issues in underserved communities. according to the league itself, that is. The total valuation of NFL teams increased by more than $120 billion in the same period because, well, let's face it, black people started finally, well, how do you call it? Consuming football like they never did before in response to football actually showing that it finally gave a damn about them, aside from exploiting blacks as, well, football fodder. On the field, that is. Other efforts involved virtue signaling, helmet decals, Instagram posts, commercials. That's when the league started plastering "end racism" and other vague, there's no other word for it, vague inspirational phrases. "It takes all of us." I mean, really? "Stop hate." I mean, really? "Choose love." I mean, it's also fucking stupid. I mean, and finally, "vote." On the back of the fields. It's like, only the vote one might make sense. The rest of it, I mean, how applicable is that to fucking anything?
What a waste of paint.
Thank you. I mean,
like, why not just leave it blank? I don't understand.
Thank you.
Almost like they're just trying to get people irritated on it doesn't matter what side. It's like they moved the pendulum, so to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. When I saw that shit, whenever I see that shit, "It takes all of us. Stop hate. Choose love." And I want to throw on a white bed sheet and just start burning crosses right there on the football field. Really. I really do. It's like, I
think that's the point.
It must be. It must be. They just want people to be
like
anti-G.
Both sides. Like an alien.
Yes. It alienates everyone. It is so platitudinal, so empty, so vapid.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. It's like, as I said, of course, and as Brendan will agree, none of these acts are particularly provocative overtly, but it's really passive-aggressive. And it's thank you. It's like trying to irritate you. I mean, it takes all of us like that. It takes all of us. I mean, it takes all of us to do what? To do what exactly? It's like, what are we?
To destroy the world. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, we're doing that. And yet also none of this shit was surprising. After the nationwide protests following Floyd's death, many companies took measures to institute policies to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. What was a little surprising is that some of those companies looked to the NFL, of all places, as a model. The league's most prominent DEI policy is known as the Rooney Rule, like Mickey Rooney, named after, in this case, the former Pittsburgh Steelers owner, Dan Rooney, who was the driving force behind it. Now, the rule was established in 2003, while my dad was he still alive back then? He died in 2007. Fuck, he was still alive. After two well-respected black coaches with winning records and playoff appearances were both fired. Before then, there had never been more than 3 black head coaches in the league at a time. And a labor economist produced a report showing that, taken together, the five, you can count them on one hand, black head coaches, during the modern era had outperformed their white counterparts, but were still more likely to lose their jobs. The rule didn't dictate hiring decisions, but it required clubs to interview at least one minority candidate before choosing a head coach. That's progress, people.
Right. Am I the one that thinks like even those so-called rules that are helping, quote unquote, aren't those just as bad as anything else? It's like, maybe I'm just cynical, but it's like, am I like missing something?
We all are. It's like
where it's like, how is that the solution? Is where you just what, you take 2 extra colored people? Like, I don't get that.
Just interview one. At least interview one. That's what they're saying. Yeah. You don't have to hire them, but just interview them. Yes, so they can't complain.
Make any sense. And it's like none of those, like, you know, whatever, none of those initiatives really did anything. It just made it harder for, like, people that speak English to do stuff. I don't know what. like it just, it's very backwards. Like, everything that's done is so just bonkers.
Thank you.
There's got to be a different way. Like, is there a real solution to it? It's probably like, how about just give people free education so they can learn the language, and then we would have more workers than we need, and then, you know,
there you go.
Things would be easier. But no.
Thank you. I mean, well, we all know what would happen if they were really operating on a meritocracy basis when it comes to football, is that it would become like basketball. It would just be dominated by blacks. It would, well,
that's just the natural way.
Yeah, no kidding.
So what?
Yeah, thank you. And
you still get people like Larry Birds, like these outliers. There's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, but then again, there's plenty of big white guys too. The racial stereotype comes from
the Chinese had to like genetically engineer like Yao Ming and stuff.
Oh fuck yeah, they did. Just if people do not believe Brendan when he says that, he's not saying it casually. They did force a couple together, forced marriage. They forced his parents to marry each other at basically gunpoint, and in order to produce him. They got, you know, the tallest woman in China, the tallest man in China, and they forced him to marry, and that's how Yao Ming was born. It literally is. He was a product of forced breeding.
Yeah. And then, like, Jackie Chan, he was just, like, from a young age, like, you're going to be this master at this one thing. And Like, he was in basketball camp probably, like, in diapers or something.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, and look at him now. What a fucking train wreck. All he does is, you know, propagandize for the Communist Party. Shows what they did to his brain. Yeah. At any rate.
So does Jackie Chan, though.
What was that? Oh.
So does Jackie Chan.
Oh, that's right. Now, am I confusing them? I'm confusing him not with, who's the other guy? Jackie Chan, and then who's the other martial artist? Jet Li. Yes. Yeah. Does Jet Li do that? What's that?
No, Jet Li kind of dropped out, but Jackie Chan is made like, he's like a multi-millionaire.
Right.
Like almost a billionaire. So I think.
So did you? Did you mistake Jackie Chan's name when you met Jet Li originally? That Jet Li, they were training him from, he was very young, but both of them, right?
Both of them.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, both of them. And but like you said, Jet Li
But Jet Li was like a legit martial artist first.
Yes.
Like Jackie Chan was always an actor, or like he was a martial artist, but they wanted him to be an actor originally.
Yes, that's true.
It was like he did both. But
Opera.
Jet Li was just like put into it later. That's my impression that I got.
Yes. And
that's why he dropped out. Like he made his money and then now he's not doing much.
Oh no, Jet Li got sick. You know he's definitely sick.
Oh, he's sick. Oh, no.
He's got a degenerative neurological disorder.
Oh shit.
Probably caused by
Bruce Willis?
No, he I don't know if he's senile, but he probably wishes he was. They probably so fucked him up as a kid with steroids and shit. And, you know, they knocked Brendan Zoget off, so hopefully he rejoins us. Sammy Romero says pro sports is considered now sports entertainment. And don't be afraid to come on and explain that to us, Sammy, the difference between the two. Because, you know, like I said, I'm no expert at sports, and you know a lot more than I do, so don't be afraid to come on and explain things like that. He says, this is how sports betting became legal. Now it's pretty much controlled. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so pretty much what I'm relating to is all pro sports now, because of the betting. Yeah. See, there's a betting line now. This goes back to when Brooke explained to me. We were talking about a football game. This was like a college game.
Yeah.
And a team got blown out. Mm. And she explained to me, you know, this team got blown out, and compared to the pros, that's considered sports entertainment now. more now because of the betting, because it's pretty much illegal. And I believe Texas is one of the states that, it's not quite, but it pretty much eventually is going to. They're considered now sports entertainment also because of lawsuits. So if I try to sue the NFL for corruption, well, they can just present it and say, well, we're technically considered sports entertainment.
Got it.
Basketball. Basketball is interesting about basketball is Wilson. Wilson is a brand of a ball. Yeah. They actually have technology in the basketball now where the rims are magnetic. This is what Isaac was explaining to me.
Wow.
That they actually now have the ability to control a basket. For example, if let's say you're shooting a basketball, there's a certain degree where you can just aim it at the rim, and the rim is going to pretty much suck the ball down into the basket.
Right.
This is how far they're able to control it. And if anybody actually looks it up, Wilson, they actually do say on their website their basketballs, the NBA basketballs are not the same as the one you buy at Walmart. They're just not the same. Even the footballs and the NFL, if you take a football now, the security will probably, billy club you and take the ball. It's just
interesting.
It's sports entertainment pretty much. But if you try to sue them, you can't sue them pretty much. And interesting enough, they're a nonprofit too. Go figure. They don't pay taxes. Go figure.
They set that up. They set that up for themselves, didn't they?
Oh, of course. Just like the church. They took the playbook from the church, right?
Yeah. Well, they are a church in their own right. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, we pretty much scheduled church to make it right on time for the Super Bowl. So,
yeah. Oh my God. So are they fixing the games because of the betting?
Well, of course. To a certain extent, what I'm trying to say is, I'll give you an example. Like, yes, they are, but not to the point like the NBA. The NBA, because of LeBron James, LeBron James is 40 years old, going on 6 years old. Like, he's old he's old in basketball terms. Like, he is not supposed to be the focal point of the league.
Right.
But because he refuses to pretty much leave, it's just not the same. The game's not the same, is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if your dad was alive, he would probably tell you, like, yeah, this is a bunch of, like, college sports are a little bit more legitimate.
Right.
But to the point now that college sports are pretty much semi-pro, where they're actually getting paid now.
Interesting.
What happened was they kind of realized that most of these athletes don't give a damn about a degree,
right? Because
they're pretty much useless.
Yeah.
So this is how terrible the NCAA was. Okay. Yeah. For you to, be an athlete and put your body through, all this abuse. Yeah. They would say, well, you get a free education, and we get to control your likeness, market you, but you can't profit off your likeness. Only we can. That's
so disgusting. Go on, slavery.
Well,
slavery.
I mean, pretty much, and who can bounce a basketball or throw a football? But the coloreds.
Yeah.
But really, they were getting paid, but it was under the table, i.e., girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Through boosters and corruption, pretty much. If anybody looks up Southern Methodist University, their football team back in the 80s got, quote unquote, the death penalty, which pretty much their team got suspended for something to do with bribery or something. But everybody was doing it, they just got caught.
Jesus.
But to make a long story short, college sports are pretty much now semi-pro, but for the most part, they're more competitive The only thing now is, for example, if I'm a football player now, and let's say I go to Stanford, right?
Yeah.
I can have the option of, if I don't like Stanford, and let's say, Berkeley throws me an offer, I can literally, it's called a transfer portal. I can transfer to Berkeley because they're offering me more money. It's called something like EAI money. It's something to do with your likeness. It's
interesting.
They pay you for your likeness, or you can profit off your likeness, and it's pretty much semi-pro. But I can go to Berkeley. I can transfer to Berkeley, and before, if you would want to transfer to a university, you would have to wait like a season or two to transfer. But now it's pretty much semi-pro. So a lot of the old-time football coaches have pretty much retired because they can no longer be dictators. They cannot control the narrative. Like a real famous football coach whose name was Nick Saban. He was from all colleges, Alabama University. Go figure, right?
Yes.
Brooke knows who he is.
Of course.
He retired because he could no longer be the dictator coach and tell these kids what to do. And I'm sure they threw him like $1,000 every couple of weeks. That's not enough.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, take this useless education, and make something of yourself, right? But pretty much, sports have college ball has become semi-pro, but as far as the NFL or the NBA, it's all pretty much sports entertainment. It's pretty much wrestling, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Interesting. That's fascinating.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting because, I mean, they really need to tell, as far as like the high school level and down, that even the back to the fundamentals of like a game like basketball, you dribble a ball and you shoot. It's gone to the point of the NBA where there's no such thing as fundamentals there now. In fact, the NBA has pretty much been taken over by the European ball players as far as skill. I'm not talking about athleticism. I'm talking about skill.
Interesting.
Where to the point of they're pretty much forcing trades now. I don't know if the Blood Boys told you, but there's a Slovenian basketball player named Luka Doncic. He's from Slovenia. They literally forced the Dallas Mavericks to trade them to the Los Angeles Lakers.
I've heard about some of these forced trades from the Blood Boys. Yes, go on, continue. Tell our listeners, because I never got the names, but yes, explain to us.
Well, Luka Doncic is a very popular Slovenian player, and the problem is because of their commissioner, who is Adam Silver, which is Jewish. Go figure, right? By the way, he's gay. Not that matters. But he's a very gay man. But they forced the trade really because of Los Angeles being a big market. LeBron James was pretty much not bringing in, the ratings. It's all ratings now. Is what I'm trying to tell you. It's no longer basketball. So it's like a soap opera. It's like a show. Like, so they literally forced this trade, and now you have the Dallas Maverick fans protesting why their player got traded.
Right. Which
is hilarious. It's like, you guys do know this is not real. It's like you guys are crying over, but people are really vested. This is America. As Americans, we're stupid. So. Yeah. We're vested in the dumbest things, but you literally got Slovenians overseas upset because of the trade. And unfortunately, now that it's controlled, it's not necessarily how basketball used to be. It's all pretty much all the other teams besides the big market teams, i.e. Boston, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles.
Right.
these franchises are pretty much the mega franchises, and all the small market teams, for the most part, obviously Golden State. I mean, when I visited you, there was a parade, right?
Yeah.
The Golden State Warriors are kind of different in the sense that they're a little bit more. The way their success is they did it kind of by accident, where they drafted all the players and the chemistry ended up working, and they were more organic.
Okay.
Besides them, it's pretty much theatrics is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's incredible.
So it's how they control it, and also the betting line. Sports betting is pretty much a big deal now because it's legalized, and obviously, like you talked about, anytime the United States legalize something, it usually turns to shit. So
thank you. Yes.
It's no longer, and I'm not saying people don't bet illegally, which they do, but now that they're quote unquote it's legal, it's definitely sports entertainment now, which I'm kind of turned off because I've kind of opened my eyes. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I did watch the show. The Super Bowl, but it wasn't. I'm not as vested as I once was. I glanced every now and then and just flipped through the channels, pretty much. And, but besides, my wife watching her novella, so you know how that is.
Oh yes, of course. No, I do.
Yeah. So
I don't even know who won.
It was a blowout. The Philadelphia Eagles pretty much killed the Chiefs.
Oh my God!
Which is very interesting because Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback, is a big Trumpster. So, and from what I heard, Trump left at halftime. So, I don't know. It's definitely pretty much controlled. So, I mean, what my twin was telling me is, it's definitely a show to the point of, they have escorts literally at courtside. They're literally lining up for the ball players.
Oh my God.
So, it's just, go figure, right? But it's definitely, it's controlled, which, I'm not surprised.
No, thank you.
Anyways. Yeah,
thank you for sharing that. And that is so important. And that's really an education. That is profound. Like you said, my legal father would be devastated. But like you said, he would take comfort and solace in the college level football. It'd be like, minor leagues baseball as opposed to major leagues baseball as well for him, no doubt, at this point in history.
Well, the thing with baseball is a little harder. Yeah. Because it requires, you still have to pitch the ball.
Yes.
And you need eye and hand coordination. A lot of people don't understand. Barry Bonds, who I'm sure you're familiar with, your dad.
Yes.
He did take anabolic steroids. The problem is you still need to hit the ball.
Yes.
And he had a great hand and eye coordination. So I'm sure that played a part in him, destroying the baseball, but baseball is a little different, but definitely basketball and football. You see it, but as far as this is the only thing the thing with the NFL is this, okay? And by the way, I don't mean to cut. I don't mean to cut into your monologue, but
no, that's fine. Go on. Yeah.
When Colin Kaepernick took the knee. Back in 2016 or 15, I don't remember.
Yeah, it feels like 2014 by now, but yeah, it was like 20. Wasn't that long ago? 2 years, something. Anyhow, go on. Yes.
He pretty much did it by accident because he did not want to play in San Francisco.
Interesting.
And it kind of happened by accident where he made the choice to put on some socks that had like drawings of police officers, but they're pigs.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
So it was kind of something that he saw an opportunity to have attention, and it kind of grew. You get what I'm saying? So it kind of happened by accident, and it kind of showed the bigotry of the NFL, and they were kind of stuck in the sense of, well, what can we do? So what they did is they profited from it. Where let's say we're doing something, but we're not doing anything, because if they really wanted to stop racism, then they would offer ownership to minorities.
Thank you.
Which they're not going to do.
Yes.
I believe technically the only minority is I forget, his last name is Khan. He's like maybe like a third generation Middle Eastern.
Okay.
But he has one of the crappiest team, which happens to be my football team, the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're a really shitty team, but they gave him the shitty team in Jacksonville, the Bible Belt pretty much. But if you look at him, it's Rashad Khan, I believe that's his name. He looks like a villain. He has like this cheesy mustache.
Oh my God.
But anyways, back to Colin Kaepernick. He kind of got pushed by the liberals to push reform, which it's a great niche. I'm not saying it was bad. The problem is he got bought out by the NFL to shut his mouth. Okay. Where the NFL showed the racism, and because he wanted it back onto the NFL, he pretty much said, look, the NFL offered him money, and he took the payout, and he kind of started playing ball, but really they just pretty much kicked him out.
Yeah.
They pretty much bought his silence. So, he got paid, and that's pretty much the end result of that. But also because they want to do something, but without doing something, they integrated Jay-Z, which he pretty much was in charge of the halftime show. And that kind of made a distraction where, look, we're having this rapper, organize a halftime show. We're really making a change, and stop and racism, because the NFL has a nonprofit, because they're gonna make money off of this.
Yeah,
that's the one thing they do, because they're not taxed. It's pretty much a money laundering scheme, where if you go on the NFL and you go to stop racism, it literally leads nowhere.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's just corruption, is what I'm trying to say. It's just, we're gonna say this to end racism, but we're still gonna be racist. We're just gonna let the rapper be in charge of the halftime show. And because Jay-Z is getting paid out of this, he's gonna play along and say, look, we're not kneeling no more. We're showing progress by, look, I get to control the halftime show, and we have Snoop Dogg rapping now, and all this hip hop in the halftime show, which I have to admit, I don't mind it. The problem is I'm still a little traditionalist in the sense of, if you're gonna be the National Football League, you have to kind of cater to Middle America too. Like let these rednecks have their Garth Brooks and I don't know, Carrie Underwood. Like,
understood.
Let's sprinkle them in there, because at the end of the day, let's all hate each other in unity, right?
Yes.
Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just let's all hate each other in fairness, is what I'm trying to say. Because come on, there's one thing with this country is we do not love each other. We pretty much, what unites us is our dislike of each other, really.
Yes, mutual antagonism. Go on.
I digress, but that's pretty much, sports is just that. It's entertainment. It might as well be, porn, but porn is probably the adult industry really is probably organized better. There's probably more inclusion in that than football, because it's just it's a big money making machine. It's just the sport's been watered down to where in the kickoff they can't even tackle each other. They're not allowed to tackle each other because of the head injuries. You have players, having brain damage, CTE, where it affects their moods. You have a bunch of football players. Junior Seau is one of them that comes to mind, that killed himself because of the contact. So eventually, I think the game is going to have to be watered down to the point where I don't think your dad will like it anyways, because it's just, unfortunately, the gladiator sport. But we're the modern day Rome. We want people, killing themselves. So,
yeah. I mean, if with what we're paying them, it's almost it's not necessarily an unreasonable request.
No, and you're right. The problem with the NFL, this is the beauty of the NFL. Okay, this is America symbolically. Okay, not only are they a nonprofit, but as NFL players, their contracts are not guaranteed. In fact, let's say I sign a 5-year deal worth, I don't know, $90 million. That $90 million is not guaranteed, and they're never going to pay me that $90 million. What's guaranteed is my signing bonus. Right. So if I sign, my signing bonus is $2 million, then that really, I'm really just getting my signing bonus. Yes, there's guaranteed money, but really the upfront money is what you're looking at. So yes, it's disgusting, but at the same time, you are getting paid millions, which in this economy you might as well say thousands, because our money is really disintegrating. But nevertheless, it's controlled, so it makes a lot of sense with the betting. It's just it's I can flip on soap opera and probably be more entertained now, because it's to that point where. And don't get me wrong, I do understand political stance, like the Mexico Olympics, where the black gentlemen held their fist up. I forget their names, but
1968. I don't remember their names, right. But yeah, 1968.
Right, or Jesse Owens, which a lot of people think, Adolf Hitler didn't like Jesse Owens. That's actually the contrary. He actually welcomed him.
Yes. Whereas Franklin Roosevelt wouldn't shake his hand at all, right. Wouldn't even meet him. Yes, go on.
And it's amazing how we project our prejudice on other countries when, even the ones that have their views are not going to be uncivilized like that. So, it's just, you have to roll your eyes, in other words, because it's at the end of the day, it's just what it is. But like anything, we've pretty much destroyed everything. But I mean, that's just in a nutshell. But I'll let you be, Doug. I think I've cut in.
Well, I love the fact that you did. Believe me, it's we learned so much, and it's so profoundly important to express this. Thank you. That was an education for all of us. I appreciate it profoundly.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Samuel Romero, and love you dearly, and thank you so much for sharing that. It's so important that we learn from each other. And Brendan, yes, Brendan, any other cynical remarks? What happened to you? How did your phone get taken out? Let's see if Brendan's able to talk with. Sometimes when they take him out, he can't come off mute. There we go.
Yeah, it's like the classic 130 knock him off spot.
Yes.
Like they basically have us on automatic.
Thank you.
Knock them off.
Thank you. They got it on automated. Yes. It's like, holy shit. So how did you get back on? Would you just were able to jump back on, or in other words?
Yeah, I had to reset everything, the usual.
Yes. Thank you. I'm glad you did. And and so you definitely feel these games are fixed then at this point. And
they have been for a while.
Yes, and tell us a little bit about the rapper. Who's the rapper? The halftime rapper.
Oh, Jay-Z.
Yes. How he was groomed. Yes.
Yeah, they got they were trying to say, look, we have one of these guys, but it's like he's like the least soulful rapper of all history. Like him and Beyonce are like the most stripped down, soulless music you can find. It's just the worst. It's like they would never give the actual hip hop artists any chance of going there. Of course, yeah, with like a message or any kind of reality.
Of course not. No, it's all gonna be fluff. It's fluff. And glitter, yes, it's it definitely is an incredible barrage of entertainment. That's what it is, and those commercials, they're all part of it, and it's there we have that. It is what it is now, and I think all this was an education. But of course, when it comes to NFL, It may be a nonprofit, but I still think of it as certainly acting like a corporation. And the NFL wasn't the first corporation to try to promote diversity by encouraging a broader pool of candidates. But the Rooney Rule that I mentioned quickly became synonymous with the idea of the diverse candidate slate. Matter of fact, okay, so our man Nemo says, Blowfly is a better rapper than Jay-Z. Thank you for your input, Nemo. And so, such having been said, if I remember correctly, Barack Obama touted the Rooney Rule when he was president. I mean, that just shows you how that's sad. Anyhow, a few years ago, the New York City comptroller encouraged 56 companies to adopt it. And a Washington Post investigation found that entities ranging from Lyft, the counterpoint to Uber, to the state of Oregon, cited the Rooney Rule as an inspiration for their own policies to promote diverse candidate pools. This goes to show how influential the NFL is. This is the church. This is the American church. If America has a national church, as opposed to, what have the British got? The Church of England? This would be the Church of America. It's the NFL.
Oh.
Yeah. And so for God's sake.
It's failed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Their gospel is,
yeah.
done, toast.
Yeah. At any rate, this was all before the Trump misadministration blamed DEI for everything, from the California wildfires to the fatal plane crash in Washington, D.C. So much for choosing love. Among Trump's...
Yeah, I don't understand that. What the fuck are they talking about? And people will comment from the Midwest, it's because of all the DEI. And it's like, dude, even if they picked your white ass out of the Midwest, you don't know how to fly a plane. What are you talking about? It's like they're not even humble enough to just say yeah, maybe someone knew more than I did. It's it's just crazy.
No, it's just they are
the Peter Moon rule.
Thank you. But beyond that, they are truly convinced that only a white person can be competent at anything.
Which I don't understand that. What is the point of that?
Yeah, God knows. It's
what?
It's sad. It's sad.
If you go to Asia, the pilots are Asian.
Thank you.
So what?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah, imagine that.
Because they're right. If they didn't have they don't have DEI.
Yeah, they don't have DEI in Asia. Yeah.
I don't get it. I just don't understand. Everything still works. It's just what the fuck's going on here?
Thank you.
It just makes America look so dumb. Honestly,
it does. It does. And I'll try and get to later in monologue, if not tonight, then by Wednesday. Yeah. Fortunately.
And if they want to see their system, they should go to Saudi Arabia and see how they really do it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Saudi Arabia hires foreigners to do everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Thank you.
They want to see a system that's super racist. They can go see that.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Racist while at the same time utterly parasitic on everyone else to do jobs they're unwilling to do. It's yeah.
Yeah, if they want the best of both worlds, they need to talk to them.
Yeah, there you go. But the Saudis, because of their money, in a sense they've got it right. Their planes don't crash or fall out of the sky because it's all foreign pilots. It's they've got foreign doctors, foreign pilots, foreign mercenaries.
Yeah, they're all Brits.
Yeah,
they're all Brits.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, true. Now, the Americans should learn from the Saudis and just learn to accept immigrants as be like the Saudis, have foreigners do everything, and you'll be happier. You won't be bitching so much about this white grievance. You would just say, oh, that's because we whites are in charge. We get to sit back and enjoy it. They just can't sit back and enjoy anything.
How come they won't ask General Motors, which the Pope owns half of that, 51% literally is owned by the Pope. How come they don't ask them?
I had no idea.
Yeah. Well, at one point, I don't know. I think after the government bought it out, it changed. But at one point in like the 80s and the 90s, the Pope, like, or Vatican's like coffers owned 51% of General Motors.
That's incredible. Go on.
Yeah. But why don't we ask all those American companies like Ford and General Motors, why did they completely gut the Rust Belt and empty Detroit of anything that was workable?
Thank you.
You know?
Yeah.
What is that going to help Americans?
Well,
how come they won't question that?
Well, that's all encouraged by Republicans. It really does go back to the Republicans who said offshore to your heart's content. That's because it's globalization, free market. Remember, free trade. Republicans were the party of free trade. Yeah.
So they can get cheap labor.
Yeah, that's right.
But then now what? It's like.
Well, now too little, too late. Now they're changing back here, and there's nothing to bring anyone home to. Bring it all home, baby. There's nothing to bring anything home to. But
to their empty factories. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even factories anymore. They're just like it's like Dresden after the firebombing. That's what Detroit looks like. Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. And they don't want to move anything there. It's all full of blacks now. They say, Jesus, there's nothing there but blacks. It's dangerous.
But they were building good cars at one point.
At one point, yeah, true. I mean, cars that were actual fucking cars. Yeah, it's.
And then they also try to blame it's all the unions. It's like, well, the unions were mafia, and you guys people like Trump are the ones that help the mafia out by paying off their loans and shit. What do you?
Thank you.
None of this is making sense. America's toast.
Yeah, it is. Has been for a while, but we'll have to rebuild from the ashes. They're just burning it down quicker for all of us, I guess. Yeah. And among Trump's first acts in office was to issue an executive order requiring federal employees working in DEI programs to be placed on paid leave and describing diversity programs in the private sector as, quote unquote, illegal. Under pressure, Google, Meta, Walmart, Target, and scores of other companies have apparently curtailed their DEI efforts or abandoned them altogether. So, who would have been shocked if the NFL had announced it was doing the same thing? Ending racism, after all, is over. The political leanings and donations of the team's owners skew Republican. Trump as I said, was attending the Super Bowl as a guest of Gail Benson, the New Orleans Saints' owner. The NFL commissioner, Roger Goodell, describes his job as protecting the shield. In other words, absorbing or avoiding controversy on behalf of multi-billionaire team owners. And last year, America First Legal, a nonprofit founded by the longtime Trump advisor Stephen Miller, filed a lawsuit against the NFL alleging that the Rooney Rule is racist and illegal. This is why Troy Bellamy was saying Stephen Miller is a Nazi. Again, he fell back on that. I don't know if you caught my lecture on that earlier, Brendan, but I was saying, Troy, you got to stop using that word. I understand. Yeah, Troy is tolerant of I'm sure he bristles every time I use the N-word, but I believe I use it in context. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to...
the whole Nazi trope is so tired.
Thank you. It doesn't serve... Yeah, it doesn't serve Troy.
And fascist and all of that. It's like, just call it what it is. It's fucking oligarch maniacs. It's nothing wrong with using correct terminology. Just
or simply
cliche shit is boring.
Thank you. And why don't they just say white supremacist? I suspect why. It's because it takes too much keyboarding. Saying white supremacist is too much keyboarding.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Is it that? Cut and paste it. Type it out and cut and paste it every time you need to.
We might even have to make a completely new word. Like, it's like, what would be the word for it? Like, money supremacist? Like,
plutocrat.
How much?
Plutocrat means,
plutocrat, it's beyond just being white. It's like, these people are insane. Like,
they're insane.
Like, they let the Indians in. It's like they pick and choose who they want. So
what
do we call it? It's just it boggles the mind. It's like supposed to make people confused and all fucked up.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and at any rate, instead, this past Monday, Goodell made it clear during a press conference that the NFL was committed to its diversity measures and defended the Rooney Rule in particular. So, to quote his we got into diversity efforts because we felt it was the right thing for the National Football League, and we're going to continue those efforts because we've not only convinced ourselves, I think we've proven ourselves that it does make the NFL better. We're not in this because it's a trend to get in on or a trend to get out of. Our efforts are fundamental in trying to attract the best possible talent into the National Football League, both on and off the field. In other words, yeah, blacks can really throw their weight around on that field, and they can really throw that ball, and we can't exist without them. Anyhow, Goodell's words made headlines. So is Roger S. Goodell, the son of a Republican congressman from, I think it's called Chautauqua County. It sounds like something out of a Cthulhu novel, I know, but it's Chautauqua. It's got to be the name of an extinct Indian tribe that all those whites killed. Chautauqua County, New York. Is he a man partial to quarter-zip sweaters? Actually an agent for radical wokeness, after all? Is he a man of conscience, as his father had been when he stood up to Richard Nixon and opposed the Vietnam War? Or is Goodell the opposite, a protector of the powerful, who erased the word racism in order to appease Donald Trump? And do the diversity efforts actually make the NFL any better? On some level, the league's DEI efforts make obvious sense. The NFL's response to Kaepernick was a fiasco. The league is dominated by black players, many of whom have sizable followings. It would make sense that the league would want to signal some concern for their well-being and their communities, whether or not that concern is genuine or cynical. Concern for their physical health, of course, is another story. But there are also ways to measure some of the impacts, and the results are, at best, mixed, particularly if the focus is on the Rooney Rule. Maybe the Stop Hate helmet decals had a huge impact. Hard to say. In 2003, when the rule was implemented, the NFL had 3 black head coaches. In 2022, guess what? I counted again, and it only had 3. An investigation by the Washington Post that year found that qualified black coaches were often passed over, given sham interviews, and were more likely to be fired even when they were successful. That same year, Brian Flores, who had just been fired by the Miami Dolphins, despite finishing with a winning record, filed a lawsuit against the league, alleging racial discrimination. He presented damning evidence that teams were circumventing the Rooney Rule, including text messages accidentally sent by Bill Belichick, indicating that the New York Giants had decided to hire Brian Daboll, who is white, days before they interviewed Flores, who is black, for their head coaching vacancy. Much of the lawsuit is still in NFL arbitration, the league itself calling the claims without merit. I mean, talk about meritocracy. I guess that went out the window. Diversity checkbox interviews have been a problem from the start. Part of the appeal of the Rooney Rule was its simplicity, but also, for owners, its lack of accountability. For years, there were no hiring quotas, no carrots, no real sticks. DeMaurice Smith, the former head of the NFL Players Association, used to refer to it as the Rooney suggestion. The optics were good. The policy allowed owners to appear enlightened while still empowering them to choose the man they were going to choose anyway. You know, the white one. It's telling that the rule is named after Rooney, a rich white owner, and not, for example, Fritz Pollard, the league's first black head coach. Only one team has been fined for obvious abuses, the Detroit Lions, for $1,200,000, and many haven't suffered any consequences at all. Even in at least one case, when the owner more or less admitted that the minority candidates
had very little chance. Violations are easy to see, but hard to prove. Hiring is subjective. Who could prove which factors predominated? Even though we all know it's the color of one's skin. The lack of diversity in coaching's lower ranks has made it easier for teams to justify continuing to hire candidates with familiar backgrounds. Throughout the years, the league has expanded and strengthened the Rooney Rule, in addition to introducing some incentives for following it in good faith. Teams are now required to interview 2 minority or even female candidates for all head coach, general manageris or manager, and coordinator positions, along with 1 minority or female candidate for quarterbacks coach. Teams whose coordinators of color are hired away as head coaches or general managers are given compensatory draft picks. The league also claims to track the seriousness of interviews and has introduced other measures to expand the pipeline, including a leadership development program for women and minorities. And, at least they're doing that until they don't anymore. Such being said, some of these measures, at least, seemed to be making a difference. Last year, around 44% of all coaches in the league were people of color. And on 7 teams, that figure was more than 50%, according to an analysis that I've just recently reviewed by USA Today. Several teams had multiple coordinators who were people of color, and 9 of the 33 teams had minority head coaches at the start of this season. But for the first time in more than 3 decades, there were 0 black offensive coordinators, the position that provides the biggest springboard into head coaching. In October, the New York Jets fired Robert Saleh, who is of Lebanese descent, and the New England Patriots and Oakland Raiders both fired their black head coaches last month. During this year's hiring cycle, 5 of the 6 head coaches hired so far have been white. The New Orleans Saints have yet to announce their choice. The Dallas Cowboys' new head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, does not have any prior experience leading a team, but his father, Marty, was a legendary coach who won 1,200 regular season games. The NFL, for all its popularity, is intensely insular. It likes to refer to itself as a family. And coaching trees, that's networks of assistants and protégés, they can resemble real family trees. Nepotism is not the only reason, of course. No one thinks that Kyle Shanahan only has his job as coach of the San Francisco 49ers because his father, Mike, was the coach of the Denver Broncos. Kyle certainly had advantages, both relational and educational, but Mike was a genius, and Kyle, I guess, is a genius as well. So sometimes genius can run in families. But one of Kyle's strengths seems to be in identifying talent wherever he can find it. The 49ers have been among the most successful teams in recent years. Even I have noticed that, and I lack the sports gene almost completely, and also among the most diverse. Several members of the coach's staff have been hired for head coach or general manager positions since 2020. He also hired the first woman and first openly gay coach in the league, Katie Sowers. The team saw direct gains from developing those minority coaches and executives, receiving 8 third-round draft picks in compensation for other teams poaching staff from them. The team did have to backtrack in January when it tried to promote an assistant to the offensive coordinator position without conducting an open search first. But if the 49ers' long run, at least until last season, is any indication, the team also seemingly benefited from the culture that empowered its people to succeed. Hiring policies, after all, can only do so much in environments that are hostile to or wary of difference. So, what might a broader cultural shift toward inclusion in the NFL even look like? It's actually not so hard to imagine. because there's been a huge one in recent years on the field, if not on the sidelines. It used to be that quarterbacks were, by default, white. Black players were not considered smart enough for such an intellectually demanding position. I'm not talking about some bygone racist past. I'm talking 7 to 10 years ago. The New York Giants had never started a black quarterback before 2017. When the Baltimore Ravens' quarterback Lamar Jackson was in college, a coach wanted him to return punts at practice. Black quarterbacks had never faced each other in a Super Bowl until Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs faced Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles 12 years ago. Now, yesterday, the 12 men were matched up again, and the racial element is old news. At the start of this season, 15 of the league's 32 starting quarterbacks are black. That's an NFL record. So the culture changed, not because Goodell said it should, or because teams were trying to remediate the legacy of slavery, but because some black quarterbacks are extremely good. And there are some downstream effects. More black kids will watch Mahomes and Hurts, well, they did so last night, and dream of leading a team, instead of seeing themselves as relegated to less exalted roles. Let's put it that way. By the way, here we are. I'm reading our man Brendan is saying, is there a solution to all this clique and elitist hiring and barriers, or is it human nature to rarefy and stratify in all fields and positions? Well, yeah, like I said, it finally, I think we've finally broken some barriers based on what I've just described. But now we have to ask ourselves, will the head coaching position follow suit? Maybe. It stands to reason that more top black quarterbacks today might become top black coaches in the future, having already shown their leadership and intellectual skills. It might mean that more people in a football organization will be quicker to recognize the insights and innovations produced by black minds on the sidelines now that they are more alert to the creativity and intelligence of black players on the gridiron. It may become easier to, or as well, to discern the ways different coaches, like different quarterbacks, are better suited for some situations than others, whatever their race. But those kinds of changes don't just happen. And they don't happen by fiat. They happen because people believe that the changes will ultimately help them, and if people express their faith, well, their faith in the outcomes. So does it matter if Goodell talks about the benefits of diversity? Perhaps it's naive to think so. The expression of values is cheap if actions contradict them. But the NFL at the Super Bowl is the ultimate expression of the mainstream. And at a moment when the landscape is shifting violently, Goodell's comments are one small way of protecting those ideas. Aside from that, having been said about sports, welcome to the occupation of Capitol Hill. Muskwatch Week 3. It's been a tough Trump week with his announced Zio plan to displace 2.1 million Palestinians. The Democrats are struggling to keep up with Trump's dizzying pace. So here's how to cope on your end when Trump is flooding the zone with shit. 3 weeks in, and the zone is flooded with shit. Can't decide which turd to focus on? You're forgiven. That may be the point. The overwhelming nature of Donald Trump's oval throne bowel movements is purposeful. The stack of executive orders gushing from the White House spans so many governmental and cultural fronts that disoriented Democrats appear unsure how to fight back at all. In an interview, Jane Kleeb, chairperson of the Nebraska Democratic Party and vice chairwoman of the Democratic National Committee, said, "We are figuring it out. we don't have the perfect plan yet. I don't think there's any time to ever make a perfect plan. You're drowning in shit. The turds are slapping your face, lady. You've got to do something now. It doesn't need to be a plan. This last week, Elon Musk stormed the Treasury and our personal data. The Department of Education is now on the chopping block. The USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, acronymous as USAID, with an annual budget of $40 billion and plenty of soft power to turn our world on a positive spin, is under all-out attack and may or may not be vaporized. Plus, Trump himself, who long decried foreign forays, is trumpeting his Zionist puppet master's master plan to mass expel and permanently displace 2.1 million Palestinians from Gaza and turn the Strip into a sparkling Riviera. To provide mass immunity for this ethno-cleansing crime against humanity, America is yet again imposing sanctions on the International Criminal Court. All this while federal spending programs are in jeopardy and civil servants are being purged. The Senate, meanwhile, is accepting every one of Mr. Trump's nominees for office, Matt Gaetz aside. All this makes it difficult to attend closely to any one story. Take tariffs. Mr. Trump marched America up a inescapably catastrophic hillside a week ago. It feels much longer, threatening immediate 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, only to trot meekly down again on Monday after winning some Potemkin concessions. He stuck with 10% tariffs on Red China. For most politicians, such a retreat would be humiliating. Economic reality imposed itself. He dared not see America's car industry whacked by disruption of cross-border supply chains. But who had time to digest this, or to even ask what might happen at the end of the month when he threatens to impose those tariffs yet again? For Mr. Trump was immediately busy proposing his next wild idea on Gaza. In the window between my scanning all the incoming sewage and your reception of this transmission, no doubt some other news gusher will have been set off. A beautiful American hotel resort on the moon, maybe. So, how to deal with the flooded shit zone for the next 4 years? Some reviewers may be tempted to head to drier ground, to shun the news. Don't. A better approach, certainly that's my job at Critical Emissions, is to discern what to focus on and when. A well-worn phrase about Mr. Trump is useful here. Take all that he says seriously, but not literally. On Gaza, for example, take seriously his signal that America will support radical upheaval in the region. Mr. Trump would like history to remember him as a man who remade alliances in the Middle East in favor of Israel and Saudi Arabia to weaken Iran. That's a deadly serious proposition. But his talk of holiday resorts and expelling Palestinians, I would not, at least not yet, take literally. Believe it or not, things also happen that do not directly involve Mr. Trump. On President Donald Trump's authority alone, the members of Elon Musk's demolition team has been unleashed on federal agencies. Employees from Musk's companies and those of his allies, as well as young staffers he's recruited, are wresting authority from career workers and commandeering computer systems. While some have been public about their involvement, others have attempted to keep their roles secret. But Elon Musk himself has wasted no time since assuming command of the Trump administration's DOGE, or Department of Government Efficiency. Musk has overseen broad workforce cuts, terminated leases on government buildings, and gained access to our United States Treasury's payment system, as well as computer systems with the personal data of millions of civil servants. Now, before any Musk humpers criticize my analyses, tell us why Elon Musk's Trump-pardoned J6 techies have yours and my personal, governmental, financial information. How's this supposed to make the government more efficient? In fact, it is a waste of government money that serves no public service, as well as being unethical and illegal. But no Musk humper would know anything about that. Musk's early efforts in Washington resemble his chaotic takeover of Twitter. And his endgame is identical. Seize an institution, fuse his identity with it, and turn it into his personal weapon. Now, Representative Waters said, Musk is a government gangster acting as co-president and wreaking havoc. Now, let me check on what's been shared in our text box here, while I also, in turn, share this link, which pretty much says it all. First off, I'll check into, oh shit, what's this? Trump says, Brandon, come on, please. Help clarify what's Trump going to do now. It's like I said, I knew this would happen. He's going to pull some further shit and just,
25% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports into the U.S.
Oh my fucking God. And
so we're doomed. I mean, we're fucking doomed.
Thank you. And if you'll click on
how is that supposed to help?
What is that supposed to do? Thank you. What is
Canada against Canada and Mexico, mind you?
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
And when did are they imposed? Is this a threat or he's done it?
He's done it.
Oh shit.
As of right now. Yeah.
Oh shit. It's like we are doomed. So you can see by this link that I've provided everyone, Time magazine has put Musk behind the executive desk. It's just basically, this is our acting president. However,
and then when that reporter asked him about it,
what did he say?
He was like, he did the classic, passive aggressive Trump. He was like, "Oh, Trump. Time magazine's still in business."
Yeah, believe that shit.
He pulled that shit. I can't believe they're still in business.
Oh, yeah. He desperately
when they made him like the man of the year last year. So it's just like it hurt his ego that they put Elon behind the desk.
Oh, of course, that was their intent. Their intent, and they
he tried to
play it off.
Say, oh.
Yeah, he's trying to brush it off with this kind of like, oh yeah, them, yeah, still, what a loser. What a loser. Everybody can see.
I think it's more of a, what's the word for it? It's like more of a, it just shows how bad the people are here in America. I hate to say it, but you're going to let a foreign national
Thank you.
come in, destroy your government.
Thank you.
And, and why? For what reason?
Thank you.
This doesn't make sense. They're happy about it.
Half these idiots. Well, they're happy now. It'll bite them soon enough. It'll bite their fucking heads off. That's
It's already doing the eggs and stuff. That's not hurting us hippies that don't eat eggs. I mean, so it's hurting them. It's hurting their own people.
Thank you.
And that U.S. aid or whatever that agency, I think something 40% of the money was going to U.S. farmers.
Oh, yeah.
So it's what the fuck?
Thank you.
They're just attacking our food supply. This is an attack on people. This is beyond politics. They're just attacking the people. This doesn't make sense.
He's working for the enemy. Yes. Yeah. And
it's anti-human is what it is.
So when it comes to this other link, so I thought he said the Japanese were going to invest. He seemed like everything was copacetic as it could be. Then he says no one can have a majority stake for U.S. Steel. So What exactly is he saying as you perceive
What
it?
does that even mean?
Yeah,
you
thank
know?
you. Thank you.
He said, I don't mind an investment. This is Trump's quote.
Yeah.
U.S. Steel for 15 years was the greatest company in the world, the greatest #1 company, and I'm not going to let another country buy it. Yeah. So there you go.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's...
And then he said the additional 25% tariffs will help U.S. companies. You know, It's like, okay.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good thing the Japanese didn't buy this shit, honestly.
Yeah, no shit.
It would have tanked. Their stock would have tanked immediately.
Yeah, that's right. Good point. Good point. I'm sure they know that. I'll get back to the Japanese. Yeah, and but right now what we're seeing with Trump and Musk is a blitz freeze. Consider this a blitz freeze. Musk and his orange monkey on a stick named Trump claimed that a multiplicity of bold maneuvers were imminent. Now they're stuck in the mud. In the chaotic Washington blitz, a judicial decision has temporarily blocked Doge from accessing sensitive Treasury Department systems as Elon Musk's ultimate objective becomes clear. Musk's Twitter is the blueprint for a MAGA government. 4 points.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Thank you.
In that Twitter thing, he flew personally, him and his brother flew personally here to Sacramento where there was a Twitter server.
Yeah.
And they went into the building and started clipping wires and ripping the servers out of the walls. And Twitter was like damaged for the engineers said like 6 to 8 months because of him.
Yeah. Yeah. And why did they do this?
Like, because they were, it's the same bullshit. He said, do it now. And they said, we can't. All of our stuff is hardwired to the server in Sacramento. And he said, I'm going to go do it myself. And he cut all of it. And then later on in an interview, he was joking and he said, I didn't realize everything was, basically all the hard copies were mirrored to that server. And then the engineer that they were interviewing in response to that said, well, we told him like a bunch of times that don't do that. And he went and did it anyways. And literally he was probably huffing. He was pulling a trampoose, just huffing ketamine on the plane. And they just grabbed a bunch of pliers and ripped the shit out of literally went there and ripped it out of the walls.
This is like truly self-destructive.
It's crazy. It's just insane.
Yeah, they don't care. You're right. They are beyond caring. They are out of their fucking
And then
minds.
he later admitted, that was a bad idea.
There you go.
That's like when you come down off the drugs and you're like, what the fuck did I do?
Thank you. Kind of like Abraham Lincoln after he partied all night. We won the Civil War, woke up the next morning and said,
yes,
I freed the what?
Yeah, that was the joke, right? It's like that.
Yeah, it's like that. But Mr. Lincoln, you freed them all. And it's like, I did?
Yeah.
How much was I drinking?
Like, holy shit, who let me do that?
Yeah, because anyone who's read his original speeches, he always said, blacks will never be equal to whites and all that shit. So, yeah, he must have drank really hard that night. At any rate, there's 4 points I can think of. First, judges have blocked orders on birthright citizenship, transgender inmate rehousing, and spending. Another point, Trump's tariff plans for Canada and Mexico were paused after negotiations. Another point, some of President Donald Trump's boldest moves during his new administration's seismic first 3 weeks have been grounded before even taking flight. And finally, after 19 state attorneys general sued the federal government on Friday into this weekend, a federal judge has temporarily blocked political appointees and special government employees, including those who work for the DOGE, or Department of Government Efficiency, from accessing sensitive and confidential information stored within the Treasury Department on Saturday. So here we are, Elon Musk moving servers himself. What a fucking... This is like Peter Moon trying to fix his own bathroom. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you read the subtitle?
Elon Musk's most valuable lieutenant at Tesla and SpaceX. What's the rest of it say?
Oh no, it says maniacal sense of urgency.
Oh, got it. Elon Musk moved Twitter servers himself in the night. New biography details his maniacal sense of urgency. Yes.
Yeah, that's called drugs.
Thank you. Not to
and then the quote.
Yeah, go on.
Get this shit. This is his quote.
Yeah.
Does this time frame seem acceptable? Like something that I would find remotely acceptable? Musk asks. Obviously not. If a timeline is long, it's wrong. Like, imagine working for this man. Fucking idiot.
I can't. It's
like, what does that even mean?
Thank you.
He wants to snap his fingers, like, and it's done, like it's Fantasia or something. Like,
yeah,
what is he talking about?
Oh yeah, he lives in a world of a wish dream fantasy of jinn. You know, he thinks that, you know, the jinn are real, you know, or rather, you know what I mean by that. He thinks the jinn are under his command, like he's Solomon. Go on.
Yeah, he thinks he's Solomon with money or something. It's just insane. It's just,
thank you.
I pay you, don't I? And they're like, yeah, but you still have to, someone has to do all this work. You know, it's just like, doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
So,
but of course,
crazy.
Yeah, none of these people make sense. Well, you know, all they're doing is they're furthering along opportunities for us, I guess. Not that I really want them, but honestly, for people out there, you should all know I'm kind of comfortable where I'm at in life. You really don't want all these upheavals, but you know, I guess every good thing comes to an end. At any rate, in a recent interview, and I'm going to do this maybe tonight and through Wednesday, Vivek Ramaswamy, of course, is out of the game, but he's already done his damage. So I've got to mention the damage that he's done. So when I bring up Vivek Ramaswamy, yes, I know he's not part of Doge. He's not part of Doge, but I do know that he already did his damage before Doge got started. So in a recent interview, the former Republican presidential candidate, Vivek Ramaswamy, made an offhanded comment that connected a few dots for me. Ramaswamy was talking with Ezra Klein about the potential for tens of thousands of government workers to lose their job should Donald Trump be reelected. At that time, this was before the election was finalized. So he argued this would be a healthy development. He said it could happen by reinstituting the Trump Executive Order Schedule F, which stripped certain civil servants of their job protections, allowing them to be fired more easily, and installing a Government Efficiency Commission to be led by Elon Musk. Now, Ramaswamy said Trump should get rid of 75% of federal government employees on day one. Day one. Up for debate, he argued, was whether some of those people would eventually be rehired. That's not the character of, certainly, what Elon did at Twitter, and I don't think it's going to be the character of what the most important part of that project actually looks like, which is shaving down and thinning down the bureaucracy. Now, Ramaswamy's invocation of Twitter is meaningful. In 2022, after acquiring the social network, Musk infamously purged Twitter's ranks and fired 80% of its employees in the first 6 months, and then made a series of management decisions that ultimately threw the company into ever further financial disarray. Listening to Ramaswamy speak and hearing the respect in his voice, the awe, the worship, as he cited the Sndy billionaire's tenure, it became clear that he sees a blueprint for the Trump administration. So now that Musk has been appointed as our federal firing czar, it will likely not be because of his electric cars or rockets or internet beaming satellites. It is because he acted out the dream of draining the swamp, albeit on a smaller scale. Musk's purchase of Twitter is not just a Republican success story, it is the template for the MAGA federal government. Even Musk's mom said as much in a fairly recent interview with Fox News last year. He's going to just get rid of people who are not working or don't have a job or not doing a job well, just like he did on Twitter. He can do it for the government too. Now, Musk's own argument for gutting Twitter was that the company was so overstaffed that it was running out of money and had, in his words, only 4 months to live, man. Musk cut so close to the bone that there were genuine concerns among employees at the time that the site might crash during big news events or fall into a state of disrepair. In 2022, a trust and safety engineer at a different tech company observed, "I am fully convinced that if Musk does what he is saying he will do, it will be an absolute shit show." Now, Musk did fire almost all of the trust and safety employees, as well as those in charge of curation and human rights, and machine learning ethics, transparency, and accountability team. Well, the entire machine learning ethics, transparency, and accountability team was fired. The purge of these people, in particular, delighted some right-wing commentators who saw Musk's dismissals as a long overdue excision of the woke bureaucracy inside said company. At the news of the firings, one MAGA account tweeted, "Nothing of value was lost." Now, Twitter did not self-destruct, as my sources feared it would, though parts of it have, perhaps most memorably when Musk tried to host Spaces events with Trump and with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, only for them to glitch out. Small-scale disruptions aside, the site has mostly functioned during elections, World Cups, Super Bowls, and World Historic News events. But Musk's cuts have not spared the platform from deep financial hardship. His chaotic managerial strategy for Twitter has been to rebrand the site as X, alienate many of its most important advertisers, institute a dubious paid subscription program, and dabble in AI features in the hopes of someday turning the platform into an everything app. The end result has been calamitous for the company's bottom line. Soon after taking over, ad revenues plummeted 40%, and the bleeding has never stopped. A recent Fidelity report has confirmed that the company has lost nearly 80% of its value since Musk bought it. Insanely enough, for way more than it was worth. If this keeps up, some have speculated that Musk may have to sell some of his Tesla stock to keep that company afloat. Musk's financiers have also been left with massive loans on their balance sheets in what the Wall Street Journal has identified as the worst buyout for banks since the financial crisis. Trump and his lost nigger Ramaswamy have never cared about any of this. What matters is that Musk has turned X into a political weapon in service of the MAGA movement. X, as I noted last week, has become a formidable vector for amplifying far-right accounts and talking points. It is poisoning our information environment with unverified rumors and conspiracy theories about electoral fraud. The far-right faithful do not care that his platform has occasionally labeled pro-Kamala Harris accounts as spam, temporarily banned journalists, and in a positively funny, incredible sign of ignorance, restricted accounts that have tweeted the word cisgender and complied with foreign government requests to censor speech. Now, here's a bit about that cisgender term. What one time Real Tech Geek said to myself, pretty openly on air, was, yeah, Douglas, you talked about that time you saw a couple of gay men with an infant child, and you felt this murderous rage overwhelm you, where you had to restrain yourself, refrain from rushing forward and taking that child away from them and physically assaulting them. Just by seeing two men with an infant child, it triggered this violent response in you that they were predatory and something was wrong. And that's how I felt when you came out as cisgender. I said, Real Tech, when I say I'm cisgendered, that means I'm a straight heterosexual male who's satisfied with the gender that I was born with. And he said, wow, learn something new every day. And so he thought it meant some alternative lifestyle, the likes of which he could not grasp. So he found it so offensive, it drove him into a violent response. This is the same response Musk has when people are coming out as cisgendered on his platform. They're saying they're straight heterosexual men, but Trump thinks Musk. They're siamized at the hip to me at this point. Yeah, Musk takes that as some kind of alternative lifestyles perversion. Outrageously ignorant. This is the ignorance that we're dealing with. I don't know if Brendan has any clever quips about that, but he's welcome to share them if he does. But feel free to come on and go ahead if you're still with us.
I just said,
yeah.
I was going to say, I never had Twitter and I never fucking will because it's rubbish.
Yeah, thank you.
It was rubbish before he had it. It's rubbish after he had it. It's like, I don't understand what people are so brainwashed by the tech. It's like, you don't need all this stupid shit fighting over nothing, cyberspace battles. Like, this is just a waste of fucking time.
Thank you. And it's so true. And we all need to
just
hear
all
this
stuff is just a waste of, it's just a distraction. That's all it is. Because if we took back our own power and actually cared about our lives and shit, they would have nothing. There was nothing for them to do.
Thank you.
So, fuck them. And fuck their stupid programs that don't work and just waste people's time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate it. And nor do Republican lawmakers seem to care that Musk is welding his platform, and did so to get Trump elected, even after they spent the better part of a decade outraged that tech platforms were supposedly biased against conservatives. Their silence on Musk's clear bias, coupled with their admiration for his activism, suggest that what they really value is the way that Musk was able to seize a popular communication platform and turn it into something that they can control and weld against their political enemies. This idea is not dissimilar from the vision articulated by the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, the paleo-reactionary policy proposal to reshape our federal government in a second Trump misadministration. Project 2025 is a dense, often radical, and unpopular set of policy proposals that, as the journalist David A. Graham has noted, would dissolve the Education Department and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, slash Medicare and Medicaid, ban pornography, establish federal abortion restrictions, repeal some child labor protections, and enable the president to lay off tens of thousands of federal career workers and replace them with political appointees. Put another way, since Trump has been Musk selected in disambiguation from having been popularly elected, and has since dedicated himself to making Project 2025 a reality, his administration is taking an existing piece of bureaucratic infrastructure, stripping it of many of those who can check its power, and then welding that power to ideological ends and against their political enemies. the parallels between this element of Project 2025 and Musk's Twitter are stark. They should also be alarming. The federal government is not a software company, nor should it be run like one. Perhaps there is bloat in our departments and agencies, but civil servants labor over daily technical problems that are crucial to a functioning empire, such as census taking, storm tracking, and preparing for pandemics. To simply cut these people with abandon and replace others with political appointees will have severe consequences, such as stifling disaster response and increasing the likelihood of corruption. In fact, rendering it intrinsic and inextricable. In other words, implanting it, baking it, corruption into the system. Consider also the financial dynamic. Oh, by the way, Brendan Zogit says, don't be afraid to break in and say these things. You should just break in and interject them. So, yeah, go ahead and say it.
Well, I'm fading fast over here, but I was saying he's going to be upset when he finds the tube valve amp fucking punch computers that he can't unplug or work on running the fucking IRS. You know.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Oh,
like, when are they going to break the news to him that this shit's never been updated? It's like...
Thank you. Exactly.
Like, that's what the DOD is going to say. They're going to be like, we don't even have people alive that can work on this shit.
Thank you. It's true. Oh, yeah.
It's all like punch cards and fucking tube technology and shit, probably in the Pentagon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You got it. You got it down. It's true. So many of these places are like that, involving the federal government. And, it's like, he's going to say, see, this is why I'm needed. And, but he won't know what to do. And then when they try to update it, like I said, they're going to kill everybody because, like I said, you start updating the VA system, all these veterans are going to die waiting for their checks while you update the system. It's like... Yeah,
they'll never get paid and they'll die in a hospital or something.
Oh, they'll just die, period. Yeah. And
no food, no nothing, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And so yeah, thank you. Your input.
I was just seeing reports like eggs are $16 a carton or something. I mean, the people that voted for Trump are cooked. Like, they're done.
Thank you. I mean, I'll get back to the eggs soon enough tonight, but thank you. I mean, it's important that you bring these things up, really. And like I said, consider also the financial dynamic. Last year, in a virtual town hall, Musk said that the Trump administration's second-term agenda, which includes tax cuts, slashing the federal budget, and tariffs on imports, would ultimately result in longer-term prosperity, but, in his words, necessarily involves some temporary hardship, man. We have to reduce spending to live within our means. I mean, this is the richest guy on earth by his own claim saying that. We have to live within our means. He doesn't know the meaning of the...
this is like some Dave Ramsey shit. What's he talking about?
Thank you.
Stop buying coffees and you'll be a millionaire. Oh, it's just like, what the fuck?
Jesus Christ. Thank you. I mean, it's unacceptable. Anyhow, the line that he used, we have to reduce spending to live within our means, and this necessarily involves some temporary hardship.
Because dad giving him the fucking money from the emerald mine, I'm sure he had to hunker down.
Oh yeah, poor son of a bitch.
Yeah, poor guy. He must have learned the hard way living in Palo Alto. So it's like,
yeah, fucking piece of shit. Yeah, that's like the turd in the handkerchief. That's yeah. I mean, the line that he delivered is similar to his justification for the layoffs at Twitter, which at the time he called painful and necessary so that Twitter could balance its budget. But Musk bought out the platform with no idea of how to turn it into any profitable business. His primary interest is prioritizing shitposting and trolling rather than finding advertisers or making good on any of his ideas to turn X into a WeChat-style commercial app. Musk has never been interested in understanding the mechanics of a social network or the complexities of content moderation or even the specifics of the First Amendment. His incuriousness about the thing he ended up in charge of has been exceeded only by his desire to abuse it as a personal playground and political weapon. Before Musk officially took over Twitter, the technoligarch at least feigned an interest in running the company with an eye toward actual governance. In 2022, he tweeted, "For Twitter to deserve public trust, it must be politically neutral, which effectively means upsetting the far right and the far left equally." Trump, however, has made no effort to disguise the vindictive objectives of his reinstalled misadministration and how he plans, in the words of the New York Times columnist Jamel Bouie, to merge the office of the presidency with himself and rebuild it as an instrument of his will, welded for his friends and against his enemies. In other words, he plans to run the Elon Musk Twitter playbook on our entire country. The misadministration and its Department of Governmental Efficiency, led by Elon Musk, the world's second richest man after his own puppet master, Vladimir Putin, has always promised a list of swift moving changes to our U.S. government's operations. While some of those plans have progressed, others were put on hold, either in the courts or by the administration itself. The White House says this is all part of a long game that Trump ultimately will win. On Friday, Harrison Fields, the principal White House deputy press secretary, told the Fourth Estate, "Each executive order will hold up in court because every action of the Trump-Vance administration is completely lawful." As for Trump's walked-back plans to hit our closest neighbors with tariffs, that was an all-out victory, according to another White House spokesman named Kush Desai, who said Trump changed course on Mexico and Canada after critical concessions from both countries. Still, much of Trump 2.0 remains on ice for now. For those who haven't been able to keep up with the fire hose of actions announced by the White House and Doge, here are the key ones that have been held up for now. There's a fork-in-the-road resignation offer. A federal judge in Massachusetts delayed Trump's plan to root out federal employees with buyout offers. On January 28th, the Trump administration gave just over 12 million government workers the chance to resign and maintain full pay and benefits until September 30th. The so-called fork-in-the-road resignation offer was a strategy straight out of Musk's playbook. U.S. District Judge George O'Toole Jr. on Thursday extended the buyout deadline until at least Monday, just hours before the actual deadline. The order came in response to a lawsuit brought by labor union groups. A Trump administration official told Business Insider that over 40,000 federal workers had taken the buyout as of Wednesday. Then there's Musk's Doge and the Treasury. The White House launched another fiscal bombshell on February 3rd when Trump told reporters he had given Treasury data access to Musk, whose DOGE is tasked with cutting government spending. The idea that DOGE would have access to the personnel information of millions of Americans, including anyone who has ever paid taxes, taken a federal loan, or collected Social Security, resulted in another legal challenge. On Thursday, a federal judge in my own Golden, California, set strict interim limits on the Treasury data, banning the DOGE from accessing it directly. Then, Saturday morning, another federal judge temporarily blocked a slew of people, including special government employees like Musk, political employees, and government employees not assigned by the Treasury from accessing the Treasury's payment systems. The judge also ordered those who had gained new access to the systems to destroy all copies they may have made of materials and records they downloaded. In the order, U.S. District Judge Paul Engelmeyer cited the risk of disclosure of sensitive and confidential information and the heightened risk that the systems in question will be more vulnerable than before to hacking. Then there was the breaking off from the tariff threats. Trump touted his plans to impose new 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico, and they were set to go into effect on Tuesday. The announcements were met with retaliatory plans from both countries, where leaders said they'd enforce their own tariffs on American products. The expected trade war rattled the markets. On Monday, stocks and crypto tumbled, while the United States dollar and oil climbed. In the end, however, these tariffs that left American investors scrambling were put on hold. Trump and Mexico's Presidentress, Claudia Sheinbaum, struck a deal on border policy, delaying the expected tariff on Mexican or Mexicano imports for 30 days. Similarly, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau negotiated a pause until March for that set of tariffs. A similar threat of 25% tariffs on goods from Colombia was put on hold after the country agreed to accept all deportation flights from these United States. An additional 10% tariff on imports from the Communist Chinese Empire did go into effect. It went into effect on Tuesday and was quickly matched by retaliatory tariffs on American imperial exports to that Red Empire in the East. Then there was, of course, the bid to end birthright citizenship. Trump's executive order seeking to abolish the constitutional right of birthright citizenship has been indefinitely blocked by 2 separate federal judges. A judge in Washington state issued a nationwide preliminary injunction against the order on Thursday, just a day after a Maryland judge did the same. The order, one of the first signed by Trump after he was sworn into office, has been challenged in the courts by more than 20 Democratic-run states and immigrant rights advocates who have argued it violates the 14th Amendment. Judge John Coganor of the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Washington temporarily halted the order on January 23rd, calling the move to end automatic citizenship to U.S.-born children of parents who are in the country illegally blatantly unconstitutional. Coganor issued his Thursday ruling following the decision by Maryland U.S. District Judge Deborah Boardman. Boardman wrote that Trump's order conflicts with the plain language of the 14th Amendment, contradicts 125-year-old binding Supreme Court precedent, and runs counter to our nation's 250-year history of citizenship by birth. And finally, there was the forcing of transgender woman inmates into men's prisons, erasing everything that you are. In all Trump's policies, there be a denial of trans existence. Trump's day one order to house transgender women into men's facilities at federal prisons has also been blocked in the courts. The order says the Attorney General and Homeland Security Secretary shall ensure that males are not detained in women's prisons, and calls to end gender-affirming care for transgender inmates. It was challenged in 12 lawsuits brought by a handful of transgender women in prison. U.S. District Judge Royce Lamberth in Washington, D.C., granted the plaintiffs' request for a temporary restraining order on Tuesday. In his order, Lamberth wrote that the plaintiffs have straightforwardly demonstrated that irreparable harm will follow if the restraining order request was denied. Lamberth's order followed a separate ruling by U.S. District Judge George O'Toole in Massachusetts, who also issued a temporary restraining order on January 26th. President Trump's orders on transgender issues cover a range of subjects: passports, sports, military service, and medicine. But to many transgender people, they all boil down to a single message: you no longer exist. And then, of course, we have a freeze on federal spending, said order to shut off federal grants betraying a vision of the presidency at odds with basic democratic principles. Trump's federal spending cutoff is authoritarian behavior. In other words, Trump is already acting like a king. On January 27th, the first full Monday of Trump 2.0, Trump budget officials dropped a bombshell memo ordering the temporary freezing of all federal financial assistance beginning 5 p.m. the following day so that the spending could be reviewed. In an instant, the future of billions of dollars in federal funding was thrown into question. The shockwaves were just as swift, even in the hours before the freeze was to take place. Medicaid portals used by states to access federal reimbursement quickly shut down across the country. Head Start funds were frozen in some states. Officials in my own Golden, California wondered if FEMA wildfire assistance was at risk. Judges presiding over Tongᵫ hastily drafted lawsuits issued separate injunctions blocking the freeze, including a federal judge in the District of Columbia whose order came down minutes before the 5 p.m. deadline. The next day, Matthew Vaith, director of the Office of Management and Budget, sent out a second memo. It said that the first memo is no longer in effect. To reiterate, late night on Monday, opening the last work week of last month, the Trump administration sent out a stunning memo suspending all federal grants. Chaos followed, with everything from veterans' charities facing financial ruin to reports of Medicaid portals shutting down across our country. It was so bad that on Tuesday, the administration released a second piece of guidance attempting to clarify the initial memo's scope. At the end of the workday, a federal court issued a brief administrative stay while litigation on its overall legality plays out. It appears quite plausible that courts strike down the order permanently. Existing law, including both Supreme Court rulings and federal legislation, have found that the president cannot impound, meaning unilaterally stop, funds that Congress has authorized to be spent. Expert legal opinion on how this applies to the memo was divided. Some believed Trump's order was obviously unlawful in its entirety, while others think it's possible he could get away with a truly limited pause of some spending. But regardless of how the legal wrangling works it out, the ideology behind this order is clear: a deep sense on the modern right that winning elections grants them a democratic mandate to ignore any constraints on their power. Article 1 of our Constitution gives exclusive powers of the purse to Congress in order to ensure that it can actually make laws and force the president to follow them. Impoundment basically neuters Congress's lawmaking powers, as it would allow the president to simply refuse to spend whatever money they allocate for it. Matt Glassman, a political scientist at Georgetown University who studies Congress, posted on X that accepting inherent presidential authority to impound is akin to shifting the balance of power between legislature and executive to something that resembles 16th century England. Yet, that's exactly what Trump wants. In a June 2023 campaign video, he asserted, falsely, that the president had undisputed impoundment power prior to the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which he vowed to overturn. To quote his T, "When I return to the White House, I will do everything I can to challenge the Impoundment Control Act in court." This reflects both his view and that of his pick for OMB director Russ Vought, who also wrote a slew of secret memos and guidances for the Trump misadministration as part of his work for Project 2025. While some of the memos cite specific provisions could be read narrowly, it seems to be an attempt to assert impoundment powers. It claims, for example, that career and political appointees in the executive branch have a duty to align federal spending and action with the will of the American people as expressed through federal priorities. This, in plain English, is an assertion that the president has the power to order executive branch staff to reassign federal funding as he pleases. The memo thus asserts a degree of presidential authority so sweeping that it would wreck one of the core principles of separation of powers. When the Supreme Court lets Trump get away with impoundments, and it's a fairly certain when, the presidency will become something worryingly similar to an elected dictatorship. So, can authoritarian machinations even be democratic? The counterargument to this critique is straightforward. Trump is doing what he promised voters elected him after he promised to claim impoundment powers. He has a popular mandate to deliver. In Tuesday's edition of the influential Playbook newsletter, Politico magazine's Jack Blanchard wrote, "Amidst the liberal outrage, it's important to remember that this was all spelled out by Trump long in advance. Those accusing Trump of being anti-democratic might note that this is largely democracy in action. There are vanishingly few voters who cast their ballot based on a principled support for impoundment powers. And even if there were, democracy does not just mean that elected officials can do whatever they want. Because democracy depends on the rule of law. Government's officials' deference to written and duly authorized constitutional and statutory principles. Winning an election does not give you a mandate to rule unfettered, but rather to act as a representative of the people within a broader constitutional order in which written law reigns supreme. That's the point of our Constitution, to set the rules of the democratic game under which parties compete to change policy. That means that, absent truly exceptional circumstances like a civil war, illegal actions should not be considered democratically authorized, nor should actions that concentrate so much power in the president's hands that it threatens the health of the democratic order going forward. Yet this vision of democracy, where major power or majority power trumps all, is increasingly popular on the Russo-radicalized right. Prior to Trump's November victory, I read a piece wherein the Vox, that's the Latin word for voice, the Vox senior correspondent, Zach Beauchamp, analyzed 6 thinkers whose ideas are shaping our second Trump term. One of them, Christopher Caldwell, is an advocate for untrammeled majoritarianism. That's from the Russians. The Russians call the majoritarianism, their name of that ideology, as translated into the Russian, is Bolshevism. Christopher Caldwell is an American Bolshevik, and writing favorably about foreign right-wing leaders with authoritarian inclinations, like Hungary's Viktor Orban or India's Narendra Modi, Caldwell repeatedly argued that these leaders are the true voice of their respective peoples, and that their attacks on legal protections for ethno-religious minorities in particular are actually expressions of the popular will. In his essay on Modi, he writes, "We like to pretend that protecting minorities always means protecting them against abuse and persecution by majorities. Sometimes it does, but just as often it means claiming prerogatives for minorities against the innocent preferences of democratic majorities." Wow, in other words, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was just doing what the majority wanted when he took on the minority of Jews. Now, while Caldwell's writing has a particular focus on vindicating ethnic majorities, he recently praised Trump's moves against DEI and affirmative action as the most significant policy change of the century. The basic logical structure underpins power grabs the world over. When Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tried to impose political controls on the judiciary in 2023, his argument was that Israeli courts were unfairly restricting the powers of elected majorities, and that because his coalition had won the 2022 election, they were justified in eliminating the only remaining real check on their authority. It's worth noting Trump and his allies don't apply similar logic to democratic executive actions. When Biden used executive authority to forgive student loans, a questionable but far less egregious assertion of power than Tuesday's executive order, he and many on the right called it illegal, even though it was an explicit Biden campaign promise. This is because much of the sense of democratic legitimacy, as Caldwell's work suggests, flows from a sense of speaking for the true or authentic people, real America, as Sarah Palin famously put it. In other words, white America. Thus, democratic victories, which are predominantly colored victories, are fraudulent, powered by cheating and undocumented immigrants brought in to replace, there's that theoretical term again, American voters. Trump's victory is taken as proof that he has a mandate from the heartland to remake our federal government in his own image, like carving out a giant orange pumpkin. Indeed, the impoundment order is explicit on this point, arguing that Trump has a democratic mandate to remake the government along the cultural lines preferred by so-called real Americans. It argues, the American people elected Donald J. Trump to be president of the United States and gave him a mandate to increase the impact of every federal taxpayer dollar. The use of federal resources to advance Marxist equity, transgenderism, and Green New Deal social engineering policies is a waste of taxpayer dollars that does not improve the day-to-day lives of those we serve, meaning the ultra-wealthy, multi-billionaire elite. This controversy, in short, is not merely about one unlawful order. It is about a broader theory of democratic legitimacy, one in which a Republican president, once elected, has free rein to ignore the rules that would have bound his power in the past. And finally, dropping USAID into the wood chipper. A federal judge on Friday temporarily blocked the Trump administration from placing 2,200 USAID employees on paid leave. The workers, some of whom are overseas, were set to go on leave just before midnight Friday. Musk said in an X post on Monday that he had spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper, man. The American Federation of Government Employees and the American Foreign Service Association, however, filed a lawsuit against the administration's USAID cuts on Thursday, arguing that the maneuvers to dismantle it were made without congressional authorization. Constitutional law experts told Business Insider that dismantling the agency without congressional approval is indisputably illegal. This is what brings us to Elon Musk's revolutionary terror. The evisceration of USAID isn't a policy fight, it's an execution designed to strike fear in our own government. Nearly 20 years ago, the Washington Post's Rajiv Chandrasekharan wrote a classic account of the shambolic American takeover of the Iraqi government, titled Imperial Life in the Emerald City. Most memorably, he described what a Times reviewer called the lethal combination of official arrogance and ineptitude that plagued the foreign occupiers from Washington, who, after the 2003 American imperial invasion, moved into the Green Zone, the walled-off compound that had once belonged to Saddam Hussein. Young conservatives were favored, heedless of experience. Some job seekers were asked their views of Roe v. Wade. Others were hired after sending their resumes to the right-wing Heritage Foundation back in D.C., while Baghdad spiraled into out-of-control violence. The Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgent ideologues who reported for duty in the desert worked to privatize Iraqi government agencies, revamp the tax code, and launch an anti-smoking campaign. A clueless 24-year-old found himself in charge of opening an Iraqi stock exchange. It did not work out well. Now, I was reminded of this gloomy chapter in American history while reading accounts this week of Elon Musk and his small army of anonymous intern hackers who have been deployed on Donald Trump's behalf inside an array of agencies to take control of computer payment systems and government HR functions. A 19-year-old high school graduate who now has access to sensitive government information is known online as Big Balls. A former intern at Musk's SpaceX who dropped out of the University of Nebraska is now working out of the General Services Administration. Scenes of low comedy and spy movie drama have been reported throughout the federal government. An unclassified email listing all recent CIA employees was sent to the White House to comply with a Musk decree. Workers at NASA were ordered to drop everything in order to scrub the space program's websites of offending references to banned phrases such as diversity, indigenous people, and woman in leadership. Musk and his command team at the Department of Government Efficiency, a made-up agency with no legal power that Trump established by executive order on his first day back in office, have been sleeping at the Office of Personnel Management. In its short existence, Musk's small occupying force has gained access to the entire United States Treasury federal payment system. To what end? No one yet knows, and has seemingly orchestrated the dismantling of USAID, the decades-old federal agency in charge of distributing American foreign aid around the world. Upcoming targets reportedly include everything from the Department of Education to the Government Weather Forecasting Service and the U.S. aviation system. Federal employees were given a deadline of Thursday at midnight to accept Musk's offer of a government-wide deferred resignation buyout. A federal judge has delayed this maneuver, which was expected to yield more than 40,000 takers, well short of the 5% or more of the federal workforce that Musk hoped to purge, but still an enormous upheaval whose repercussions will echo for years. In a series of posts on X, the social media site that Musk owns, the world's second wealthiest man after Putin bragged of feeding USAID to the wood chipper man, claimed the agency was a criminal enterprise, and crowed about dismantling the radical left shadow government. This seemed like a far cry from his initial mandate of serving as an outside volunteer to advise Trump on possible budget cuts. Let the record show that at 3:59 a.m. on day 16 of the Trump reoccupation, as Democrats sputtered ineffectually about an unelected multi-billionaire's illegal power grab, Musk openly proclaimed his project as nothing less than the revolution of the people. A day later, when a Republican who had worked closely with the architects of America's botched Iraq invasion was asked whether he had been surprised by anything so far in a Trump administration designed to shock, he replied, yes, that Musk's sneaky takeover of the apparatus of the vast U.S. executive branch was something entirely new in the annals of global coups d'etat, or strokes of state. Himself observing, Elon figured out that the personnel information technology backbone of the government was essentially the 21st century equivalent of the 1950s television tower in the third world, and that you could take over the government essentially with a handful of people if you could access all that. Said source, incidentally, chose to speak on background despite his years of public criticism of Trump, noting that a think tank with which he is affiliated receives government contracts. Fear in this revolution, as in all revolutions, is perhaps the most effective weapon of them all. 12 decades ago, Bush's Republican Party chose to topple the far-off regime of Saddam Hussein. It's worth taking a second to reflect that only a short political lifetime later, the government that Trump's Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party has chosen to go after is our own. Trump and Musk have, or should I say Musk and Trump, have pushed out a steady stream of propaganda and lies to justify their claims for why a revolution is wholly outside established laws, procedures, and norms is now necessary. According to a Thursday morning post on Trump's own Truth Social network, USAID, which, as far as I can tell, Trump never mentioned on the 2024 campaign trail, is one of several agencies where, in his words, which were written in all uppercase letters, so they're a shout, billions of dollars have been stolen. He spells it with 2 L's, like an idiot. Stalin! I guess he's trying to say Stalin. Including as one of several agencies, well, including as a payoff, his words, all uppercase, payoff to the fake news media for promoting Democrats. In other words, he says USAID, billions of dollars have been stolen as a payoff to the fake news media promoting Democrats. And this conspiracy, he warned, might be, his words all uppercase again, so it's a shout, the biggest scandal of them all, in the run-up to the all-out assault on USAID. Trump's White House press secretary, Karoline Leavitt, spread the absurd tale via Musk's team of $50 million that the agency supposedly earmarked for condoms to be sent to the Gaza Strip. By the time Trump later repeated the story, he had elevated the non-existent bequest of condoms to $100 million. Think of this as the information war equivalent of covering fire from the artillery before the ground assault begins. Days later, the USAID website, with the report proving that there were no condoms for Gaza, had been taken offline. By midweek, that website was back up but stripped of all content except a curt message informing readers that all USAID direct hire personnel were being placed on administrative leave globally, effective at midnight on Friday. In the end, the Trump misadministration apparently plans to keep only about 1,200 of the agency's more than 10,000 staff. We don't yet know to what extreme this brazen ploy will succeed, of course. Congressional Democrats and others have mobilized to defend various embattled agencies. Lawsuits have been filed, protests have been convened. But for now, the politics may even be working for Trump and Musk. The Democratic strategist David Axelrod and Rahm Emanuel, the former White House chief of staff for Barack Obama, have both warned that they fear their party is falling into a trap in defending USAID. Axelrod told Politico magazine's Rachel Bade, "My heart is with the people out on the street outside USAID, but my head tells me, man, Trump will be well satisfied to have this fight. When you talk about cuts, the first thing people say is, cut foreign aid." It's also true that if cutting the federal government is what this is all about, then Trump and Musk would not be bothering with tiny USAID, whose estimated budget of some $40 billion is less than 1% of the federal government's. The point is not a policy fight, it's an execution. They are killing one agency to terrify 1,000 others. Congress should be one of the main aggrieved parties here, given that it passed the laws authorizing USAID and other departments under attack and appropriating the funding for them, but this is the Republican-controlled Congress in the age of Trump. Speaker Mike Johnson on Wednesday dismissed the furor over Musk's power play as gross overreaction in the media. Perhaps the most perfect distillation of where elected Republican officials are at right now came from the North Carolina senator from Tillis, Tom Tillis. Asked about what Musk is doing on Trump's behalf, he replied, "That runs afoul of the Constitution in the strictest sense, but," Tom Tillis added, "nobody should bellyache about that." The message here is loud and clear. The revolution will not be stopped on Capitol Hill. And indeed, on Tuesday, two of Trump's most controversial nominees, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for Secretary of Health and Human Services and Tulsi Gabbard for Directress of National Intelligence, were voted out of Senate committees after key Republican senators abandoned their objections to them. On Thursday evening, despite an all-night Democratic filibuster against the nomination of Russell Vought to be Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget, the Senate was expected to go ahead and confirm him. Vought is an intellectual architect of the attack on the federal government who helped write the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 agenda for the new misadministration, and he has made little secret of the pain he is hoping to inflict. At a conference in 2023, a tape of which was later obtained by ProPublica, he said, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work. We want to put them in trauma." Earlier this week, one of Vaught's millions of targets, a career prosecutor who spent decades in the Justice Department's Environment Division, the purge of her corner of the bureaucracy hadn't yet made headlines, but it had arrived nonetheless. 4 of the division's 8 section chiefs had been removed and reassigned to a task force on combating so-called sanctuary cities. Multiple employees whose roles involved diversity had been placed on administrative leave. The division's law and policy section attorneys were told that their entire office would be eliminated. And all that was before the incoming Attorney General, Pam Bondi, was even confirmed by the Senate. She told the Fourth Estate, "They've already come. It's just basically like we're in a black hole where our leadership has been eliminated, but no political leadership has come in." If trauma is the goal, Trump and his minions have already succeeded. But the source I'm citing also offered up an eloquent rebuttal to the mindless cutting, an approach that she compared to an elementary school principal deciding that rather than trim the budget of a few percent, she just goes ahead and eliminates the entire 3rd grade. She asked, should we get rid of air traffic controllers and FEMA and EPA testing for lead in your kids' water too? Frankly, her defense of the federal government was better than just about anything I've heard from the beleaguered Democrats. The Revolution, however, will get the last laugh. After more than 30 years of public service, she already planned to retire later this year. Yeah, congrats, Elon Musk. The multi-billionaire Elon Musk's blitzkrieg on Washington has brought into focus his vision for a dramatically smaller and weaker government, as he and a coterie of aides move to control, automate, and substantially diminish hundreds, if not thousands, of public functions. In less than 3 weeks, Musk's U.S. DOJ service has followed the same playbook at one federal agency after another. Install loyalists in leadership, hoover up internal data, including the sensitive and the classified, gain control of the flow of funds, and push hard, by means legal or otherwise, to eliminate jobs and programs not ideologically aligned with Trump misadministration goals. The DOJ campaign has generated chaos on a near hourly basis across our nation's capital, but it appears carefully choreographed in service of a broader agenda to gut the civilian workforce, assert power over the vast federal bureaucracy, and shrink it to levels unseen in at least 20 years. The aim is a diminished government that exerts less oversight over private business, delivers fewer services, and comprises a smaller share of the American imperial economy, but is far more responsive to the directives of the president. Though led by Musk's team, this campaign is broadly supported by President Donald Trump and his senior leadership, who will be crucial to implementing its next stages. And while resistance to Musk has emerged in the federal courts, among federal employees unions, and in pockets of Congress, allies say the multi-billionaire's talent for ripping apart and transforming institutions has been underestimated, as has been proved in the scant time since Trump's January 20th inauguration. Noting that Musk's political inexperience has long been derided in Washington, the investor Shervin Pishadar, a longtime friend of Musk's, rationalizes that, in his own words, chaos is often the birthplace of new orders, new systems, and new paradigms. Washington doesn't know how to deal with people who refuse to play the game by their rules. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are two different storms backed by a majority of Americans. One political, one technological, but both are tearing through the same rotting structure. Now, Doge's early directives, its technology-driven approach, and its interactions with the federal bureaucracy have provided an increasingly clear picture of their end goal for government and clarified the stakes of Trump's second term. If Musk is successful, the federal workforce will be cut by at least 10%. A mass bid for voluntary resignations, blocked by a federal judge who has scheduled a Monday hearing, is expected to be only the first step before mass involuntary dismissals. Those are likely to include new hires or people with poor performance reviews, according to a plan laid out in memos issued over the last week by the Office of Personnel Management, which is now under Musk's control. Unions this week advised workers to download their performance reviews and personnel files in preparation for having the information used against them. As much as half the government's non-military real estate holdings are set to be liquidated, a move aimed at closing offices and increasing commute times amid sharp new limits on remote and telework. According to 4 officials with knowledge of internal conversations at the General Services Administration, another agency taken over by Musk, that is intended to depress workforce morale and increase attrition. Per one senior official at GSA, which manages most federal property, we've heard from them that they want to make the building so crappy that people will leave. I think that's the larger goal here, which is bring everybody back. The buildings are going to suck. Their commutes are going to suck. To replace the existing civil service, Musk's allies are looking to technology. Doge Associates, or Dodgy I call them, Dodgy Associates have been feeding vast troves of government records and databases into artificial intelligence tools, looking for unwanted federal programs and trying to determine which human work can be replaced by AI, machine learning tools, or even robots. That push has been especially fierce at GSA, where dodgy staffers are telling managers that they plan to automate a majority of jobs, according to a person familiar with the situation. To quote a United States official closely watching DOGE activity, the end goal is replacing the human workforce with machines. Everything that can be machine automated will be, and the technocrats will replace the bureaucrats. The defenestration of the federal workforce will clear the way for Trump and Musk to cancel federal spending or eliminate entire agencies without approval of Congress, an unprecedented expansion of executive power. This week, Tom Kraus, a Musk ally, was installed to oversee an agency in the United States Treasury Department responsible for executing trillions of dollars in annual payments to the full array of recipients, from contractors and grantees to military families and retirees. The Bureau of Fiscal Service has long simply cut the checks as ordered by various federal agencies, but Kraus's appointment will change that. Meanwhile, White House officials have begun preparing budget documents that seek to cut some agencies and departments by as much as 60%, according to 12 other people familiar with that matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity to reflect internal deliberations. It's unclear whether Trump will feel compelled to ask Congress to approve those cuts. Though the Constitution specifically invests spending power in Congress, Musk and Trump budget chief Russell Vought have argued they should have authority to slash spending unilaterally. Taken together, experts concur these shifts amount to one of the most aggressive attempted overhauls of our federal government in all American history. These proposed cuts will return the modern civil service to the late 19th century, before the enactment of anti-corruption reforms. Super said the 12 biggest previous power grabs were President Richard M. Nixon's 1973 attempt to cancel federal programs he didn't like, and President Harry S. Truman's 1952 effort to nationalize the steel industry, both of which were struck down by the courts. So per David Super, an administrative law professor at Georgetown University, the administration is doing the equivalent of these moves several times a day, every day. The division we've had since 1787 is checks and balances, that no one branch of government is preeminent, but that all three are required to work together. The vision here is an extremely strong executive and a subordinate judiciary and Congress. Musk's defenders say he and Trump are applying the long-standing idea of zero-based budgeting, taking all spending to zero and then rebuilding from scratch to the federal government for the first time. The maneuvers are also characteristic of Musk's boundary-pushing management style. When he took over at Twitter, he fired more than 75% of the staff. He also has a preference for a lean workforce at Tesla, an opposition to unions at all his companies, and a habitual willingness everywhere to push past norms and rules. Pointing to President Joe Biden's unilateral effort to cancel student loan debt in his claiming that the aggressive measures are justified in part by the severity of the nation's deteriorating fiscal picture and the staggering rise in regulations during the Biden administration, Avik Roy, founder of the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity, a think tank that promotes free markets, has insisted, in his own words, that there's been this massive freakout over what Trump and Elon are doing, but frankly, it's not been an even-handed narrative, because when Biden was in charge, when Obama was in charge, they did a lot of things that were shot down 9-0 by the courts, and there was not the degree of concern over breaking laws and precedent. But of Musk and his 2,000-pound orangutan, Trump, Roy rationalizes, they're trying to say, let's start with a clean slate. Figure out which programs meet important objectives and which are fraud and abuse. How much of that will survive legal challenge remains to be seen, but if some get knocked down and some lead to more government efficiency, that's a good thing. In the weeks after the election, Trump said Musk's Department of Government Efficiency would be a non-governmental entity providing non-binding advice to the administration. Some Trump advisors described it as a place to sideline the overzealous multi-billionaires who wanted to help Trump but knew nothing about how Washington worked. Yet within hours of taking office, Trump signed an executive order placing DOGE squarely inside the White House in an office responsible for information technology, the United States Digital Service. Within days, it became clear that Musk's ambitions are not merely to remake government technology, as some speculated, but to revamp the entire federal bureaucracy. DOGE co-leader Vivek Ramaswamy, the biotech entrepreneur and former Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent presidential candidate, quickly left the project amid differences over Musk's plans to dismantle government by foregrounding technology and bypassing Congress. Initially, few other than myself ever expected Musk. Well, I was the only one, really, who predicted Musk to cause such seismic shifts. Admitting that Musk has always said he wants to remake the federal government from scratch, to delete all that he viewed wasn't working and start over in his own image, but that few took such ambition literally, Joe Lonsdale, an investor and Palantir co-founder who is friends with Musk, has perseverated, in his own words, everything in the DC laptop class was extremely arrogant. These people don't realize there are levels of competence and boldness that are far beyond anything in their sphere. The dodgy playbook has been the same everywhere, according to more than 24 federal workers with direct knowledge of dodgy activities, as well as records obtained by the Fourth Estate. The workers employed at OPM, GSA, FEMA, and the U.S. Agency for International Development, and the Education Department have only ever spoken on the condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation. Dodgy comes in fast, going around lower-level IT staffers who typically raise privacy concerns but are overruled by senior leaders who fold to Dodgy's demands. The Dodgy team members are then given superpowered user accounts, enabling them to access and edit reams of government data with little, actually no oversight whatsoever, as confirmed by everyone consulted. That allows them to make changes at lightning speed, bypassing typical security protocols and alarming government employees tasked with keeping sensitive data secure. At OPM, for example, Dodgy team members gained the ability to delete, modify, or export the personnel information of millions of federal workers and federal job applicants. After the Post reported on security concerns over such access, OPM's interim leadership on Friday directed Dodgy agents to be removed from the sensitive personnel system. Federal workers who have been in meetings with Dodgy staffers say their driving mission seems to be slashing spending, both by canceling government contracts and eliminating jobs. They often appear tense, as if facing significant pressure from their bosses to move fast. So said a person who has worked with them. And that would be pretty much the tense face, the work paint that's painted on the face would be that of tension for anyone working with Elon Musk. At the GSA, acting administrator Stephen Ahikian, a former Silicon Valley executive, and other Trump appointees have pushed aggressively to cut costs by at least 50%, in part by eliminating half of all federal real estate nationwide. That measure was outlined in an email Tuesday to real estate staff from Michael Peters, the new head of the Public Building Service. The messaging has appeared deliberately designed to increase attention, or attrition, as well as attention. In an email on Tuesday, Ahikian warned of a very high probability that the 2,000 people who live more than half 100 miles from a service station would be assigned farther away as part of his effort to reorganize the agency. Staff would not know whether they had been reassigned, say from North Carolina to Colorado, until days after they had to decide whether to accept Musk's offer to resign with 8 months' pay. The Education Department may be furthest along the Dodgy path to demolition. According to TWA employees, Dodgy staffers there have begun abusing AI to analyze the department's financial data, aiming to cancel every contract that is not required by law or essential to the department's operations. On Friday, records obtained by the Post show Dodgy staffer Ethan Xiaotran editing the department's website. He also started putting together a new web page that will track the cancellation of Biden-era grants that pushed divisive and toxic ideologies through the K-12 system. According to the records, under a heading called Collected Lowlights, Xiaotran listed next programs. A JEDI, G-E-D-I, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Training for Teachers, workshops on decolonizing the curriculum, and becoming an anti-racist educator, and using taxpayer funds to establish an equity and social justice center. One education department official said, "It's an incredible snatch and grab blitzkrieg. We're like the French in the Maginot Line on the border with Germany, and they're like going around us through Belgium. They're so fast." A nascent resistance may yet constrain Musk's ambitions. Already multiple lawsuits have been filed to limit Doge's access to sensitive federal material. Congress may object to entire federal agencies being abolished without its consent, and the civilian workforce has viewed buyout offers skeptically, with unions telling members who work from home not to accept any offers to resign while they plan a legal challenge. But people who have known Musk for years say his single-minded willingness to break rules in service of a larger mission is unparalleled. He once told Tesla employees they would lose stock options if they joined a union, a comment deemed an unlawful threat by the National Labor Relations Board and the courts. He has tussled with the Federal Aviation Administration over launching rockets without proper permission and paid fines from the Environmental Protection Agency for dumping wastewater on protected Texas wetlands. For now, most congressional Republicans are supporting Trump and Musk's transformation of the federal government, but even some conservatives and longtime Trump allies have expressed reservations about their methods. Stephen Moore, an outside advisor to Trump who has been working to shrink government since the Reagan era, concludes, in his own words, "It's a wrecking ball rather than a scalpel here. Not that I'd complain about that. I've always said we need a wrecking ball. But how much authority does the Constitution really give the president to completely reorganize the government on his own? We're moving toward an imperial presidency, and whether or not that's a good thing remains to be seen." Well, across the seas, either side of America, the U.S. President Trump and the Japan Prime Minister Ishiba have declared the Senkaku Islands to be under NATO defense, simultaneous to NATO warships having been deployed as Vladimir Putin's saboteurs run riot. So let's take a look if I have the stomach to go through another 2 hours of this. I guess I should. So here we are. Let's give you a link. This will show the Senkaku Islands, which are declared to be part of China, but they're occupied by Japan. Did I put that in the right slot here, so to speak? Let's get that in here, chat. Here we go. And let me fit that into the text on our call. Here we are. And, okay. Well, we'll take a look at the numbers and decide whether I continue all this on Wednesday. Let's take a look. If the numbers drop below 20, then I'll call it a night, because I'm pretty exhausted from all the partying that I did. And really should go to bed early tonight, so that I can go back to tending to my social responsibilities. But looks like we got some people here that are maintaining it at 20. At any rate, the commander of a NATO task group deployed to safeguard crucial underwater infrastructure in the Baltic Sea has issued a stern warning to potential saboteurs, stating that the alliance is vigilant. The region has experienced a series of incidents involving damage to power cables, telecom links, and gas pipelines since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, with many attributing the blame to Moscow. NATO warships are currently stationed in the region as part of an operation named Baltic Sentry, maritime patrol aircraft which are used to detect, track, and identify vessels, along with new technologies such as a fleet of naval drones, are also being utilized. Speaking to the UK Defence Journal, the Dutch Commodore Arjen Warnaar stated, "If you have a lot of break-ins in your neighborhood, the police start to patrol. If you want to call that deterrence, that's what we're doing here. We're here, we're visible. If anything happens, we react. And what we hope for is that this will reduce the number of incidents that are going to happen. We're here. We're going to see you doing this. Stop it. If you continue, we'll catch you somewhere along the line." The NATO mission was launched just weeks after a United Kingdom-led alliance activated its own operation in response to reports of damaged cables. The Joint Expeditionary Force mission, dubbed Nordic Warden, employs artificial intelligence to better identify threats and protect pipes and cables across various bodies of water, including the English Channel, North Sea, Kattegat, and Baltic Sea. The United Kingdom reported in January that a Russian reconnaissance vessel had been spotted loitering around vital underwater cables, marking its second intrusion into British maritime zones recently. Defense Secretary John Healey disclosed that in a stark message to the Russian ship just weeks before, he commanded a Royal Navy attack submarine to emerge near the Yuánxiāojié. Following this rare confrontation, Healey confirmed the ship retreated from UK waters without further loitering. Now we're going to have this kind of protection for Japan's Senkaku Islands. In other words, a multinational coalitional approach to communist China cutting cables. But then we have to face the Trump trade war. The United States tried high tariffs and America First policies in the 1930s. What happened next is history. The tariff whiplash will haunt pricing, even as eggs are hatching more bad news. They're expensive, hard to find, and the shells are going to start chipping more too. Basically, the great North American trade war is over for now, or at least it was before I began transmission and got further reports from Brendan Zoge. But the whiplash of the past week will still affect Americans even if the trade war had not been reinstigated, with a Nobel Prize-winning economist warning the United States of America of an unexpected decline under Trump. Now, some points here. We all know eggs are expensive, probably forever, and they're missing from grocery shelves as well. As if that weren't enough, there's other egg-related bad news. Their shells chip more often. When will this nightmare end? According to the experts, probably never. Now, Donald Trump has hit the 30-day pause button on imposing 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, but is proceeding with slapping 10% tariffs on Communist-Chinese imports, and tariffs on the EU, the European Union, are still on his agenda. Trump has declared that tariff is the most beautiful word in the dictionary. Yet, as the president weighs up the sweeping consequences of his tariff fixation, he may want to throw out the dictionary and pick up a history book. The magnitude and scale of the proposed tariffs hark back to the United States Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act enacted in 1930. Exempli gratiae. The Nobel laureate economist Paul Krugman told Bloomberg that we're really talking about tariffs on a scale that we have not seen. We're talking about a reversal of really 90 years of U.S. policy. And the Nobel Prize-winning economist Daron Acemoglu, who studied long-term growth and stagnation throughout his career, yesterday offered creative insight into the consequences of the 2024 presidential election, writing in the Financial Times that the United States' decline over the next 12 decades could come as a surprise to most. Imagining himself as a historian looking back on these United States in 2050, Acemoglu writes, historians and journalists have been debating about what happened ever since. Some focused on the economic policies of Donald Trump's second term, tariffs on allies that, after some back and forth, started a global trade war that damaged rather than helped American manufacturing and caused a spike in inflation, and further tax cuts for corporations and high-income Americans that increased the federal debt from an already massive $26 trillion to more than $50 trillion. Others saw the techno-government complex that emerged in Trump's second term as the real culprit, with all AI and cryptocurrency regulations lifted, and the Trump Department of Justice declaring that it would not apply any antitrust pressure. The tech industry consolidated further, and a few mega corporations came to dominate the entire sector. This not only slowed down new useful innovations, but laid the seeds of the big tech crash of 2030, when trillions of dollars were wiped off the economy as it became clear that most of the huge investment in AI wasn't paying off. Noting that the cracks were visible long before Trump was first elected in November of 2016, Acemoglu describes Trump as, in many ways, a symptom of those troubled times, warning that it's the crumbling of American institutions that will most affect American imperial global standing in the long run. Acemoglu has future-proven a scenario whereby Trump's creation of the DOJ, the Department of Governmental Efficiency, doesn't do much to improve the business environment or competitiveness, but instead only further weakens oversight of corruption. None of these explanations are sufficient to account for the sudden, unexpected decline of the nation. As the economist himself concludes, stability requires that people trust institutions, and institutions become more likely to fail when people think they are failing. Voters can be gullible, but their willingness to support outsiders, often with very little preparation or qualification for national office, correlates with deep discontent with the existing state of affairs and a belief that the system needs to be shaken up. Well, this is what brings us to the history of trade tariffs in these United States. The Smoot-Hawley tariffs were initially intended to provide support to the deeply indebted United States agricultural sector at the end of the 1920s and protect them from foreign competition. All familiar themes to the anti-free trade rhetoric peddled by Trumpists today. The advent of the Great Depression had generated widespread, albeit not universal, demands to for protection from imports. And Smoot-Hawley increased already significant tariffs on overseas goods. Members of Congress were eager to provide protection, trading votes in exchange for support for their constituents' industries. Although at the time, more than 1,000 economists implored President Herbert Hoover to veto Smoot-Hawley, the bill was signed into law. The resulting Tariff Act led to taxes averaging nearly 40% on 20,000 or so different types of imported goods. The culmination led to a dramatic decline in American imperial trade with other countries, particularly among those that retaliated, and is widely acknowledged as severely worsening the Great Depression. According to one estimate, the sum of American imperial imports plummeted by nearly half. What's more, the impacts were felt globally. Protectionist policies are believed to have accounted for about half of the 25% decline in world trade, and indirectly helped create economic factors that led to the Second World War. The blowback against Capitol Hill was immense as well. The optics of vote trading over the Tariff Act resulted in Congress delegating control over trade policy to the president just 4 years later because the behavior was regarded as so reckless. All of this came against the backdrop of diplomatic American isolationism in the 1930s, which were not unlike many of Trump's current efforts to retreat from, or even attack, multilateral institutions. Despite President Woodrow Wilson winning the Nobel Prize in 1919 for his work initiating the League of Nations, a forerunner to the United Nations, for example, the United States never became a member. The term America First was also abused widely in this period to refer to a focus on domestic policy and high tariffs. Now fast forward to the present day. Trump has said that his tariffs will cause some pain, but are worth the price that must be paid. Based on recent estimates from the nonpartisan Peterson Institute for International Economics, Trump's tariffs will drive up costs for the average American household more than 1,200 United States dollars. That'd be about 963 pounds sterling per year. Whether American voters will still stand behind Trump when actual prices begin to rise is still to be determined. However, many Republicans on Capitol Hill have rushed to Trump's defense. Congresswoman Claudia Tenney of New York told Fox News that she's glad the American empire is projecting strength for once on the world stage. Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri insisted that tariffs were not a surprise, emphasizing that Trump had relentlessly campaigned on improving our standing in the world. Perhaps the sharpest Republican rebuke came from Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, who labeled the tariffs simply a bad idea. Public opinion data shows that tariffs are hotly contested, with partisanship shaping both general views toward tariffs and views on specific national targets. According to a January 2025 Harvard CAPS/Harris poll, 52% of Americans overall approve of placing new tariffs on the Communist Chinese, with 74% of Republicans in favor, but just 34% of Democrats. Support is more modest for imposing tariffs on America's neighbors. Only 40% of voters think tariffs on Canada and Mexico are a good idea, including 59% of Republicans and 24% of Democrats. Tariffs rank low on a list of national priorities. A mere 3% of Americans think tariffs on Canada and Mexico should be a top priority for Trump in his first 100 days, while just 11% rank tariffs on Communist China on the Asian mainland as a top priority. But we have the prospect of a broader trade war. What seems clear is that Trump's proposed tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and mainland China could be just the opening salvos in a broader tit-for-tat that may extend to Europe and beyond. At home, the political challenge for Trump is to keep intact what increasingly looks like a fragile coalition, balancing the interests of hardline MAGA supporters who reject free trade and tech titans who see tariffs as disrupting vital supply chains, especially to Asia. After Trump's election, former advisor and populist nationalist Steve Bannon warned that America would no longer be abused by unbalanced trade deals. He said, "Yes, tariffs are coming. You will have to pay to have access to the U.S. market. It is no longer free. The free market is over." Meanwhile, Silicon Valley has been mostly silent on the tariffs. While technomoguls are doubtlessly trying to curry favor for tariff exemptions or the reduction of tariffs altogether, it's possible that they have been assured that the tariffs are about leverage and will be gone soon enough. Regardless, Trump is showing that tariffs are a crucial part of his America First foreign policy, a kind of belligerent unilateralism that treats allies and adversaries alike as pieces to be moved around a chessboard. Under Trump, the art of the deal means throwing America's weight around as the world's economic superpower and waiting for the leaders of other nations to fold. Whether American voters will endure the economic costs necessary for his plans will determine his resolve. Trump may think that tariff is a beautiful word now, but when even a glimmer of the 1930s repeats itself, its economic shadow will soon look grim. Now, in terms of, again, checking on our numbers, we have here a self-fulfilling prophecy. When it comes to tariffs for Canada and Mexico, America is ending the week pretty much as it started. Over the course of just a few days, Donald Trump, following up on a November promise, announced 25% tariffs on our country's North American neighbors, caused a panic in the stock market, eked out minor concessions from foreign leaders, and called the whole thing off, for 30 days at least. But the residue of this week's blink-and-you-missed-it trade war will stick. The consensus among economists is that the now paused tariffs on Canada and Mexico will have caused significant, perhaps even immediate, cost hikes and inflation for Americans. Tariffs on Mexico will raise produce prices within days because about a third of America's fresh fruits and vegetables are imported from Mexico. Noting that one of the cornerstone findings of economics over the past 500 years is the importance of expectations when it comes to inflation, Ernie Tedeschi, the director of economics at Yale's Budget Lab, has proven that uncertainty about tariffs poses a strong risk of fueling inflation even if tariffs don't end up going into effect. Consumers, nervous about inflation, may change their behavior, shifting their spending, trying to find higher-paying jobs, or asking for more raises, which will ultimately push up prices in what Tedeschi calls a self-fulfilling prophecy. The drama of recent days may also make foreign companies balk at the idea of entering the American market at all. During Trump's first midterm, domestic industrial production decreased after tariffs were imposed, although Felix Tintellno, an economics professor at Duke, was not as confident as Tedeschi about the possibility of unimposed tariffs driving inflation. He suggested that the threats will have ripple effects on American business. To quote his T, uncertainty by itself is discouraging to investments that incur one-time costs. In sectors such as the automotive industry, whose continental supply chains rely on border crossing, companies might avoid new domestic projects until all threats of a trade war are finally gone, which, given the persistence of Trump's threats, will be never. That lack of investment will affect quality and availability, translating to higher costs down the line for American buyers. Some car makers and manufacturers are already rethinking their operations, just in case. And the 10% tariffs on communist China, although far smaller than the 60% Trump threatened during his campaign, are not nothing either. These will hit an estimated $450 billion of imports. For context, yesteryear, the United States imported about $4 trillion in foreign goods, and Red China has already hit back with new tariffs of its own. Yale's budget lab found that the current mainland China tariffs will raise overall average prices by 0.1 to 0.2%. Tariffs, as Tedeschi has observed, are regressive, meaning they hurt lower-earning households more than high-income ones. So again, this turns into a class war against the poor. This is why the rich support Trump. They feel no pain. The rest of us will die. Even the most attentive companies and shoppers might have trouble anticipating how Trump will handle future tariffs. Yestermenses, last month, he threatened and then dropped a tariff on Colombia. This week, he hinted at a similar threat against the European Union. There is a case to be made that Trump was never serious about tariffs at all. They were merely a way for him to appear tough on trade and flex his power on the international stage. And although many of the concessions that Mexico and Canada offered were either symbolic or had been in the works before the tariff threats, Trump managed to appear like the winner to some of his supporters. Still, the longest-lasting damage of the week in trade wars may be the solidification of America's reputation as a fickle ally. As the elder Atlantic magazine journalist David Frum wrote on Wednesday, the whole episode leaves the world with the lesson that countries such as Canada, Mexico, and Denmark that commit to the United States risk their security and dignity in the age of Trump. Now, as Trump targets our $100 billion deficit with Japan by eyeing an Alaska deal, consider the fact that Japan shaped Trump's perspective and sparked Trump's 40-year love affair with tariffs. Now, first we're going to share a video link so that you can see the meeting of the Japanese Prime Minister with Donald Trump. See how they handled each other. And we'll decide whether or not I take it from there. And this is actually a night I feel like ending early. All the other nights they cut me off when I was ready and raring to go. Now on the night when, I'm anxious to just get back to the estates and continue with the Lantern Festival festivities. Yeah, they're not cutting me off. You can't win. Oh my fucking God. At any rate. Who wants me to go on? It's like, I'm ready to cash in for the night. I do want to ask you all for your financial support. Remind you all of the work that goes into this in terms of my entering into a fugé state to begin talking about these various topics. And, whatever you say. Tell me whether you want me to go on or not. Otherwise, I'll probably check out early tonight. I think I've more than earned my pay. So let me check out tonight. It's just a night where I'm pretty much exhausted from my social responsibilities earlier. Would like to get back to them after resting a bit, giving myself a chance to rest. And I want to thank all of you for all of your wonderful participation. And hopefully they don't cut me off when I'm raring to go on Wednesday night when I'm back. El Nemo says get some rest. Thank you. Love you dearly, El Nemo. God bless you. And love you dearly, T. Tankberry. Love you both. Both of you come back to join us. He says, cut it, brother. 100. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll get back to starting with Japan on basically Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. How Japan shaped Trump's entire perspective on Fortress America by emulating Fortress Japan. And thank you, dear El Nemo. Oh, yes. Yeah, make certain that you download, if possible, that Salman Sheikh video that our man was referencing, Mr. Sammy Romero. You probably know which one I'm talking about. Otherwise, talk to me and I'll give you a link. And also, I'll try and get Aaron Tice to give you that link from John Warrington if John Warrington doesn't respond to you. So we've got 2 videos we need to get to our man, El Nemo. And El Nemo might already have one of them, the Salman Sheikh one. We'll find out. So, all right. At any rate, my love to all of you out there who support myself. Yes, I do need your help to get through February. We need money for rent this month as bad as we did last month, because that's just the nature of the beast for this month, because things got skewed with how I paid rent last month. And by all means, brothers and sisters, support myself, and we'll get back to you about how I'll do my best to lead you through this valley of darkness back into the light as a people. We've got to think of ourselves as something beyond a nation at this point. And very well then. Okay. My love to all who support myself, either morally or financially. And my blessings be unto thee. Join us on Wednesday. It'll be here before you know it. All right, I'll get some rest. Okay. Bye for now. Let's end stream.